I'm sorry I'm here for someone else, but it's good to see your face, and I really hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well. Sorry I'm here for someone else. I wish that I could stay and talk at the bar all by ourselves, but I'm here for someone else.
Welcome everybody to a live. Hey, hope you have a great morning. Definitely know I did. Definitely know I did. Yo, it's your boy Blaqksheep. How are you doing today? We are just chilling, and yeah, this gonna look weird. It's like this other half, like the other corner of the room. I don't feel like it looks like too smushed over right now. So yeah. I sort of extended the camera a little bit farther than it is. So, we're gonna be getting right into some little battleships first, and then right after that, we will be playing Elite Dangerous. We got a new ship, and we are going to be building a couple of spaceports. So get ready for that today, and we'll be breaking in and out. You know, make sure my cat's fed, my girlfriend's good, everything in between is good. All right, let's get this game going. Hell yeah. Imperial Legend, north of the volcano. The Lloyd Royale is pretty nice. A Creole. Oh, look at that! Another one. You see, right? Yeah. You know, you can sit back here if you wanted to. You could, if you wanted to lay down, you could lay on the couch. You're more than welcome to. Wanted to. What are we? What are you all doing? I threw Xing build the group. Thank you. That Imperial Legend's getting attacked now. Right? What? Fuck. Oh my god, I got that IRS. Fucking. That's fucking funny. The IRS guys have IRS. That's funny. That's funny. He's thinking twice. Oh, oh. I think. Can I actually get a second island yet? Congratulations. No. No. Yeah, I can get a second personal island. Yes. Motherfucker. If you crash into me. Oh, so he already just fucking killed him over there. Here he that one. So we're going back and turning around now. Motherfucker.
Wow. 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 Wow.
I think it's the IRS you're looking for. I'm gonna cut them off from south of them if they. No, I think there are two of them right over here. Below, or Ortorian, and Alphys, and Alphys. There's two of them. They're trying to turn around right now. Looks like. There they are. There's at least one. About to get worse in a sec for him. Yeah. He had no battle marks on him. Yeah, dude. No clock. No clock. You need fabric? I got fabric here. Stay up and back of me. I actually carry quite a bit, so right behind me is 100. Hope that helps out. You got 1, 2, 3, at least 4 or 5 ships heading towards you guys if you can kite them back this way. I'm on my way. Here we go. Yeah, I can't go in there either. Oh, get fucking barreled. Get absolutely wrecked. Someone clip that if anyone's on my stream. Let's go. Hell yeah. That was fucking nice. Alright, turning back around. Yeah, I can't get in that area. What's that? What did you draw? Cash. Round shots. Been able to use that. You're literally shitting out. Oh, good. We saw it. I did the same. I think I did the same thing. EQX is chill. Yeah, EQX is definitely chill. He did not know that it was coming up. It was just like fucking focused on you talking shit, and then oh, cavalry right behind you is like, not joking. We're here to fuck you up. Oh, that was great. It's a little chilly in my room. Elias hasn't bothered. BWC. What about BWC? Yeah, did we kill him? Were they chilling before? Who? S. Okay, yeah. use the bathroom, everyone. Give me a minute. Welcome everybody. Remember, hit that like and subscribe if you are an enjoyer of this type of content. Sailing around, picking up loot, sinking ships. Remember, hit that like and YouTube and a Twitch. Go check him out. There we go. The sun is on the other side.
Superiority.
Yep.
You can hear the contempt in the way that these people are saying they are sick of the outrage, of the way that
The truth will set you free. Independent YouTuber journalist with a hoodie and a camera, Nick Shirley, dropped a 40-minute video that has 74.6 million views on Twitter that it got in one day. All right, here's the full 42 minutes of my crew and I exposing Minnesota Somali fraud. This is my most important work yet. We uncovered over $100 million in one day. Like, share it around like it's wildfire. It's time to hold these corrupt politicians and fraudsters accountable. All completely true. We work too hard, and he's right. Now, we pay taxes. The taxes go to people that the idiots import into our country. The idiots send that money to their homeland to prop up terrorist organizations that use that money to try to fly planes into our buildings. This is a true fact. Somali pilots tried to do a 9/11 attack, but thank God their average IQ is 67, and therefore it didn't not happen. It didn't work out well. It was thwarted. But they tried, and honestly, fuck them for that alone. So anyway, Nick Shirley drops this video. As you can see, it has 400,000 likes, 76 million views. All the big players retweeted it. Here's Elon Musk. Prosecute Governor Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota. This alone is 22 million views and 300,000 likes. JD Vance reposted it. This dude has done far more useful journalism than any of the winners in the 2024 Pulitzer Prizes. Fact check true, because no one's talking about this. In fact, Elon Musk also tweeted how you can't find any mainstream articles talking about Minnesota fraud. If you look up the Minnesota fraud, it is not on the New York Times, CNN, the Washington Post, the Wall Street Journal, MSNBC, BBC News, CBS News, Reuters, Bloomberg, NBC, CNBC, The Guardian, or AP. No one is talking about it. It is, for some reason, not being talked about despite being one of the biggest stories of all time. We literally imported Somali pirates into our country. They came in. They're scamming us of billions of dollars in broad daylight, and they're protected by the Democratic Party. I mean, I do believe this is the tip of the iceberg in regards to how Democrats are defrauding us. I do think California is probably 10 times worse than Minnesota, but this is literally all out in the open now, and they still expect the media environment to run defense for them. Now, understand the level of sick fucks we're dealing with. Not only are they sending this money back to Somalia, who they are secretly actually loyal to, funding terrorist organizations over there in Somalia, shithole land, but also, get a load of this, shock of all shocks, it turns out all these child care centers that are taking money from our tax dollars are organizing donations to the Democratic Party. So let's get this straight. Our tax dollars are going to fake propped up children's centers. Those fake propped up children's centers are sending half of that money to Somalia and the other half of that money to fund Democrats. Your tax dollars are either funding Democrats or terrorists, and at this point, I'm not sure I could tell the difference. And you look at how many are coming from Lucky Child Care Centers, adult care centers, and they're all scams. Now, it turns out, according to Blaqksheep, which is a scarily accurate prediction gambling site, there's a 69% chance Tim Walz is going to be charged with a federal crime this year. I do believe it's going to happen. 81% of Somali immigrant households are on welfare. We are literally importing people to destroy us, and no one wants to acknowledge that's true. Now, there's another major drama going on in the Somali sphere, and I will be covering that in a separate video because it might be one of the funniest developments of all time. First of all, I'm not pronouncing the president's name, all right? This is not a name I'll ever pronounce. But there is currently massive drama between Somalia and Somaliland. These are two separate countries that are trying, both of them, to maintain dominance over the Somali people. Now, to understand the difference in a nutshell, Somalia is a war-torn Sharia law, radical Islamic shithole of people murdering each other and raping each other. Somaliland is this little, trying their best to become independent country recognized by the world as a democracy that, yes, is obviously inspired heavily by Sharia laws, just like America is inspired by Christian ethics, but they ultimately do want to create some sort of democracy, not a Sharia hellscape. Realistically, I don't see any reason why we shouldn't be backing Somaliland as a country as opposed to Somalia, a shithole that hates us, tries to kill us, and organizes 9/11 style attacks against us. They don't succeed once again. IQ 67. They're dumb fucks. They inbred for 1,400 years. They created the dumbest fucking population on the planet. But the reality is the state of Israel yesterday decided to drop a nuke and officially recognize Somaliland as a sovereign nation. This obviously is making Somalia crash out to the point that the UN, Islamic organized organization at this point, we need to literally divest from the UN. These people are fucking retarded. They decided to grant Somalia with agenda-setting power to uphold territorial integrity and global stability and stuff. Basically, they set Somalia to be the president of the UN Security Council starting January 1st, 2026. They gave a shithole country of dumb fuck savages raping and killing each other for 1,400 years. They made them the executive country in charge of the Security Council of the UN. Absolute joke. So I do believe that the little enclave of Somali fraud that we have in our country is bleeding into massive worldwide events. None of this is a coincidence. The big players are fucking around, and we're all going to find out. So stay tuned for a future video. Definitely subscribe where I dive into the Somalia versus Somaliland epic piracy warfare. The 67 IQ Somalis versus the 69 IQ Somalis. It's going to be crazy. But now we have to look at this Nick Shirley video because literally everyone's talking about it. Nothing but respect for people to do their boots on the ground journalism. And honestly, it needs to be talked about because the reality is as sad as it is, you can't trust the media to actually get the news. You gotta rely on retards on YouTube like me or Nick Shirley or fucking Asmongold or whatever the fuck. That's as sad as it is. That's where we are. So subscribe and let's see what's all about.
Hello, we'd like to ask where the money's going.
Oh boy. Bro,
What do
they're
you guys
just
think about
holding the door
fraud that's
closed.
taking place here in Minnesota?
I don't think anybody is enabling fraud to happen.
Hold Governor Walz accountable for this.
What was this money spent on? 1.26 million. What was that money spent on? There aren't any kids.
Answer the question. Are there children? There's no children inside the
There's
building.
no children in the child centers.
Potentially the largest fraud scandal in U.S. history is taking.
Well, at least the largest one that we're uncovering. I'm sure that there's bigger ones that we're not talking about, and I'm sure that a large majority of it has to do with illegal aliens. Like, you have to understand, the Biden administration letting in 30 million illegals might be one of the most dangerous, destructive acts taken against the people of America in the history of the world. It's like 9/11 was bad, so let's just let in 1 million people that support 9/11 and another million people that are willing to try to do another one. Just the rape rate went up, the crime rate went up, the scam rate went up, the elections are getting stolen by these populations that are just broad year plopped down, and now they create voting blocks to control and destroy our democracy. People don't realize how big the threat is. We're just looking at Minnesota. This is the tip of the iceberg, I'm telling you.
Place in Minnesota as literally billions of dollars have been funneled through Somali-ran fraudulent businesses.
Uh-oh.
So much fraud it could actually almost
But
replace
you're not allowed to be racist, guys. You're not allowed to be racist.
the entire GDP of Somalia.
The fraud in Minnesota done by Somalians is bigger than the actual GDP of the country of Somalia. Oh my God, it's crazy. It's crazy.
These fraudsters have worked hand in hand with the Minnesota government as they enabled billions of dollars to be given to fraudulent
That's right,
businesses
baby.
underneath welfare purposes.
That's right. Do not let the Democroids get away from this unscathed, man. Do not. Do not. First of all, mass deportations. Second of all, holy shit, the Democrats are like so good. They're so cooked. We need a Republican in office that's actually willing to take the battle to these retards.
Some of this money eventually landed in the hands of terrorist groups in Somalia like the Al-Shabaab, and others enriched themselves
Yeah, a lot of people think that Al-Shabaab terrorists are not actually a threat to us because, well, they're all the way over there. They're all the way over there in Somalia. They don't actually make a difference. Bro, I'm not even joking. A man was caught planning a 9/11 style attack on Atlanta's tallest building. Cholo Abdi Abdullah, a member of Al-Shabaab. People don't realize this is happening a lot more and more and more. It's actually crazy. It's like, we know that mass immigration is bad. We know that radical Islam is a threat, and we are not doing nearly enough to get rid of it. I'm waiting for the knuckles to come out. I'm waiting for people to start actually doing shit, because we're trying. And I think raising awareness is a super important part of it. But after the awareness is raised, we gotta schmoove along. But dude, I'm just looking at the actual public reception of this. 74 million views, 400,000 likes. Dude, people don't realize the culture shift that's coming.
at the U.S. taxpayers' expense, and in this video we will break down all of the fraud from start to finish, from going to the fraudulent businesses and confronting the people who are
it's racism to confront retards that are stealing our money.
making millions of dollars from the government, and we will also be confronting the incompetent government leaders who let this fraud happen.
Oh, shit.
And to make this happen, I met up with a man who's been doing his own investigation for years now, as he has seen the fraud firsthand. His name is David.
All right,
Let's
David.
get into this and be prepared to be shocked.
Well, you have yourself a
How
good one,
deep
man.
is this fraud here inside of Minnesota?
It is far worse than anybody can imagine.
Oh,
You've heard
boy.
it's 7 to 10 billion and maybe more, and now the numbers have been revised and put out there publicly that they think it's more like 8 billion. How I got involved is that where my office is here in Minneapolis, I'm sort of in the heart of all of this fraud, and I
I'm noticing a lot of Somalians. Not trying to be racist or anything.
would see these child care centers. I said, well, there aren't any kids there. It's the middle of the day.
Oh my God.
And all I see are a couple of guys standing out front smoking. And then I'd go by another daycare and I'd see the same thing. I said, well, where do these kids play? And so I started to go online and look, and I said, this place is licensed for 80 children. They had 0 children.
Oh
Every time
my
I went by
God.
there, they never had a single child there.
And they're just doing it in plain sight because they're so used to shutting you down. Dude, You used to do this, and they would call you racist, and you'd get hate on Twitter and get canceled and banned, and you couldn't even address these problems.
Then I started to see all these transportation companies going around, and it was always a Somali driver. And I said, well, that's great. They're out there transportation contributing.
He was like, whoa, they're actually contributing? I can't believe it. Sorry, accidental racism.
But they never had a passenger, never, ever once. And
No!
I said, well, what is all this transportation? What are they doing?
Good question.
So then I found out that in Minnesota, they have something called non-emergency medical transportation. So this is going to the dentist's office, therapy, whatever it might be.
Oh my God, dude.
And
You're fucking kidding me. Even if we have taxpayer-funded drivers to drive you to a therapist? Oh my God, how cucked have we become? Even without the fraud, this is bullshit.
I said, well, how many of these companies are there? And the research came back that there are 1,020 of them, and more than 800 of them are Somali-owned. Nobody from the state of Minnesota ever cross-checks to see if any rides were ever actually provided. All they did was write the check.
So right here we have all this
God.
paperwork. And how are you getting all this information about the fraud?
A lot of it is through my own research, and then I have some contacts at the Capitol going back many, many years. And so the data that I'm getting
Based old white guy, yeah, with the connect.
is 100% accurate, coming directly from research done by people at the state Capitol.
All this paperwork right here, what are we looking at?
The areas of fraud that I have numbers for are mostly related to childcare. This is massive fraud.
Wait, so this is just one random old guy with an internet connection and eyeballs, and he's like, wow, there's billions of dollars of fraud. Meanwhile, the government's like, la, 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 no, I didn't see anything. I didn't notice a thing, actually. No, what do you mean? The immigrants being negative on society? What do you mean? They brought their culture here. It's so nice. Their culture is literally piracy. Their culture is literally fucking piracy. Not you being racist against their culture. Well, their culture's shit. I wouldn't be racist if their culture wasn't shit, all right? I'm sorry. You have to acknowledge that being racist is actually a little bit based these days. Get back to me when your culture has indoor plumbing and when rape doesn't happen to, like, everyone. All right? You get back to me, and then we'll redefine whether your culture is shit. All right? But it is. I'm sorry. I'm so tired of people tiptoeing around saying these things. But the reality is their culture is bad. Their culture is dog shit, and they're violent, savage people there. That's just a fact. It's a fact. What do you want from me?
That is beyond anyone's imagination, the scope. And so, for example, there's a child care not far from here in Minneapolis that has two child cares listed at the same address. And together, they're licensed supposedly for 120 children.
Oh my
I
God.
have never seen a single child there ever. And I've been by that place at least 100 times.
Oh my God.
These Somalians, these groups are setting up these daycares, these childcare centers, getting money from the government, but there's no kids.
No kids. Never had any of them.
Yeah. But that's so weird. I mean, I thought it was strange that we're paying for all this childcare, and yet, you know, half the Somali population is illiterate and can't read and get into drug wars and gang fights. I'm so surprised. I personally am shocked. Now, a lot of you don't know this because maybe you're not following the Nuxanor anti-Somali saga. I have nothing against Somali people personally. I wish them nothing but the best and success in their own lives, you know, in their country, ideally. Ideally, all the success happens to them in Somalia. But the reality is, there are apartment complexes that are funded by the government where you have multiple gangs living in the complex, where there are shootouts in the apartment complexes subsidized by the taxpayer. And that might be some of the most diabolical shit of all time.
They're all fraught with violations, and even though they have these violations, they're still in operation and they're still getting money. And it's millions of dollars for every one of them every year.
And who's getting the money? And where are they getting the money from?
So we have a thing called CCAP. It's a blend.
So there's this guy named Ilhan Omar's brother. Now, he married his sister, Ilhan Omar. Now, she, 5 years ago, was $60,000 in debt. However, today, she's worth $30 million. We don't know how that happened.
of federal and state
It was
money.
probably
The bottom
kosher.
line is it's taxpayer money, so it's state money and it's federal money. And the problem is the people at the state of Minnesota are the ones writing the checks. This is kind of the maddening thing is you have daycare, so you have adult daycare, and then you have child care, and then you have health care. And a lot of these
Socialism is dog shit anyway. Add layers of scam on top of it, and it's just worse. Add layers of importing infinite retards that now we need to fund for some reason, and holy shit, you have a dead society.
same names keep coming up on all of these different types of businesses. And then, of course, we have the transportation. A lot of those same names appear, a lot of the same addresses. There's one building that has 14 Somali healthcare companies at the same address.
Oh my God.
There's another building in St. Paul
my
that has
God.
22 Somali healthcare businesses at the same address.
And the government knows about this.
The government knows they're writing the checks. Yeah, the Democrats are,
Can we please get some officials in jail? It needs to happen.
they're just writing the checks. What has happened is that
American can't afford a home. Left wing, don't worry guys, socialism will fix it. Also the left wing, import infinite retards and give them free houses. And then they just continue to rape and pillage our land.
You want to do
the
campaign
Somali
today?
community is a very closed community. They will not speak to anyone outside the community and talk about what's going on
Sounds to me like they're really assimilating into American society very well.
within the community.
Wow, look at that.
They vote as a block. And so when you're a politician, you're saying, look, I've got 100,000 people in Minnesota that if I do something for the community, they're going to vote for me. And that's what it's all about, is getting the votes. And then the people here in Minnesota hear this.
And the donations. Like, don't forget, our tax dollars go to these retards that they brought in. That is now either sent back to terrorists in Somalia or used to fund Democratic politicians, while also bolstering their vote. It's this ultimate strategy that almost stole the country in 2024.
Term Minnesota nice. I'm so sick of that term. The people here are so afraid of being called a racist or an Islamophobe. And
There it
they're afraid of their own shadow.
There
I
it
don't
is.
understand. This is our future generations are going to
Dude,
have.
they literally did their absolute best to control us through fear. They'll call you racist or transphobic or Islamophobic, and they'll ruin your life, and they'll ban you from social media, and they'll cancel you, and you'll get fired from your job. It was all part of this giant strategy to literally control you. To control you. Well, the control failed. All right, we have escaped the compound, and I can tell you, Islam, radical Islam especially, has no place in the United States of America. All right, it doesn't. It doesn't assimilate. It's violent. It has a different value system, and I don't want it to be fucking here. All right, so I don't care if you say that's Islamophobic, but radical Muslims are dangerous as fuck, and they want to destroy us, and they openly say they want to destroy us, and we should listen to them when they openly say they want to destroy us, which is what they say once again. So again, I don't care if you say that I'm racist for saying that Somali culture is dog shit, because it is. Rape was legal in Somalia 5 years ago. Are you gonna really tell me that this is a culture that we should be blending with ours? I'm telling you, man, we have escaped containment.
Have to pay for all this fraud, and they just want to bury their heads in the sand and go on and just not worry about it. Tim Wall's saying there's organized
The
crime.
reality is, it takes brave people to talk about this, because most people just want to live their lives, and they're like, all right, so the Somali scam shit is gonna happen. Yep, the country might look very different in 100 years, but I'll be dead by then. It's a shitty mentality, and it's one that a lot of people definitely have. Why get involved in a fight that could ruin your entire life? And I get that, and that is what the Democrats did. They enacted this complete and utter subservient mentality, where if you do not completely capitulate to their fucking bullshit terminology and garbage, they will ruin you forever.
In Minnesota, what did he do about it? Nothing. You got organized crime. What are you doing? This is the Minnesota law, which mandates that anyone who knows of fraud and is a state employee must report that fraud. It's Minnesota Statute 3.971, Subdivision 9. Not only that, but Walls is also guilty of misconduct of a public employee.
Oh boy.
When I look at the world as a whole,
Notice how Walls isn't suing him for defamation.
and I look at fraud, the Twin Cities is ground zero. The fraud is worse here than anywhere else ever in history, anywhere.
We're gonna go confront these people. We're gonna go to these daycare centers. We're gonna see what's actually happening.
Okay, so we have to be careful because these people are very violent. They're
Oh, but he's being racist. He's being so racist. He's racist. Oh, or they literally are violent savages that we imported into our country. Listen. You know what? I'm gonna take a stand here. All right. I'm gonna stand up for all the racists. I'm gonna stand up against the racists that are definitely coming. Racists, listen up. It's not because they're Somali that they're violent. I'm not a racist like that. It's because they were literally fucking their cousins and inbred for 1,400 years, which absolutely obliterated their IQ and spiked their violence levels. All right, it's not their fault that their parents were cousins and their parents were cousins and their mother was their uncle. All right, none of that, and none of that is their fault. They were just unfortunately born with genetic deficiencies in their mental capacities and their violent levels. Look, I'm not trying to be rude here. I'm just saying, over 50% of Somalia is inbred. You do that for 1,400 years, and you end up with the dumbest fucking people on the planet. This isn't even being racist. This is literally just science. Like, this is basic science. They say that inbred people are more likely violent. Well, what about someone that's inbred for 1,400 years? Well, then they're also more likely violent.
Exceptionally violent.
Now, with all of David's evidence, we headed out to the streets
Dude, I'm
of
becoming way too based. The next time a left-wing president gets elected, I'm getting banned off YouTube. Enjoy me while you can. Definitely subscribe.
Just to see how much fraud we could uncover in one afternoon.
Right. Where are we going now?
We're going to a place called Mako Child Care, which actually has another child care registered at the same address called Mini Child Care Center.
So we should see lots of children if there's this child care center, especially if there's two.
The two of them combined are licensed for 120.
And how much money have these child care centers received?
None of those vans had moved in 6 months. None of them. In 2020, one of them received $1.3 million. In 2021, they got $987,000. In 2022, they got $714,000. That's the last I have for that one. And then the other one, $1.604 million in fiscal year 2025. Fiscal year 2024,
damn, bro.
they got about $800,000, and in fiscal year 2023, they got $904,059. This place right here. Yes.
We're outside of it.
Well, this is actually 2 daycares are registered here.
All right.
One of them is Mako, which you see on this sign. The other one is Mini Child Care Center. And between the two of these...
No shot! This is a warehouse. They sell crack here, bro. No way.
Child care centers, they're pulling in about $3 million a year. And there are no children. Every facility that you go to, the windows will be blocked out so you can't see in. There's nobody here. You won't see a single child at any of these facilities.
Bro.
There are indeed no windows. All the windows are blacked out right here. All right, let's go in.
Or maybe they just keep the children in cages. Maybe they're more violent than expected. No, that's too racist. All right, we're not doing that.
No.
And the child care center is locked. Should we ring the doorbell? Try to get in, rang the doorbell. Nobody showed up. They're open 7 days a week, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. it says here on their sign, yet there's absolutely nobody here.
Dude.
And this building here, right here, has generated millions of dollars. And it seems like business isn't even open right now, and it's a weekday. And if this was a daycare center, it wouldn't just be in some industrialized building. There would be maybe like a playground or something outside, or...
There's no play area for the kids.
Because there's no kids. Because it's a scam, and there's no way the government didn't know about it, and they absolutely are complicit. Get out of here. This is crazy.
Where are the kids? Where's anybody? How can there be nobody here? And it's like this every single day. I've never seen a single child here. In 9 years, I've never seen a single child at this building. Right there.
Oh, then now it looks like we already got the Somalis.
The Somalis, they just show up. Someone speaks against the clan. And they just arrive. Oh my god.
Yeah, they're coming. The word's out.
Hello, is this your daycare?
No. Can you tell us why there are no children? Have you ever seen children at this child care center?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Doesn't know if she's ever seen a child here.
Right.
All right, let's go to the next location.
And the fraud only gets more
That's
from
crazy.
here. Make sure you stay till the very end of this video to see exactly how much fraud we find by the time we are done. And before we go to the next location, I want to show you something super interesting about the flags of Minnesota.
If you're in Minnesota, if you take a look at the Minnesota state flag,
It's crazy.
they recently changed it, and it very much so
it looks like
resembles
their
the
Somalia
of
flag.
Somalia.
This is literally conquered territory. This is actually conquered land. All right? Us here in the United States of America, we had a chunk of our country conquered. Conquered by foreign retards because we opened the gate to them. The audacity of using their flag as well as the new Minnesota flag. Holy crap.
And really quick, I want to tell you guys about the sponsor of this video, Opus Clip. What used to just
I don't like Opus Clip.
caption, the sweet deal, subscription only free.
I respect the grind. I respect that he's making his bank. I'm not a fan of Opus Clip. It basically uses AI to supposedly clip your content in good ways, but it just ends up clipping it in not great ways. I've tried it.
How much money has this one generated?
This one, in fiscal year 2025, $1,042,059. In fiscal year 2024, $1,059,078. And in fiscal year 2023, $727,336.
This next one is literally one block away, and this one's also generated.
There's a lot of, well, you see, the reason why there's a lot of child care centers is because the Somalians that we import, they fuck like rabbits. You see, the strategy here is to create a new population of American. That's right, we're trying to outbreed you. Is it not obvious? Also, Somalia is in cahoots with the Muslim Brotherhood. They're close buddies with Qatar. And that's why they're super against the whole Somaliland project to go against the Islamic Jihad bullshit. And then, this is literally part of the plan. It's literally part of the plan to outbreed us here.
$3 million in the past 3 years. Let's see if there's any children. Let's see if any of the buildings are open.
No, I personally believe that there are these children. They're just not in schools.
Here we go. All right, we've arrived to ABC Learning Center. All the windows are blacked out.
Yep.
Let's see if anybody is here.
It's crazy.
This door is locked.
This facility is licensed for
It says, please maintain distance from the door. What does that even mean?
40 children. 0 children. I've come by this place 100 times. I've never seen a child here, ever. The only thing I've ever seen is someone standing outside smoking.
What's crazy about this is that last daycare center is that green building right there. And the
I have
other
that
daycare
luck
center
on
right
you.
now is right here.
Gotta have that luck.
They're literally just all next to each other, all empty. It's a giant parcel of land full of daycare centers that are funded by the government with no kids there in any of these daycare centers, where this money ends up either going to rich Somalians, or to terrorists in Somalia, or to democratic government people. And it's all to steal votes and to scam us. This is crazy. They're literally raping the bounty of our land. I'm not even exaggerating.
These buildings should be operating as they're receiving literally millions of dollars.
I knocked on the door, and to my surprise, somebody actually answered the door.
Hello? Can we speak? I would like to check a child in the daycare. Can I speak to a manager? Where can I get paperwork to file for my son? I wanted to put my son Joey in daycare.
And after a few questions, the lady went silent.
Looks like little Joey Shirley ain't going to daycare here. And now where are we going?
Now we're going to Sweet Angel Child Care.
We're in the middle of a strip mall here inside of this neighborhood.
There's a
In fiscal year 2020.
Who authorizes a child care in the middle of a strip mall? I mean, I know it's a scam and all, but like, oh my God.
25, this facility, which says it's licensed for 74 kids, was paid $1.26 million in tax money. And there are no kids, and all the facilities
Nice.
are the same way, all of them.
Gotta
Let's
watch
see if anyone
though.
opens.
Yeah, let's see.
Once
Oh,
again, I
wow.
tried to find a spot for my son Joey, and they would not open the door.
I want to put my son Joey in daycare. Cause I need a spot to put my son Joey.
Why?
Yes.
Is this your daycare center?
No, what's there? What's happened?
But I just want to put a child in daycare, but all the daycare centers seem to be closed. No one's opening the doors.
You work here?
I was, yeah. What's happening?
Where are the kids?
Yeah?
It says it's licensed for 74 children. Right here, state of Minnesota. Where are the kids? They got paid $1.26 million in fiscal year 2025.
This is so frustrating. It's so frustrating. We can't like deal with our economy and stuff, and now we find that the government is just literally throwing money in the worst possible places. It's the most frustrating thing in the world. It's like the government can't help you at all. At all, obviously they can't help. But you have to be paying them so that they could give money to people that want to kill us. I'm not even exaggerating. I am so mad. This is the most infuriating thing I've ever seen. Dude, these guys shouldn't even be in our country, let alone us falling for these scams and just literally giving away infinite money like this. It's the most frustrating thing in the world. It's like, to put this into perspective, all right, we gave more money to Somali fraud than to Ukraine in their war with Russia, or to Israel in the war with Gaza. Or like all of these gigantic foreign aid projects, which for the record I'm not a fan of. I'm not a fan of foreign aid, but like we gave more to Somali fraud than to any of those. According to Trump's highball estimates, we gave $350 million to Ukraine. Right? No, maybe it was 350 million. Okay, yeah, looked it up. I lied. We gave a lot to Ukraine actually. Holy shit! Apparently we gave 128 billion to Ukraine. Again. 5 times as much as the Somali fraud. 5 times, that's it.
Oh, look at that.
My god, it's still insane. And it's way more than, I didn't realize they gave that much to Ukraine. I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of scary. But realistically, even though I'm not a fan of foreign funds, we did save lives. You know, a lot would argue. And it's crazy that this is happening. It's absolute insanity that we're playing into this game. We're just pissing money down the drain into a community that realistically hates us and wants to take over our country. Not everyone, a lot of them though. Like, a lot of them.
Capacity for 74 children.
When?
Where are the kids? Right here. State of Minnesota website. You work here and you don't know?
I don't know. I was there before. I don't know what's going on.
Were there any kids when you worked here?
It's there. Kids there.
How many?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Yeah.
You work there. Okay, well then you're not of any help.
Can I put my son in a daycare here?
No, I don't know.
Can I speak to someone?
No!
No, I don't know.
No? Yeah, I would like to see if I can put my son Joey here.
Who's your son, Joey?
My son Joey. Can I check out daycare center?
No! I'm the owner.
Do you put your kid here in this daycare?
No.
There is one child in there. Yeah, I'd like to know if this is a legit business.
Me, I'm scared of you too. How come I explain everything?
You're scared of me?
Yeah.
Why?
Because of your curry.
Oh my god! These are the people trying to ruin our lives because of Islamophobia or whatever and racism. I'm scared of you because of your color.
Because of my color. You said you're scared of me because of my color. Does that make you a racist?
Yeah, no.
But you said
No.
you're scared.
Racist is the only weapon we use when you are rightfully fearful of us. That's right. When Somali man rapes little girls and you hate that Somali man, that's racist. Okay? That's racist. But when I get asked about committing billions in fraud, that's not racist. When I'm scared of men to expose them.
Because of my color.
I'm not saying you're racist.
You said you're scared of me because of my color. That makes you a racist. So right now, they're all getting mad because he's shown the paperwork of this business being registered as a business. 74 children, no children. We saw one child when the lady opened up the door. So now they're all getting mad.
What was this money spent on? 1.26 million. What was that money spent on?
Ask the kids.
Well, then why are you talking for the owner if you're telling me to talk to the owner?
I'm sorry. I'm not understand what you're talking about.
Do you have a
Holy
child?
shit, the Somali Karens are a whole new breed.
Here?
No.
Does anybody?
No.
Where are the 74 kids? Did you lose them? Did you lose these kids? Do I need to call someone? Do I need to issue an Amber Alert for missing children? Are these children missing? It's not my business the children are missing.
Bro, they summoned the kid out of the ether. Don't worry, we have kid right here. He fat one too. He ate all your food. Holy shit, that's crazy. Oh my god.
24 infants and toddlers, preschool.
The proof's right there. There's no children anywhere.
There's millions.
Alright, I think we're moving on to the next location. Have a good day.
As we continue to show
God,
the
that's
blatant
terrifying.
fraud that was taking place here in Minnesota, Somalis started following us around the city.
And now we're being followed by the Somalis. This is another daycare center, absolutely no signage, and there's no footprints in the snow of children playing outside. $5 million within the past
5.9 million in 2 years. 5.9 million they received in 2 years. That facility right there.
And now we have a group of Somalis telling us in our vehicle right now from...
This is crazy, dude. This is absolute insanity. Absolute insanity. Oh my God. We need to get Tim Walz sitting there in Congress reacting to this entire video. All right?
This daycare center, we headed over to the infamous Quality Learning Center, which actually spells Quality
Leering Center. I've seen this one, man.
Leering Center on the outside of their sign. That's how blatant this fraud is here at this daycare.
Don't open up!
So this is Quality Leering Center. I meant to say Quality Learning Center.
Don't open
They
up!
said they spelt learning wrong.
They're being literally followed around by Somalis screaming at different empty houses not to open the door for them.
Open up!
How do you have ice here, ma'am?
Right, never mind. Never mind. You also have white liberal Karens. The true downfall of America.
Literally a YouTuber.
Don't open up!
Ma'am, what do you think about the fraud that's taking place here in Minnesota?
Don't open up! We have ice!
And what do you think about this place being licensed for 99 children
Don't open up!
and getting $4 million over the
Open up! It's ice!
$4 million in the last 2 years?
Go away!
What do you think about that? Are you in
Go
favor?
away!
Are you in favor of that?
Go away!
You know where
You're
the-
not welcome here!
Are you-
Shame on you!
Are you in favor of...
This is literally, this video is cinema. This video is absolute cinema. It's amazing. It's everything I could have hoped for. This is beautiful.
Oh, by the way, my dad's making
You
dinner,
get the
so
liberal white
gonna-
woman Karen
don't-
screaming shame
don't
on
think
you
of
for like
leaving.
literally nothing.
We're doing dinner.
It's amazing. It's perfect.
1.9 million...
For the record, this is the retard that votes for these retards to rape and pillage our land. Just so you understand the actual cycle of retards.
Dollars going illegally, fraudulently to this business that has Quality Learning Center but can't even spell learning right on the door.
Don't open up!
Ma'am, we are not ICE.
I don't care who you are, you don't belong here.
I belong here just like you belong here.
You don't belong here. You know who does belong here? The Somalis that invaded our country illegally and are stealing our money. They belong here.
Don't open up! It's ice!
You do realize that there's supposed to be 99 children in here at this building, but there's
He's trying to reason with a white liberal Karen. This is crazy.
no one here. This is a child daycare center.
99 children. Paid $1.9 million this year in CCAP funding. Do you know where the children are? Were they kidnapped? They run away? Where are the children? This is state of Minnesota.
Bro, this lady's
Right
like,
here.
is she realizing? Is it getting? No, it's not.
Who are you?
My name's Nick Shirley, ma'am.
And who are you with?
Nick Shirley. Nick Shirley on YouTube.
Yeah, so who are you with here?
Oh, he's just been doing some research investigating the fraud that's taking place here in Minnesota.
Yeah, I'm with Nick Shirley.
This lady, she's calling us ICE. We're just trying to put law and order back in the streets of the United States. Get rid of all the fraud. Have you ever seen children at that daycare center right there?
Where?
Yeah, it's right there. It says the child, you've never seen daycare.
I haven't seen anybody in there.
We're gonna educate you on something. So what do you think about this daycare center? They spelt learning wrong. They've received over $1.9 million this year alone, and they're supposed to have 99 children here.
I don't see it.
99 children.
Have you ever seen any children here?
None. None at all. None.
This year they got 1.9 million. Last year they got 1.5 million of your tax money for 99 children. We just want to know, where are the kids?
Right.
Where are the children?
I don't see them. I've been here since 2017. I haven't seen anybody like
Never
that here.
seen a child here.
No, not at all.
And so you've
8
never
years.
seen a child here for 8 years?
Nope, not at all.
And how does that make you
Damn.
feel knowing that this place is receiving
Disgusting.
$1.9 million?
Disgusting. I mean, what the hell? They stealing the money. That's a federal grant too. That's, you know, if they get caught for that, it's a federal offense. I know. I studied law.
And do you think Tim Walz should go to jail for all the fraud that he's enabled here in his state?
That's him doing this? Well, heck yeah. He's got to be held accountable for this. I mean, there's no rhyme or reason what's going on.
This is a guy, this is your average guy. You know, he's living in these cities. He has no idea what's taking place because he's not, you know, autistically online like I am. And he doesn't know because maybe he gets his news from CNN, who literally didn't even cover this.
Yeah, it's simple. It's nothing there. Spark.
For the record, this should not be a partisan issue. The left is turning this into like a race issue. All right, this is not a race issue. And every time the left tries to turn this into a right-wing versus left-wing debate, they lose. They have no chance.
And look, they even spelled learning wrong on their sign for a place that's supposed to be educating children.
That's crazy. I mean, who runs it? Who supposedly runs it?
Somalians.
Oh my God.
He's like,
Holy
racism,
yeah,
man.
it's just, I've never seen nobody here at all.
So how long have you been living here?
Since 2017.
You've never seen a single child walk in that building?
No, not at all.
So this daycare center is literally just a place to traffic money. $1.9 million just this year alone. And this guy's been living here for 8 years and has never seen a single child walk through those doors. There's no windows either.
No.
And the only window they do have, the door, is blacked out.
Yep, I see that. I've never seen anybody go in there.
Within just a few hours, we nearly approached $20 million in fraud, and we headed over to George Floyd's neighborhood to expose more of the fraud taking place.
This place is called Future Leaders Early Learning Center, and it's licensed for 90 children. And in fiscal year 2025, they received $3.6 million. In fiscal year 20...
Every time I see like the Black Lives Matter fist with like a George Floyd type of shrine, I'm reminded that this is literally just a methodology that they use to control us. That's literally it. That is literally the entire thing. It's all just a giant methodology to control us through labeling us as bad guys. You know, immoral people. Dude, it's crazy how they flip morals on their head like that. It's like, yeah, I don't actually want to get raped by a 67 IQ retard that we imported from a country of dumb fucks. And they hit you with all the racism allegations, you know? But then they'll turn around and they'll abort children. They'll literally murder fetuses. They'll murder babies. And that's totally fine and moral. And I'm supposed to get my moral cues from these retards. And they stick that, you know, the Black Lives Matter hand in the air. It's like, we have subjugated you. We have completely taken over your life.
2024, they received $3 million. So in 2 years, they got $6.67 million, claiming they have 90 children every day of the week, 5 days a week.
I mean,
So let's
these
find
people
out.
are making just about more money than NBA athletes.
And we don't even know if they're paying taxes, but we don't know where this money is going. Is it going to terrorism? Where is it going? But it's theft, it's fraud.
Yeah, obviously.
And the reason I'm involved is I want it to stop. I care about Minnesota. I'm doing this for the people of Minnesota. I don't make a dime of all this time I've spent on this. I put my life at risk several times, but I'm determined to see this through and to correct what is wrong, what is evil.
Here at Future Leaders Early Learning Center, this building received over $3 million. Hello, how are you? I would like to see if I could bring little Joey.
She seems nice.
My son, little Joey here. Is there paperwork or can I check out the daycare? No?
No!
Why can't I check out the daycare?
Martin's not here.
Okay, but if I can't get paperwork or anything to submit my son, little Joey, to come in here to daycare? We'd really like to put Joey in this daycare. We've heard great things.
Dude, is it just me or does her face look really bruised? It looks like her husband is instituting the slightly less talked about parts of Sharia law in their household.
Business card?
No, I would like your business card, actually.
You talk to your manager.
Okay, can I speak with somebody?
No.
Where are the children at? Are there children here today?
No.
No children.
No children. Not
Why
just
are
today.
there no children?
Two of next coming.
Would my son, little Joey, have friends to play with here?
No.
No. No friends for little Joey. Dang it.
No,
Well,
they
have
hate
a
white
good rest of your
people
day.
here.
So, little Joey would not be accepted to that daycare.
Joey's still homeless.
Joey's still looking for daycare.
And because little Joey couldn't get into a daycare, we went to an autism center, as they have been popping up
Right, little Joey's also autistic, so, bro, he's perfect.
everywhere as a rise of autism has occurred here in Minnesota. because of the government funds that they're receiving.
In defense of the government, you know, when you talk to someone whose IQ is sub 70, again, this isn't me being racist, I'm just being real. But when you're talking to someone with a sub 70 IQ, they might sound like they're autistic. All right, so out of all the scams, all right, never mind.
Tried to check my son Joey into an autism center.
We've been going to a lot of these daycare centers. We're trying to find a spot for our little boy Joey, but we thought maybe we could check him in the autism center because none of the daycare centers are open. Yeah, and how many kids do you guys have at this autism center?
I can't give you a number now.
Bro,
Like more than 5?
Probably more than 5, probably.
Really no? What do you guys think about like the fraud that's been labeled on the autism centers here? What do you guys do think about the fraud, or how come the autism centers are popping up?
I can't answer.
What news are you a news reporter?
My name's Nick. We're doing a little documentary trying to find little Joey a spot to put himself in one of these centers here because there's.
So are you asking us about
the fraud? Yeah, because we want to make sure we're going to legit business if we're going to bring our little boy Joey here.
That seems reasonable.
This is not a Joey spot. Yeah.
Nah, not for Joey. Not for Joey.
But that's our number on the other bill. But this is we can't let you guys in. So.
Okay. Thank you. So once again, little Joey, he can't even go to daycare, and now they won't even accept him if he has autism.
And again, no kids. Couldn't tell you how many kids they serve.
After being able to provide no evidence of them actually being an autism center in a place where a child could go, they shut the...
I'm telling you, man, this is going to be countrywide. This is not going to be limited to Minnesota. I can't wait until we start digging into California. It's going to just get worse. Bro, every single person in California has a therapist. You're telling me that the illegal aliens that all have therapists that are probably being funded by the government is not part of some scam? Like, get out of here.
The door, and we headed to the next fraudulent daycare center that was just around the corner.
We're on to the next location.
This is terrifying, that they're all so close, on top of everything.
We're still trying to find little Joey a place to go to get some daycare.
So where we're going now is a place called Super Kids Daycare Center. Interestingly, this daycare center was shut down when it was called Creative Minds Daycare, and it had received $2.45 million this fiscal year 2025. They had to shut down because there were so many violations, and they went and they just reopened it under a new license.
They changed the name. And the fraud continued.
And they renamed the center Super Kids Daycare Center, LLC.
So they got shut down, then started another one.
Literally the next day.
Creative Minds Daycare, $2.45 million got sent to this daycare center. We have empty parking lot. We do have a bus here. This is different. We'll see if we see anybody.
I knocked on the door. Absolutely nobody was inside, and once again, no children could be heard anywhere.
So David, once again, another child daycare center. We have a bus out here. No one's inside.
This is
licensed
wild,
for over 50 kids. No children anywhere, but yet millions of dollars every single year.
So the sign says Creative Minds Daycare. They got in so much trouble, they had so many violations that they had to shut down, and they reopened the next day under Super Kids Daycare Center. You see 3801 Portland, 3801 Portland, which is where we are.
So that's fraud, right?
It's almost like, dude, I've said this before, I'll say it again. Either the government is part of this, is part of the scam, or they were fooled by 67 IQ retards. Either way, it doesn't look so good. I don't know, man. This is like the most obvious scam on the planet. They have daycare centers, like 4 of them on every block. They just keep flipping around their names and taking in millions and millions. There is no world. Like, I mean, I always wondered to myself what a 67 IQ scam looked like. This is what it looks like. This is what a 67 IQ scam looks like.
They're alone.
Millions and millions of dollars, and again, the kids are missing. Where are the kids?
For those of you that don't get the reference, the average IQ in Somalia is 67. I'm not even kidding. You can look it up.
You'd think if they had the same address, that whoever's inside or working at the Capitol here inside of Minnesota would just say, oh, maybe that's a red flag.
They just write the check. Human Services, they got to clean out the whole bunch. They're the ones who enabled this fraud. How can you not look and say,
it's insane to think a YouTuber is exposing the worst foreign fraud ring our country has ever seen.
It's not even like just ass kissing. It's everything. It's ass kissing and also simultaneously putting in the fucking work. Okay? Sometimes you just gotta crack your knuckles, roll up your sleeves, and get to town on Dick Suck Mountain. Okay? That's it. That's what a job feels like to me. Okay? The reality of the matter is sometimes people don't actually put in the work. You know? They don't put their hair in a ponytail. They don't crack the knuckles. They just get elevated to the top. And when someone does that, all the other people look at that. Yes, I mean a real job. All the other people that are at varying different levels on, you know, Dick Suck Mountain, they're gonna look up and be like, how the f you get there? You weren't with us. You were not here with us at the bottom. You were not here with us in the middle. You went straight to the top, and that creates a lot of resentment. And also, not only does it create a lot of resentment from others, but also you didn't even do any of the work. You didn't even do any of the necessary work. So now you're inexperienced sitting at the top. I asked because I'm genuinely curious, not to be a facetious asshole, but what kind of jobs have you worked pre-content creation? My climb on Dick Suck Mountain started at advertisement sales, my friend, where you do it both literally and figuratively. Awful. Anyone who's ever worked in sales will tell you it's the fucking shittiest thing. And it rewards people who are sociopaths. It sucks.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This is level 99 rage bait. You cannot convince me this man's entire existence isn't to rage bait me. Hassan, stop acting like you've ever had to work a day in your life, bro. You were given your entire career from your uncle, Chunk Yogurt, vanilla chocolate flavored yogurt from the Young Turks, right? And then Destiny boosted you on Twitch as well, gave you your entire career. Pretty much any YouTuber or streamer or content creator in general will tell you that the hardest part about making it online is the initial phase. Because to go from 0 to 1 view is like the hardest thing ever. And we're not talking fucking shorts, okay? Whatever. You can get views on shorts or whatever. Long form views is the hardest thing ever. Me, myself, I had to post like 10 months straight of like daily videos, and I could barely cross like 10 views or something like that, right? It took an insane amount of effort to get that initial push because nobody knows who you are. The algorithm doesn't know who you are. Your videos are never gonna get pushed. You need to somehow inch your way in there. And people like me, we didn't get a shout out from anyone. Nothing. Meanwhile, Hassan just gets fucking put on there by his uncle who already has this thing, by Destiny who already has an audience, and it's a million times easier. And he's talking. Just shut the fuck up, man. Right, so the job he's talking about is working in advertising sales. Now, I would give a little bit of a caution here, Hassan. I don't know why I always help my haters, but that's like a tendency I have to always give good advice to everybody. You probably don't want to reveal too much info about this, Hassan, because you know the internet detectives have already proved that you didn't actually grow up broke, right? When you tried to sell that rags to riches story, nobody actually bought that. So now you're just sort of giving them more info to work with and to piece together your entire life story, right? So I don't know, I'm very skeptical about this advertising sales job and like how long he exactly worked, why he specifically worked. Was he actually working for money, or was he just sort of getting by while something else was going on? I don't know. I personally would love to know the exact company that he worked at, and I wonder if this is in any way involved with the Young Turks. In that case, it doesn't fucking count at all. But yeah, we'll see if he actually decides to give any info about this, or he's just gonna sit on his high horse being like, I worked the real job. But streaming is still more draining than a 9 to 5. Never forget that.
Yes, a real job can be gruesome. A real job can make you very tired. But a real job doesn't suck the soul out of you. You know what I mean? In the same way that 9 hours of streaming absolutely will.
Also, I don't know if you guys have noticed this in the last few videos, but Hassan is obsessed with talking about schlong sucking. He is a professional, bro. A glizzy gladiator of the ages. If you put this man in a Roman Colosseum, he would not fight. He would simply suck some schlong, bro. Rank #1 sucker. And at a certain point, you have to ask, why is he actually doing this? And I feel like he knows that one person will be reacting to his clips, that being Asmongold. And at this point, this seems like an advertisement, man. It seems like an advertisement for Asmongold saying that, hey, I'm actually a very good schlong sucker. Here's my invitation to you. Dan Clancy will not be pleased. You can say a lot about Hassan, but he is not lazy and one of the most prolific streamers. You have a type, you forgot Chairs. It's a pretty prolific streamer and has held up his a-hole for years. Live Hassan reaction. Listen, I will say that Hassan does get on stream for 10 hours a day, and you know, he might be having miserable crash outs and being a horrible person. I will say he's dedicated to being a fucking demon on the internet. He's never worked a real job. Every single position he's had was handed to him by his uncle, and he spent the last decade crying about living in a mansion and not having fast enough internet. Think before you sleep goes, my real sales job that my rich uncle gave to me. Is this actually true? Like, did he straight, like, is this a job at the Young Turks or like something that Mr. Chunk gave to him? Because I would not be surprised. Crack your knuckles and roll up your sleeves. That's what a job feels like to me. Confirmed, he's never worked a day in his dog torturing life. It's a very hard job. Shocking Kaya. All day, every day. It's very hard. You have to keep pressing the button. You can get carpal tunnel from your fingers. Sometimes you just need a rich and famous uncle to build a platform for you to sprint up to it, kick him off, and scream F Israel from. Then watch the bank account fill. Bro, you just yap at the computer all day. The spoiled regard knows nothing about real work. What are you talking about? He reads tweets. He reads tweets, guys. Listen, I know I have the same job, you know, being like an influencer or whatever, but I've never claimed my job is hard. In fact, I routinely say this is the easiest job in the world. Literally the best dream job anyone can have. Only Hassan Piker would ever complain about it. Santa Piker can't stop giving us these amazing presents. He was my Christmas gift, man, honestly. Thank you so much, Hassan. Wow. Moving on to Hassan calling out Moist Critical again, along with SwapTubers, aka me. This guy he's doing spins on it at this point. And to be honest, I can understand calling out me. I've made a ton of videos on him. I deserve it. I will not be mad at you. Now, I will be mad at you implying that I'm a PDF file based on no evidence, obviously. But, you know, you can call me out. That's totally fair. But why Moist? What is your actual problem? He made one video about you tasering your dog and lying about it, and suddenly you treat him like the Mossad, bro. Like, how many times have you mentioned him? Like, holy shit. Hassan says Moist Critical and SlopTubers are scared to call out Asmongold. Denies his own audience going after people. I, unlike Asmon, actively tell my chat to never go after people.
He's cultivated a very die-hard fan base. And he's also not shy about weaponizing his fan base against any of his critics. So when you have a lot of people in your fan base that are a part of all these other fan bases as well, whether it be, you know, Moist Critical's fan base, or whether it be all the SlopTubers and centrists and their fan bases as well, they're not going to go after him. Okay, they're not going to go after him. One, because they don't want to offend Asmongold fans in their audience, right? They've spent years and years cultivating a somewhat apolitical audience, and a lot of these apolitical people will lean in that direction, okay? And when you actually do call out his hypocrisy, or if you do call out his commentary, if you find it to be dangerous, for example, if you find it to be silly or dangerous or whatever, and you actually, you know, do the Hassan Abi technique on Asmongold for once.
Whoa, pause. The Hasanabi technique on Asmongold? Hello, pause? He's actually just talking about the bedroom. I'm sorry. If you talk about the Hasanabi special on Asmongold, and he was just talking about schlong sucking and dick riding and stuff, so I don't know, man. I don't know. I feel like you're trying to advertise yourself to Asmongold. I don't think he's gay, man. I don't think he's interested in you. No matter how much you try to advertise your special moves or whatever. What do you think the Hasanabi technique is in the bedroom? Oh my god, bro. You need to stop. I mean, at this rate, you're gonna get banned on Twitch, Hassan. Like, Dan Clancy is not gonna like you simping for another guy. Also, for the last time, you insufferable moron, the reason people go after you rather than Asmon is because you're way more extreme, dude. And if Asmon one day turns into a bigger regard than Hassan, or has as extreme idiotic takes, then I assure you, I will be the first one to make a video on him. Nobody's afraid of the guy. Maybe like Casey Tron, she has like no emotion and she fucking plays victim, whatever. And to be honest, I feel like I'm pretty fair in the grand scheme of things. Like when XQC was criticizing him for his unhinged chat, I literally said too, like, yeah, he can get pretty extreme at times, and his chat is particularly unhinged sometimes, straight up racist and sexist in some particular cases. I don't know if they actually mean it or they're joking around, but it's definitely off-putting to new people who come in and they're like, okay, what the fuck is going on in this chat? Now, it's nowhere near as bad as Hassan, obviously, but I still feel like Asmon could do a better job at moderating that, right? And I've criticized Asmon for that. And the thing is, I've actually criticized him a lot unknowingly as well. Some of you may not know this, but Asbin actually reacted to one of my videos. Basically, a part of it, I was making fun of iDubbbz and Anissa, and I was basically, you know, giving my usual spiel of talking about how pathetic it is for guys to have OnlyFans girlfriends, or these hoe-type e-girl girlfriends, which I still stand by. I think it's fucking pathetic. And basically what ended up happening was that his chat sort of called him out saying, caught, as if I was talking about him. Now, I was actually talking about iDubbbz. I had no idea about Asbin or anything. Apparently, he might have had some, like, e-girlfriend or dated someone in the past who did those sort of things. But yeah, he sort of felt called out, or he didn't entirely agree. But who actually cares? You're allowed to have disagreements or whatever. I don't really care about if someone is like offended or whatever. I sort of try to tell what I think are good values or good advice, because I know a lot of young people can be watching as well. So I try to guide them down the right path, because, you know, when I was watching a bunch of YouTubers, I was influenced by them as well. And it's not just Asbin, even Tectone, unknowingly, I guess I somehow called them out or whatever, but they're not going to be like fucking crying like Hassan here. They actually respect it, and even, you know, they can admit to their own mistakes or something like that.
Hey,
something
everybody.
Hassan
Be right
can never
back.
do. And, you know, if anybody ever calls me out for something I'm doing, you know, if it's valid, if it's logical, I'll obviously take that into account. But not someone like Hassan is fucking making up shit, obviously. Also, the implication is that the reason we don't criticize Asmongold is because we're afraid to, not that Hassan's an absolute fucking regard. So yeah, no, if he does something wrong, he will be criticized. We're pretty consistent with that. You just happen to be much more stupider and much more entertaining for content in general, right? And the thing is, he was also implying that Moist is afraid of Asmongold. Now, I would understand me, you know, because I'm a little smaller or whatever, which I still don't care anyways, by the way. I've criticized fucking Mr. Beast, bro. Mr. Beast is in my DMs, dog. Like, it doesn't get worse than that. It doesn't get worse than that. But anyways, Moist, why would he be scared? Have you seen his fucking sub count, bro? Like, what are you talking about? Also, let me spill the beans here. The real reason why Moist Critical does not criticize Asmongold. He didn't shock his dog, you fucking moron. Bro, this guy is so annoying. Even Moist fell in the background. He's just tired of this shit. He's like, God damn, I can't handle this. Right, so then Hassan tries to argue that he's actually very kind to people. He's very kind to his haters.
Then you end up putting your flag in the sand. You say, I'm against this. And he will go after you. He will punish you for saying that, as he has over and over again. And people just don't want that. People don't want to be attacked by Asmongold's audience. Asmon is incredibly consistent on his views. They just don't fit in a neat box. There's more nuance to it. He supported the Israel stance in regards to Palestine, doesn't support Israel in regards to control over the American government. I think it's interesting how you give Asmon and everyone so much grace, and then people come in here and won't give you an inch. All the bad faith showcased on a regular basis is astounding. Principles matter. That is a principle that I have. And although I have weak moments where I say enough is enough and I yell and whatever the fuck, right? Principles matter. That's why I yell at my chat when they constantly fucking, that's why I yell at my chat when they say, oh, why are you being so kind to these people? You should be fucking really giving it to them. And I say, no, that's not how I operate. I argue with my community all the time on what the best practices are.
Hassan, you ignoramus moron. You implied that I'm a PDF file within 30 seconds of mentioning me, based on literally nothing but a random fucking chatter who apparently has some weird grudge against me. Apparently they made that previous comment in the previous video about me as well. So no, I don't think you're actually very nice.
More Pegasus is pro Epstein? Oh, hell yeah. That's great.
You call Tectone, Nux, and Asbin all this heinous shit, from grapists to PDF files. You call Ethan's wife a valid military target. If that is you being nice, then what is you not being nice? I don't know, posting people's addresses online? Oh wait, doxing people? Okay, wait, never mind. Oh wait, advocating murder? Oh wait, never mind. He's done all of that, guys.
You would kill Rick Scott.
Like, at this point, this guy's reached a new level of delusion. He's trying to say that he's so nice, and he dials back his community. I mean, I guess technically true if your community is filled with a bunch of terrorist people who want to, like, kill a bunch of people. Yes, you dialed them back, Hassan. Congrats. Should we be thanking you for that? Saying he's nice, bro. Get off the clavicular. People responded rent-free, bro, every time. Being a shameless liar is profitable. Maybe it's because they aren't a political channel. I know, right? Wow, Moist didn't call out Asbin. Wow. Didn't he say you could find Asbin's address and make him uncomfortable? Dude is the most rabid audience on the internet and says this. Bro, people literally just don't want to criticize you because they get death threats in the DMs. Hassan going after Moist is a new freaking low. The guy's so cloud obsessed, he's begging in the back of his mind for a response. actually brain dead human being. Like at this point, he's mentioned him so many times, he definitely like sort of wants a response, but I don't know why you would want that. Like there is nothing positive that is coming from Moist making a video on you. In fact, it will just destroy your reputation even more. Unless you think you can actually win the fight, which you're not fucking doing. Delusion, thy name is Hassan. Moving on to that Fortnite guy and the rival of Ninja back in the day, Myth, roast Hassan for asking a question. Now, I swear he was like a Hassan Glazer at one point. Maybe I got that wrong, I don't know.
Does anyone have the Discord bubbles?
What the hell does that even mean?
Hassan, shut up and shock your dog.
You go to a website
You have the Discord bubbles.
Like bubbles that you can put in your OBS.
Does anybody here have the Discord bubbles? Bro, it's, the way Hassan talks sometimes makes me fucking crack up, bro. I literally can't lie, bro. It's so funny sometimes, dude. I wish I could do his voice so I could talk like him.
Advanced Discord shit right here. I don't know what's going on.
Does anybody have the Discord bubbles? Is that? Does anybody have the Discord bubbles, dude?
I guess Unk doesn't know the newfangled Discord technology, I guess. By the way, if you're wondering why nobody actually responded, I don't think Myth is actually in the call. He might be either muted or like watching the stream or something. But yeah, this is a welcome change. I don't know, the dog shocking saga is just converting a lot of people, it seems. Or maybe he's just cracking a one-off joke anyways. If this one was approved beforehand, though, I don't think so, though. It wasn't a QT Cinderella situation where you need to check the jokes beforehand, and then you still get offended over the jokes, and then you were happy that nobody laughed at the jokes that you wrote for QT. Like, what a crazy story, by the way. Well, didn't you know he played with AOC? How dare you? I'm gonna make a Kirk joke, guys. Now, speaking of Kaya, Merry Xmas F Israel. Oh, brother. Okay, we got Christmas from my son, and he's holding Kaya here. By the way, is it just me, or does he look super old, bro? He looks like 55 here. Oh, brother. Bro is aging like milk. What is this? Fit dog. Oh, is this like all the previous Christmases with all his previous dogs as well? Now, one thing I noticed is that Kaya is particularly shocked. Wow, you gave her the gift of not electrocuting her for a whole day. Your generosity knows no bounds. I don't know, she looked pretty shocked to me. Hope you gave your dog a day off. Are you wearing Israeli not shoes, you piece of shit? The dogs look frightened in every photo, Lamau. You can drop the act and free your dog from your abuse. Why does the dog look sad? Oh my god, what? This close-up is crazy. She looks like she's crying, bro. Mine. From the kennel to the tree, Hassan's dog will be free. You covered the shock collar with the Santa. No, we're not doing this again, guys. We need the debunker on this. Every single dog you're holding absolutely hates you. Ooh. Moving on to CNN's article on Hassan, another puff piece to add to the collection. CNN dropped a brief profile on Hassan Piker. Hassan wants to stream less in 2026. I think people are very fed up with the lack of change from either major party, and I think it's causing them to look for alternatives. What I do is basically AM radio, but for Zoomers. The 34-year-old, 3 million follower flips between a dizzying number of tabs. Did he mention that all these tabs are Twitter? Every single one of them is twitter.com and some unhinged lunatic raving? Offering political commentary on the day's news to an audience mostly of young men. I thought it was mostly young women, no? I don't know. Did his audience like start to change? When he's not sounding off on the culture or offering dating advice, he's tearing into right-wing figures or the policies of the Trump administration. He's also 6'4" and oh, brother! In an era where the political right is fixated on hyper-masculine attributes. I'm sorry. Why does every article insist on glazing this man like crazy? I just don't understand, bro. Who is paying for these articles? And also, Hassan does not embody any of the actual valuable masculine values. So like this thing that, oh wow, he's this lefty influence at a MAGA body, whatever. Like, what the fuck are you on about? This year, these credentials made Piker a subject of political and media fascination. Democratic operatives repeatedly courted him. What a weird choice of words. Journalists covered him at length. Strategists and pundits looked to him to understand how liberals might win over young men, a demographic that broke sharply for the GOP in 2024. With some attributed to bro podcasters and streamers like Joe Rogan palling around with Trump. As Democrats set to find a Joe Rogan of the left, Piker, with his cutting jaw, oh my god, cutting jawline, serious protein intake, and empathy for immigrants and trans people came up again and again. Taylor Lorenz, are you behind this again? I'm sorry, bro. What is this? What goon or TikToker is writing this shit? Serious protein intake? What the fuck? You mean like every gym bro on planet Earth or anyone with a healthy diet? Like what? Dude. Also, what is this shit about empathy for immigrants and trans people? Did you see how he reacted to that Vietnamese refugee?
Yo, fuck this refugee, okay? Seriously. Fuck this South Vietnamese motherfucking whatever. Like, why don't you go back and live in fucking South Vietnam in the same conditions?
Never ask Hassan his opinions on trans people. Worst mistake of my life.
My issue as a trans person is the fact that you, a guy that isn't super well versed on trans shit, brought on a known transphobe knowing he might bring up transphobic shit. You aren't exactly a Vosh at trans debates. I hope that the rest of your life is as horrible as it is every single day, okay? There you go. Suck my dick. I despise you. I despise you more than anything else on the planet. You are fucking cancer, okay? You are cancer in this community, and you're cancer in every community.
Empathy for immigrants and trans. Don't forget his love and compassion for animals. Serious protein intake, the frick, and we got Sisson, another loser. It will never not be funny that Joe Rogan is a Joe Rogan of the left. His audience is mostly women, what the frick? I mean, judging by his thirst trap TikToks, maybe it's a bunch of gay men, I don't know, who want to like goon to him. You know, guys, cool when CNN says he's cool. Journalist is equal to wealthy, sheltered activist as per usual. Sick, wealthy singing class, typical BS puffies for Hamas Diddy Mao Pika. I mean, I don't know which journalist wrote that article, but all of them are pathetic. Hassan listed talking with Joe Rogan about girls as a top 10 coolest moment of his life. 2 hours is a whole lot of bro tips. I wonder what Joe learned about Hassan in that time. Got to talk to Joe Rogan. DMT, weed, psychedelic state of media, and girls for 2 hours for after his show at the Improv last night. Top 10 coolest moments of my life. Interesting, Hassan. You're a big fan. Moving on to Hassan talking about his anti-Semitism power level. You know, interesting choice of words there. Hassan says Ethan is not scared at all by the harassment from Piker's audience. People baby this dude.
At least Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens are open about their anti-Semitism, whereas I guess don't do a good enough job of like openly revealing my power level of anti-Semitism as opposed to these guys. Or maybe there's a secret third option here, which is that I'm not fucking anti-Semitic, dumbass. That's what's so crazy, especially because like, brother, anti-Semitism is popping right now. Trust me. It's like when people accuse me of being transphobic. It's like, dog, if I was transphobic, I'd just be transphobic. It would be beneficial for my fucking career to be openly and outwardly transphobic. Same with being anti-Semitic at this point. Like running around and being like Jew, like the Alex Jones video is unironically what people are demanding. That is a market demand at this point.
Clip it and ship it, boys. We got him. Jews, huh? Sound interesting. No, but honestly, the market demand is fueled by you, dude. You made it popular. You keep targeting innocent Jews who have nothing to do with this situation, right? And you go like, oh yes, we all hate Israel, therefore justified. Like, that's essentially your logic there. You target Ethan and his wife, who are supposed to be on your side, and they're completely innocent in the situation, and just because they didn't like your terrorist collab, you go absolutely psycho on them. Then he says the most profound statement: Twitch is right-wing.
With the many years of advocacy against Israel, if I was overtly anti-Semitic, like actually anti-Semitic in the way that these guys claim I am, I'd have 200,000 live concurrent viewers right now. I probably wouldn't be on Twitch. Actually, I don't know. I feel like Twitch is also trying to lean into like the right-wing shit.
I'm sorry, Grandpa. Take your fucking meds. Twitch is right-wing? What are you smoking, man? How do you come to the... I mean, you have to be a world champion in playing victim to come to that conclusion. Did Dan Clancy not jack you off today or something? I genuinely don't understand. Did he not give you your 10,000 viewer boost today? I mean, Twitch is so far up your ass, it's basically a colonoscopy. Right, so then he calls out Ethan saying that nobody likes him. Okay, Mr. Diddles.
People just don't like you. Like, that's not anti-Semitism, you know? They just don't like you, you know? I don't like you, but that's not... You can't just, like, keep calling that this grand anti-Semitic conspiracy. Jew here, I respect people who hit the Nazi salute in front of me and call me gross and spit on my face for being Jewish, and I really don't like people who say genocide is bad. Yeah, I mean, that's the argument. How much of this do you think comes down to him being rattled by the abuse his family has gone through due to online shitters? Nah, that's fucking absurd. That is 1 quintillion% max copium, okay? There are plenty of things I do not reveal about my private affairs or the things that I go through in the backdrop that I promise you I don't like to make content out of, but like has not changed my worldview as dramatically as Ethan Klein has spent his past 2 years actively hounding people, actively fucking hounding people that were daring to call out Israel committing a genocide. No. This is his entire content. His entire content is just like bullying people.
Yeah, of course, as opposed to Hassan, whose content is glazing terrorists, right? You win, you know? You're the morally superior man. Honestly, I'm finally understand why Hassan chooses to stream specifically and not make YouTube videos, because this is legitimately his content, over-explaining and crashing out at his chat, right? And you can't really do this on YouTube. Like, sure, you can pull up some YouTube comments now and then and, you know, react to them as well, but it's not very efficient. Meanwhile, if you're streaming, you have this unlimited supply, this live feedback of ultimate rage bait. And I feel like Hassan's stream would essentially be 10 minutes long if it wasn't for this constant random shit being fed to him by his chat, whether it be news stories, whether it be blatantly false information about his enemies, or just random bullshit to trigger him. I mean, at least I'm glad that recently there's been less of an echo chamber. There's more and more of his subscribers and his members basically turning on him, and I'd say it's less of a cult now. So maybe, just maybe, the series actually does have an impact, and we're turning even the most brain-dead Hassan fans and regenerating some of their brain cells. They do say the legendary series works miracles, and here's proof. Bro's so used to pretending to know everything, he gaslit himself into thinking he's Professor X reading minds. As an expert on Ethan and his mind, I can assure you that our harassment has no effect on his mental health or well-being. Release the unredacted Hassan files. Oh, Kaya. Can't he be a political commentator without needing to fantasize about Ethan Klein and Asmongold? Yeah, today was particularly interesting. Bro was actually gunning for Asmongold. He even told him about his special move. Now click this video for some sweet-ass Christmas tunes, Christmas songs. Just kidding, you're probably gonna have to find those yourself. But thanks for watching anyways. Bye-bye. Again, reminder, rich dad, landlord mom, multi-millionaire uncle, horse rider.
Two, one.
What the f? 2025 is almost over, so I figured I'd close out. Makes experiment even better. I'll be taking 21, Mark will be taking 3. You're probably wondering, Houston, why are you taking 21 shots? What's the whole point? Years ago, I had a blackjack app sponsor, and I thought the only way I could promote it was getting shot 21 times with rubber paintballs. It became a pretty viral video, kind of became a thing that we do every once in a while. We did it last with sniper paintballs. I think this is the most painful iteration.
The last iteration?
Probably the last. I don't know how we could expand on it from here, because I'm pretty scared of this thing, and getting shot 21 times in the same spot is going to be bad.
Would you rather get shot once with a real gun or 21 times with this?
What do you think?
You're a madman.
Today, I'm wearing pants.
I'll hit within this circle every time.
That was the goal. Ideally, we do the smaller circle.
You know what? I'll hit there.
Good, okay. To start, we're gonna do a test shot, a single shot into my target here. See how Mark's accuracy is. If it's good, we can unload a bunch. Well, if it's not good,
then I get closer.
Yeah, you know, I did forget about that. If he does miss, we have to redo, which is terrible, because the whole goal is to hit in the same area.
I'll be nice. I'll hit it over.
Okay, well, I hope so.
Get on it.
I'm going. Jeez.
3, 2, 1. That sounds like a gun.
Miss! You miss! You piece of This is why we do a test shot. How do you miss? You hit me in the hip. God, look how big the target was. I thought the target was big. I thought we made too big of a target. But no, we should have made a bigger target.
This is the test round.
Look how high you were.
Do you have like targets I can practice with?
Where were you aiming?
Down the barrel.
Down the barrel. Maybe aim. Okay, we'll do another test shot so you can dial in.
I just got it down. It's been a few.
You know what? In hindsight, me being the test shot was probably a bad idea.
Yeah, I'm like, I should shoot the shield to dial in.
All right, test shot number 2. We're still counting if it hits the circle. We can't count that, unfortunately, because you hit me about 6 inches above the target.
What if we move the circle?
No. There's a reason I put it here, okay?
Really don't want to miss it. 3, 2, 1. Woo! Did I get it?
I think so. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I think you did.
Yes.
Oh, this is gonna be terrible. You hit here, so you know if we're playing darts, I don't know if that would be great.
That's 10 points.
Oh, that hurt way worse though. You hit me in a spot where
No underwear.
it's pretty much just the pants. The pants here.
Ooh. Oh, you're.
Oh!
That's.
Maybe I should put on another layer.
Gee.
Well, we won't quit yet. We have rounds to like lower the intensity if it gets too extreme. Let's do a double tap this time.
Sure. With my accuracy, sure.
I don't want you to get closer.
I don't want to either.
2 shots. Maybe, you know, you take a 1 second bang, bang, and we're up to 3.
Okay. I'll probably hit the same spot twice. So.
I mean, I can't say please don't because it's the whole point of the experiment, so.
Please do. Alrighty. 3, 2, 1.
What a terrible idea this was! God, I think you missed too!
Oh, no.
No!
Oh.
My leg's already going dead! It hurts so bad! I think this one counts. One of them doesn't, though.
You're just going to have a wide spread right here. That's what it's going to be looking like. There's, you know, you really don't want to hit the same spot twice. That's going to double suck.
But we're going to.
Am I?
I lied. Let's do this one at a time until Mark dials in his aim.
3, 2, 1.
He missed completely. Oh, Mark!
I thought you saw this wall is indestructible.
Well, it's not drywall. It's basically plywood. You know how much money this place costed?
How am I so bad?
I don't know. Well, listen, everyone here is going to get a shot to see if they can up Mark's performance today. Mark, finish that clip off. We got one more. Hopefully that takes us to 3, and then we can go from there.
I'm glad I never joined the Space Academy. Maybe I'm just cross-eyed.
I hope not.
3, 2, 1. That felt like a bullseye to me.
Dude, I think you hit the same spot you did last time.
Son of a gun.
Pretty close. We're counting that one.
Yeah.
How many misses are we going to have by the time we're done?
3.
That is awful. No? Let's carry on. Mark's aim was so bad, it's time for some celebrity shots. We're going to have our diversity hire and then former diversity hire. There is 2 nylon balls loaded, same distance, everything's the same. They get 1 shot apiece and see if they can land the shots better than Mark. Can't be worse.
I'm sure your dead grandma's more accurate than I am.
My dead grandma?
Yeah.
Which one?
The gambling.
I feel scared.
That's okay.
All right. Are you scared?
No, I'm fine. Count us in.
3, 2, 1.
Did
I hit you?
Not even close. You hit the shield. You're banned from shooting. You would have shot me in the head.
I pointed at where I was supposed to. At least I didn't hit the wall like Mark. Hear that?
You destroyed the shield.
Ugh.
What are you, 30?
No, you are, you old. So that didn't go very good in case you didn't catch it.
Let's have
I
this,
did not
the other Asian shoot.
Jake's turn.
This video's taking a while. Jake's up. Hopefully we can land shot number 4.
Aim low and to the left.
Maybe even at the bottom of the line.
Let me know when you're ready.
Counting me in. That wasn't a count. Did you count in your head?
I didn't want to scare you.
Oh, well, good job. Yeah, he got a hit.
I was aiming right here.
Right here.
Okay, so it's just low.
Yeah, I think so. I think it pulls up high. Yep, that's where it was.
Okay.
Look how bad that got. And look at all the misses Mark has. We got 3 shots up here.
Let's cut that.
And shot 7 times so far, 4 are counting. We're moving on to ceramic balls. Hopefully these have a little bit more give to them than the nylon. I don't know if it's gonna be by much, they're so very hard. Hopefully they maybe break on impact, I don't know.
A tripod for this would be a good idea.
Yeah, maybe. But I think it makes it more entertaining. It's a lot.
I don't do it on purpose. 3, 2, 1.
Not better! In low. You shot low.
Yeah, you said to aim low because it was shooting high.
Well, finally it hit low. How low did you aim?
Is it the gun or is it the user?
Both. Wait, no, actually, that's gonna be it. That's
That looks like a bullseye to me. That's just because we've been hitting so high.
Yeah, we count.
Yeah.
We're at 5. That is not any better. Let's get through the 2 more ceramics, and then I think we're going to rubber balls. I don't know if I'll be able to walk for like 3 weeks after this video. Look at that! Look at that one! Thanks for that commentary. I already know.
What's the Fergie song?
My loves, my
Lovely
lovely
lady.
lady.
Check them out.
Ah! 1 shot, and we'll go again.
3, 2, 1.
Miss.
3, 2, 1.
Hits! I'm out! I'm out! I've been out for a long time, actually. That one hurts my knees.
That's a little to the side.
Is it back there?
No, it's that one.
Oh, you'd try that one. I can't feel my leg.
We got like a whole circle here, but nothing.
I'm at 9 total hits, 6 within the circle. I don't know if I can already use my leg, so we're switching to the rubber training rounds.
Which we should start.
Probably, and we're gonna go from there. We're on to the rubber rounds because my leg is not good. I would say most people wouldn't be walking right now. The show goes on because I said 21 shots. So we're on to rubber rounds. Mark's got full clip loaded. We're gonna go 1 at a time still, just gauge. Should've, would've, could've. He gets 3 back to back now.
3, 2, 1.
Whoa!
Your whole thing was. That was
Shot
cool.
my lap.
Oh, your lap go?
Yeah, my lap. Where were you aiming?
Sometimes I don't know. I was aiming at the target. I'm just trying to lower the power of the CO2.
Yeah, thank you.
3, 2, 1.
Oh! We should have started with the rubber ones.
Was it a little better?
You hit me in the same spot as the previous.
Yeah, I had a feeling that was going to happen.
In hindsight, I'm just counting every shot Mark has landed on. I just decided it.
That's
so
good.
we're at like 10 now?
Uh-huh.
Well, yes.
If you were 21 years old, you could probably handle it. But...
Dude, at 21, I wasn't doing anything like this. It was right there.
Ooh, right. Ooh, got it. Within the circle.
Dude, it is so bad. I honestly don't know if we can make it. Dude, my leg is.
You gave it a shot.
I won't tap right here.
Never seen you used to be so old.
I've decided to count every shot, even if it was outside of the circle. My leg is pretty much inoperable. I can't like go upstairs well. Can't do much of anything right now. We added another layer, so I have these khakis, sweatpants, shorts. I'm gonna do 1 more shot to the target and see how I feel. It's not looking good. Woo, here we go.
3, 2, 1.
No.
CO2's out.
Thank God. Probably not actually, thank God. Okay, we can carry on.
A little better?
It's a little better.
Okay.
We're at 11 shots. It was more tolerable. 2 shots this time.
2. 3, 2, 1. Did I hit you?
Yeah!
I wasn't sure. Oh yeah, 2 shots. That's right. 3, 2, 1.
You missed!
Ready? 3, 2.
Okay. We're just, I don't care about the damn target anymore, man. As long as you hit my damn leg. Yeah, okay, the extra layer is making it so I'm not like in the most miserable agony. 13?
13.
I think we can bang them out a little bit faster now. Let's take a quick preview.
Man, I really can't hit right here. Great circle. That's a big old lump. You know how people said we went too far with this scar? People are probably going to say this with this too.
Well, Ain't doing this one in 40, so gotta do it now.
You're so
Yeah.
right.
We're at 13 shots, 2 more, we're at 15.
You're seeming not as excited as you usually are. How about after these, you shoot me to get you maybe
Reamps?
Reamps.
Okay, that's a good idea.
Yeah, get you back on
That might
focus.
make me happy.
Yeah, sometimes it makes me happy. 3, 2, 1.
Miss. Okay, it hit. That hit. Oh, God. Oh, God.
15?
15.
You're 6 away. You made it this far. You're doing great.
At this rate, it would be a crime if I didn't finish.
Look at all the hits on your pants. That's a lot of. I got like half of them.
Where's the wheelchair? It's my turn to shoot Mark. It's hurting. Stop, please. Oh. My turn to shoot Mark. I'm just going to hit him once with a rubber ball and see how he feels. All right, Mark, I'll count you in. 3, 2. Woo! I think I hit.
Caught my hammy. Grazed it.
Okay, well, we'll count it.
Not that easy, is it?
Hey, I mean, I hit you on the first shot.
I did too.
He's right. He's right. Okay, 3, 2. That was solid.
I think you're getting weak, Houston.
You want 6 more?
Take 21 of those. I'm kidding. But I gotta do the 3.
You gotta do the 3rd?
I gotta do the
Okay, give me a new canister and a rubber ball. Can you guys like the video since I'm now crippled for my holidays? That'd be great. Honestly, I knew this would be bad. This was worse than I thought it would be. Alrighty. 3, 2, 1. Whoa! Perfect. Whoa! I got it down.
That grazed the back of my hammy, but that.
Did it? I thought it hit you center.
Oh,
did it?
Man,
Okay.
when that CO2 is full power, that is scary.
Yeah, it has quite the wallop to it once it's
Wow.
3 primes.
Whoa. I guess I gotta do one more.
No, what? You want another one?
I got 2 grazies.
Okay, man. 3, 2, 1. You shot the back of my knee. How did you hit that?
That's not even possible.
You know how it feels now, huh, Mark? You're done.
That was so weird.
That was a total reaction I would make. How did you hit the back of my knee? What do you got underneath there? Can we see what we've done? That hammy shot was a good one. That's probably what you're thinking, the back of your knee. Damn, stripped your skin too.
You had a nice diagonal.
Well, let's see how my leg is looking. What do you guys think?
I just really want to get one right there. How about if I get one within this area, we call it good. But if I don't,
We keep going till 21.
yeah.
Good as a deal as I'm gonna get. Please hit a bullseye, Mark. Shot number 16. We call the experiment.
I can do that. 3, 2, 1.
I'll take it. I'll take it. I mean, you didn't hit it, but it was definitely a hammy shot. Oh, but it stings like a mother. Ooh. What, dude? We're so close. Why am I quitting now?
Right? We didn't quit on the scar.
Yeah. That was easy compared to this.
Yeah. One of 3 shot? Go for it.
Jake's up again for another shot. If he hits the bullseye, I'm done today at 17 shots. If he misses, we keep going until the bullseye gets hit or we hit 20.
Based on all the data that we've accumulated today,
The circle around
yeah,
the bullseye?
I think I got it dialed in.
Okay. Well, please hit by
Yeah. I'm not going to leave you hanging. I'm going to end your suffering.
You're gonna put me out like this, dude?
It sounds wrong, but yeah.
Please count me in this time.
I will count you in.
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
What the f?
I pulled that trigger one time.
I know it did. It's done that before. I think something with it. It was a low shot, though.
It was low? I aimed.
Oh, I think it's that one. Yeah, it's that one.
That time it held true to where I was aiming. I was
Did
aiming
it?
there.
You
Yeah.
were? Okay. I mean, this thing has sat for a while. I'm questioning if no ring's messed up. Let's see if we can make it to 21. We'll do 2 at a time. Woo! All right, Mark, land 2. Once again, I don't care where you hit me, as long as it's in the leg.
3, 2, 1.
Ah! God, you missed!
3, 2, 1.
You missed!
3, 2, 1.
Ah, it hit!
That one was high.
I don't care! I count it! I'm counting it! Oh my God! Ah! Okay, just give me like 1 minute and then we can do 2 more. Just need to refocus. Oh, honestly, it was great that you missed for a little bit there because it let me like settle down. Because that one of them, like honestly, was pretty close to the bullseye. I think.
Really?
Maybe right there.
Look at that shot. That is right next to the
Was
bullseye.
it? Yeah. Oh my God.
I did it. You can quit now.
No, I'm not going to.
Okay.
I'm not going to. We're right there. We gotta finish it. We're not 19. This is what we aim for. Yeah. Oh, good pun. What we aim for. Yeah. But no, we're at 19. I would go to sleep disappointed if I quit at 19.
I'm going to sleep happy. I got the bullseye.
3, 2, 1. Oh, Jesus Christ, he keeps hitting the same spot. He's accurate now. My God. I'm done. I've done it. I didn't think I could do it. I really didn't. I get a couple weeks off.
Well done, Mr. Jones.
Thank you.
You did it.
Thank you. I'm going to fall asleep with no regrets tonight. None at all. Zero regrets. Not even 21 regrets. Well, before we end our show today, let's take a look at the data. Oh yeah, look at that. 1, 2, 3 or 4.
What a spread. Imagine if that was all in the same spot.
Yeah, I can't imagine because at least in my recent memory, this is the worst thing I've done. This, I would say, at least for like on-camera filming, this is by far worse than the Scar. Anything we've done this year, this is the most pain I've been in when we're doing the experiment.
You know how you did the 1,000 paintballs?
Yeah, I'm done taking your ideas. I'm done taking your ideas. I'll check back in a couple days and let you know my final thoughts. Spoiler, not good.
Thanks for sticking around.
It's time for the shot 21 times with a less lethal launcher data review. 3 days after the experiment, I had open wounds along with extreme bruising and swelling running the entire length of my right leg. By day 5, the swelling had gone down a bit, but the bruising was still intense. And even a full week later, the bruising remained, just reduced. Now, with several scabs forming. As for recovery, I couldn't walk or bend my right knee without significant pain for several days because of the swelling and deeper tissue damage. Mark didn't walk away clean either. He ended up with moderate bruising and scabbing from the shots he took. This was, without a doubt, one of the worst injuries I've had to recover from this entire year, which, considering what we've done this year, is pretty impressive. But those are just my thoughts. Let me know yours down in the comments. Also, if you want access to behind-the-scenes chaos, check out my YouTube memberships or Patreon. Links
how much is they damaged
And if you enjoyed this video, be sure to watch my recent less lethal test with Kentucky Ballistics. The launcher in that one was even stronger.
Why?
And
I'm in a transport ship. So.
Especially when he almost shot a round up my butthole. Thanks for that, Scott.
How bad is it over?
All right, we're checking out the only game where you must feed.
Turn her around. Now. Oh, he's still over here. Right by me. He's on west of me. Yep, sheep and venom, yeah. Yeah, he's coming back again. We are dealing with the same person we've been talking about. He's trying to harass Venom. Firestorm. Damn. Yep, move back towards all of us. Yep, I'm running away from them. Oh, yeah. I see help right here. go out that way. Different ship. I met up with them. Yep. Medically song. Poor guy, Cormac. Hope it's hard. Heading back south. Firing grape shot. Chain shot. Shot one. He doesn't know that I do too. Let's see how stupid he is. Apparently, I can't reach him, but he can reach me. Shit, sorry. Oh. And you're thinking, not making it. That was funny. Hold on. Let's see how this whale looks. He's gonna be mad. Oh yeah, he's gonna be. Yep. Moving our way. I need to heal up. So, yeah, they gotta be mad. They had treasure on. Yeah, you're good. I took his loot. Big salt. Yep, but he doesn't know that there's another one here. Yep, and this is how it's going. Go ahead. I'm on the way going north too. Come north with me. I'm also damaged, so we're good. We'll go together. Private island that. Boys. Hey everybody, dinner's ready, current. I gotta go grab dinner. So I'll be back in a few. Yeah, I know about dinner already.
go up. All right. All right, I see where they go. Sorry about that, chat. I had to go see where to go. I was really confused. I had to blow my nose, sorry. I wonder what this gun does. This gun does. It does 1 damage, apparently. We'll probably find out soon though. Ow, that hurt. This gun is shit. Why'd you give me this gun? Now we're talking. I know the music is great in this game. The reason I like using the shotgun is that it does it like does damage when it like going behind them as well. I guess where this did more damage. If I upgrade something with more bullets, does it do like less damage? I think it actually might. Now we got another fight here. I would just use small guys. Ones that try to lick you. No licking me. Ow. You licked my ass. Stop trying to tug my ass. Ow, stop it. I was saying earlier, when I was wondering if it was released on CD or not, but it probably cost an arm and a leg. Ass.
Whoa, ass ahoy.
Bulls.
Whoa, ass ahoy.
Bulls.
Whoa, ass ahoy.
Sometimes my soundboard like had this buffering thing because the cord, because the cord's not fast enough. So if you just wait a second, it will actually like everything will come once. Hey, so how you doing? I love the boosh command. Everyone loves it. Booch is that legendary of a person that there's a command just for him. Booch is everywhere, and everyone loves Booch in all communities. That's the thing. Like, Booch is just like, he's in so many communities, and every time he shows up, no matter where that is, people are like, Booch, how's it going, Booch? He is that legendary of a man. Like, he sent me screenshots of just like, he was watching like a really big live streamer, and everyone in like everyone in the chat was like, Booch, how's it going, Booch? Booch the man. Everyone loves him, and like, no one has a bad thing to ever say about him. He's just that wholesome of a person. I love that, man. I send him dollars all the time. What's this chat? Okay. I want to make sure I don't pull this up here. Watch this chat. I'm gonna do this live on stream, but I'm not gonna show it. I'll take a screenshot and show it afterwards. Okay. Check this out. You know what? I'm gonna send Booch $1 and some change. Paying requests. We'll do $1 and 69 cents. Send that to Booch. Add note. Love ya. And then we're going to do my balance here. We're gonna pay. Hey, I'm gonna take a screenshot of this, but I'm gonna blur out his name, of course. Let me just cross out his name real quick. Make sure I do a better job than the government did with the Epstein files. There we go. Okay, just want to make sure it's all blacked out. I'm gonna save this. Save. Now I'm gonna pull this up now so I can show you guys. Let me close out Cash App real quick so it doesn't show anything for them. Gotta protect the Booch. Here you go, chat. Check this out. I sent $1.69 to Booch right now. You know what? Please like and subscribe to Booch, everyone. Yeah, Booch has a YouTube channel. Like and subscribe to him. Me and Booch just do that to each other. We'll just like send each other dollars at times. There's a few people I do that with on Cash App where like $1 is just the minimum to send. And if I have like an extra $1, I just send it to someone. And we just play tag with each other with dollars. Yeah, Booch does streams. He doesn't really talk on his streams, but he listens to music and he flies plane. What else could you ask for? I missed something somewhere. There's a door somewhere I missed. I think it's all the way down here. Alright, so you can post his link in the chat. You're a mod. You're allowed to do that. Blaqksheep, glug 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 glug. Hi sheep, how you doing? We were just talking about Booch. I sent him $1.69 on Cash App. Oh God. Ah! I'm actually going to full recover now. It uses all my HP. Hope you're doing a good. I hope you're doing have a good day, Blaqksheep. Oh, yeah, I think he has multiple places to hit him at. Oh, he charges. Just the head. He's gonna charge me again. I may have to use haste. So far, so good. Yep, it's good. But yeah, if you like Final Fantasy and like some other RPGs, you might actually like this game, guys. I highly recommend checking it out. Like, we're almost at the end of the game. It's a shorter game, but there is like an alternative ending you can actually get. See, I like this this armor I have right now because it actually uses my heals whenever I get low on health. Maybe I should try to use that guy's gun here. See what it does. Oh, stop ramming me. It only does 2 crit. We are going to do... We can do energy shot on him. I didn't see what it did. We're switching guns. I did not like this one. Maybe we'll use the... I have the grenade launcher here. And Booch channel, alright. Oh, he's ramming me. Oh shit. I ran out of heals, but I have a revive on me. Now he's exposed. 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 Ow. I actually do need to heal. Oh, I can use heal 3. Perfect. Maybe I should switch guns. Maybe switch over to shotgun. I want to switch over to PPK. I'm gonna circle around. This guy should almost be dead soon. Like, Jesus. He's taking a lot of shots. actually do need to heal here. I could probably do an energy shot to him. I'm gonna be out in the open there. Let's try it. Ah, yes, it actually worked out perfectly. I'm all out of heals, though. I don't have any more tools. I don't think you need enough. I haven't even came across a super tool yet. It ran up and grabbed me and jumped out the window. No! Ugh. I was dead. I didn't expect that. My body feels like it's gonna burn up. Oh no. I want to see his attack patterns. Oh my god. Cast barrier. I'm gonna have to cast haste, so. Gonna jump soon. I didn't know he could reach over that way. The hill again. I'm gonna have to do haste so I can actually get away from those. Oh yeah, you can't go full 360. Jumping to do it. But it hits so hard. Oh no. He's gonna jump here soon. Hey, up. Haste, 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 haste. I need haste. I don't have enough for it. I think I'm out of range for him. No, I'm not. Okay, hold on. No! Oh, fine. I had to revive. Okay, that's good. I think that was my last revive, though. I can do a full recover, but that would use up all my stuff. I'm probably just gonna go with the 3. I'm gonna jump again. Right behind him. Can't reach me if I'm right behind him. Oh, he has me trapped in the corner there. Haste, haste, haste. I need haste. I think I see how to dodge that. I didn't think that could reach me. No! Game over. Game over, yeah! Let's go to our last save. What is this one? How far back did it set me here? That's the real question. That was after I got the gun. Okay, that's not too bad. Nope, that gun does. His gun doesn't do shit. I might use the RPK or something. No, that doesn't really do too much damage as well. I got two revives. Got a few medicines. Hi, Luna. What's up? Let me go to the 3rd floor. Luna jumped up on my chair. Scared the shit out of me. Hi, Luna. Hi. What are you doing, Uber? Luna. Ow. Uber. She likes to hang out on the back of my chair. I might have to try to grind to get some health or something. Maybe use a different strat. It's gonna take him a while to get over here. Luna. Hey, Luna. Luna. What are you doing? What are you doing back there, Missy? I think I'm going the wrong way. Oh no, I'm not. If he's coming down on the desk. What do you want, girl? Huh? You want to say hi to everyone? That's what I have to deal with right now. Hey, Luna. Oh, she jumped down. Luna. Here. People want to see you. Come on. Get up here. Come on. You want to say hi to everyone? Luna, come here. Fine. My God. Here's Luna. Hey, how you doing today, Luna? He's, want me to hold you? He doesn't like being held too much. Actually, let me hold her right now. He's purring. What's down here? There you go. She got down really slowly because she was actually really enjoying me holding her. What are you doing, you goober? She's, I usually keep treats in there, and, I don't have any treats right now, so. Yeah, there's Luna for you guys. Luna cat. She is one of the best cats to have. She's a pain in my butt at times, but she's a good cat. I'm gonna do a little bit of grinding before we actually go down. I'm actually gonna go get some encounters and some medicine, hopefully. I can't wait for that Parasite Eve spiritual successor to come out. Looks really fun. I want to at least finish this game up for the year. The door we're supposed to go to is down there. I'm just getting medicine. We go to it. Maybe we'll find some other stuff as well. Rather be over-prepared than under-prepared for the boss fight. That's 2 boss fights in a row, and they're probably gonna pull a 3rd one on me as well. Because I know Eve is coming up. During this, I'm actually gonna do a full heal here when my AT gets up, so I don't use any of my medicine. Actually, that'll be doing fine. We'll generate. I have a lot of games I want to play up to the new year. We're actually gonna restart Sly 3. And I think the first game I'm gonna play next year, I'm not 100% sure, but I really want to play Alan Wake. So we're probably gonna do Alan Wake 1, and we might do Alan Wake 2 after that. But I'm gonna catch up on all my goals. That's like the main thing I'm gonna be doing. We hit a lot of goals we need to catch up on. So we're gonna be playing Snatcher. We're gonna be playing Police Knots. We're gonna do the Game Boy Color Metal Gear. We are catching up on everything. And I keep track of everything in the Discord so you guys can hold me accountable if I don't do something. That's another reason why I post it in the Discord. So I'm transparent with you guys of what I need to do, and so you guys can hold my ass to the flames. Don't lick my booty. I really enjoy and play this game for 2 hours today. That's how much fun I'm having with it. I don't even know how to get to the locked warehouse that we're at earlier. Hey Gunjack, if you're still here, how do I get into the warehouse? I went to the warehouse earlier and I got to a locked door and didn't know how to progress through it. actually gonna wait until my PE to go up to finish it off. All ammo, no heals. When there's anything in Dr. Clamp's room. After he burned. Now he's all red. Gonna burn, all right. I'm gonna go back to the warehouse and see if there's like if I missed anything in there. And I'm actually gonna look up and see how to get the key for the warehouse. So I want to go in there. Warehouse key. On the 5th day. Oh, it's not that far. Oh, there's a boss. Upstairs. Oh, I see the warehouse key. Warehouse key is right in the corner there. Okay. There's a boss there that we can do. Let's actually go do that boss. I had to click on my chat so it was up so I can actually see when people type. So let's go to this warehouse fight. Something fell. I thought Luna was getting this stuff. I had to start preparing for the streams coming up. Warehouse key was somewhere, it said. Right here. That's what I needed. I'm surprised I missed that box with that gun in it, in all honesty. Target tank. slowed down now. Not anymore though. Now I can go up here. Get over here. I was hoping I didn't kill him with that one because I need the heal there. I'm gonna have to go back and do the thing and store a lot of my guns here. I'm gonna use this though. My shotgun. This junk anyways. I know I can discard the junk later on though, but like, it's like, I kind of want to have it room for this stuff. And I told him, that's actually really perfect. So I am going to use this on here. We're gonna go down. Oh, ass ahoy. You can tell this is a boss fight. A giant enemy crab. I want to heal. Bubbles. Bubbles. And she took out one of the arms. When's the Sills soundboard when I need it? Oh, I accidentally used one of my things. Fuck. He should almost be dead. That was perfect. Oh, god damn it. Let's do it again. I don't know if the defense down stacks. Hey, I did it before you even attacked me. I'll definitely take that. Something over there I'm gonna grab. Oh, that actually hurts me. I don't think anything in the environment ever hurt me like that. Now we go back up. I'm gonna drop off tons of stuff. And then we are gonna go back to the hospital. So we're gonna go back to the museum. Fight the one guy, beat the T-Rex. I hate doing fights right now because I didn't really get any items from it. Like if I can't even really run, maybe. Could try to. And I did the counter again. Can't win. Thought maybe this one would be dead already. I was wrong. Attack him. He's almost dead. Pick the $1.69. Yeah, I told you. I told people, we were talking about you earlier, Booch. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna send that guy $1.69, so I did. And I should proof what I sent to your name and everything, so you don't have to worry about anything. everyone was talking about how they like you earlier. Like, I was saying Booch is so cool, like everywhere he goes, everyone knows him. That's why he has a chat command dedicated to him. I think you were streaming. How did your stream go? We're almost finished with the game. I just had to go do a little bit of grinding. That's good. We need to go to NYPD. I got a lot of stuff to store. Then we can go do the 2 boss fights. I expected to be 2 boss fights back to back. Alright. I'm gonna store some stuff for you. You don't need this. You don't need this either. Keeping the rocket launcher. Do we need the... I'll keep the rifle just in case. How many grenade launchers do we have? Let me compare them real quick. Oh shit, that's insane, Boot. $47. This one does fire damage. Oh, hold on now. Grenade launcher. It's a good. This one does better. Does like frost damage. This one does fire damage, yo. Say we keep that one because of the range. I think this is the right one. And then move this here. Store equipment. I need this. I do think I do need that. You don't need the warehouse key anymore. Probably gonna use the tools here. I'm actually gonna move all the junk over and I'm just gonna get rid of it. My controller disconnected. It's going dead. What is the cord at? This is the cord. Is okay. I wish there was like one button you could press and just move it over without doing it manually. Look at all my cures and stuff. Now the junk in my trunk. All right. Hold on. Actually, do need to talk to him. Great. That not really get anything too beneficial in there. Let's go check the storage. Anti-poison would be nice, so, but I think that's actually good armor. This is an extra slot in it. That's a grenade launcher. That one has more range on it, so we can take the other grenade launcher, put the fire damage on there. Man, I wish I would have saved my permit. This is gonna be my main before I actually edited it and stuff. B jacket is 44. I could actually let me have an idea. So I'm going to select, I'm going to bring out the B jacket here. We're going to compare, move that here. And we're going to compare this and B jacket. So I think the CM protector is only high because B jacket and CM. So I could take that auto off of like a different one and take all the upgrades from the one thing and put it on the CM. That's actually what I'm gonna do. Use item. We're gonna go to storage and find out when to have auto. I'm actually gonna put all the armor in my thing, and we'll actually see which armor is the best. Then we'll upgrade the we'll take the auto off one and put it on one, and then we will do that for the others as well. Okay. Okay, we're out of. Okay, let's look at our armor now. So this one right here, that's what I've been using. So I have the V jacket on. Nothing beats it, but this one has CM vest has that on there. So this is my plan. I'm going to grab that, do this. I didn't mean to go. Oops. So we're going. Actually, let's see what the auto does. Use most of an HP is low. Yeah, that's fine. So we're going to take the B jacket. We're going to combine it with vest 2. This one doesn't really have anything. We're going to take the auto, put it on B jacket 1. The V Jacket 1 has the auto on it now, meaning that I can actually this is actually the highest one. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take V Jacket, we're gonna take CM here, take all the base stats, VM protected, we're gonna put it on there, and now our armor is pretty tough now. Now it's gonna put it all the way. We're gonna store item, store equipment. I can't do that because I don't have it on. There we go. For equipment now we just need to put all this other stuff in there, in here, and we can go on our way. Actually finish this game now. Without dying, hopefully. Okay. And there should be a medicine here. Oh. We're gonna save at the museum. Here we go. I'm ready to kick these dinosaurs' ass, and I'm gonna kick Eve's ass. I actually feel a lot better today. Okay, there we go. How much health do we have here? How much space? We got some space, so guys, this is not mine. We're gonna go to the third floor first, and then we're gonna go around and we're gonna get some health before we actually move on. Hopefully they drop threes. Yeah, 3 is 160 heal whenever HP is low. Probably hit some random encounters before we even get there though. Go up. We gotta do 2 boss fights back to back. I think we fight Eve after them as well. That looks a bit. We are not getting any random counters, so we're just gonna go right into this boss fight. Now walk life dick forward, chat. I saved the rocket launcher for the T-Rex and the probably E-Fight. Probably gonna be the ones I want to use. need to play this more carefully. So I get shocked. Oh, this armor actually protected really well against that. Glad I switched to it. That's Blaqksheep, yes. I had to reload. We fight. There's a Blaqksheep Rex after this. I should cast haste. I'll heal and do haste. Okay, now I'll do haste. Should be able to dodge these Blaqksheep perfectly now. I might have to reload. Ah, I died. I have a revive though. It didn't do auto whenever I went low. It does. It just he did too much damage. That was the problem. I'm gonna do a 3 heal. Can you stop running, sir? Heal 3. I know I have not, but I'm thinking about getting them on GOG because they have all 3 of the originals on there. He should almost be dead. He's like so close to getting dead. Maybe that would have been the finishing blow. There it is. All right. Before we go any further here, I know there's a fake out. So we're gonna heal. And we're gonna make sure it's for I'm actually going to equip maybe the I don't know if I should have the rocket launcher equipped. I don't want to waste the rocket launcher just in case it's we're actually just gonna equip the rocket launcher.
Well, he's dead, so...
My body feels like it's gonna burn up. Comes the Blaqksheep. Okay, hopefully I hope I don't die during this one. I got one revive that I can use. The Blaqksheep Rex. First of all, I'm casting haste. If I can, that is. It's gonna jump. I hate that attack so much. Oh wow, it's like an instant. If I get right behind his tail, I might be fine. We're switching to shotgun. Faster AT. And also I can heal. Lucha Swords fucks. I should cast haste. I'm casting haste right now. I can't believe he hits me that far away. I knew it was gonna hit me. I'm doing a 3 heal and I'm running. I'll just take getting hit for 10 there. Better than getting hit for 111. Actually doing really good against him this time. It's gonna hurt. His attack isn't doing anything towards me right now. I don't know why. Oh, this attack now. I should cast haste whenever I see that. He might do it again. I'm gonna cast haste. That hurt. I'm gonna heal just in case here. Doing a lot of damage towards him. Gonna hit me though. Am I gonna play this? Go ahead, medicine 3. I'm gonna use this. I know one of those is gonna hit me. No, I was still firing. Oh, I got. Thank God. Oh, thank God. That would have hit me hard. I'll take that gun. What's that gun look like though? Like, what's the stats? Oh my God, it's dual wield. Still willed. All the goop down here. I do not know where to go now. I'll probably go back up to 3rd floor. Go back in that room. It does not feel like I played this game for almost 3 hours. If this isn't the way I'm supposed to go, I'm gonna see in the walkthrough. Have it up just in case I get lost. I want to test out this dual wield pistol though. Oh, we had a cutscene. Uh-oh. There's the goopy door. Okay, I'm actually gonna switch guns to my shotgun. Love me shotgun. Oh, I have blindness right now. Done. I should have saved somewhere. I don't know if there would be a save point or not. If worst comes to worst, I'll just do a save state. I don't like doing them too often. Oh. I went this way earlier. Another fight here. I'm just gonna run. Just hope I don't have another encounter here. Is there a phone in this goop? Just in case, chat. I'm gonna F1 this, F2 this. Eve. Eve is pregnant. Excuse me, my Tamagotchis are watching. It's a wonder you made it this far. So are you going to congratulate me on this birth? What are you planning to do, Eve? Perhaps you can help me answer that, Aya. Why do humans give birth? Maya. Ugh. The body horror stuff in this game, man. Oh, there's the goop. So if you guys weren't here for the beginning of the game, she melted down a whole crowd of bodies and just turned them into like a big giant pile of goop. Like the body horror stuff in this game is absolutely fucking insane. Are you okay, Aya? Aya. Daniel. Maida. You both made it out okay. Like in Chronos, I think so. It's basically melted off all their flesh. I should play that. Yeah, we barely made it through it. Did you see that ugly mama? That was everyone in Central Park. What? Are you saying that Lorraine is part of that thing too? I'm sorry, Daniel. Yes, it has become apparent as what the medication Melissa has been taking. What was she on? She was being administered immunosuppressants. Immunosuppressants? For what? Why? Damn, he's flying. Here's the story. Melissa had a transplant whenever she was a kid. Transplant? What kind of transplant? Yes, it seems she got one of your sister's kidneys. Maya died in an accident. Kidney transplant, so Melissa got Maya's kidney. Your mother and your sister were donors. What, really? I never knew that. Your mother organs couldn't be transplanted after the accident. So Maya's kidney was transplanted to into a young Eve. No, I'm sorry, the young Melissa. She had a kidney failure. Then Eve's kidney was really Maya's kidney. The intern that was present in the operation was, you guessed it, Hans Clamp, our main man. Clamp wanted to become a doctor. The doctors that were present during the operation were all surprised, and they all screamed that kidney was hot. Then Eve is. It's hard for me to say, but the original was present in Maya. Eve killed the host's brain, cultured the kidney, and obtained her own physical body. Then that's what happened to Melissa. In her case, the immunodepressant drugs served as a catalyst. In Japan, Eve targeted a girl who has undergone a transplant, a kidney transplant to be exact, and she was taking the same immunodepressant drugs. This is all. This was all that Eve would have a uterus to plant a fertilized egg. In order to transplant organs, it is necessary for the HLA type to match, and life symbiotically with each other and with other cells. So it's necessary to take immunosuppressants to control the immunity and avoid rejection. While being controlled by Eve, Melissa felt her body change, but she finally got the lead part in that opera. If she had gone to a doctor, she would have been told to give up the part. So in order to avoid rejection, she kept taking the drugs, and after taking so much, she was so weak that Eve was able to take over her physical body, and that's how she transferred into mitochondria Eve. So then Maya's the original Eve. In reality, it's Maya's mitochondria. It's got a little bit heavy really quick. I do apologize. Roger, commending operation, sir. Finally, the time has come to put our power to the test. Don't be impatient, Lynch. It shouldn't come to this. Yes, sir, but forgive me, Admiral. Colonel fighter jets, we have received permission to attack. Commence operation. Heads for the Statue of Liberty. As planned, Helicopter Team 1 will prepare for I didn't get to read that. Team 2 will search the rest and will do the best to impede further advancement. The scope of this game is insane for the PS1. I would love to see this actually remade. What, are you sure? The Navy's made their move. What? We can't allow this. We'll be repeating what happened yesterday with the Jets, and there's a kitty on my desk. Oh my god, hi there, baby boy. You don't really get to come up too often. Hi. Check out this guy. This is baby boy. He doesn't come up too often. He's gonna headbutt the camera. Oh, you got scared. What's up? Oh, he knocked down something. Here, baby boy. Come here. Good boy. Come here. Come here. Oh, come here. Come on. Come on. You get up here, I'll give you kisses, okay? He's like kneading my carpet right now. Come on. Baby boy. Come on. Oh, look at him. I picked him up. Oh, he's a good boy. Look at that cat. Mwah. 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 He's like, he actually likes kisses. He will headbutt you expecting a kiss on his forehead. That's how bad he is. He is a goober. I love him a lot. He's my aunt's cat mainly though, but when my aunt is working, he comes up and visits. Hi, baby boy. Okay, we're gonna continue on. Baby boy just caused a distraction. I'll highlight the window cap, my camera, so I can actually just hit my space bar to actually get it up. Now we get tons of cutscenes. Oh, now I'm getting a phone call. Hello? Everything all at once, man. my mom needs me after this. No, Lorraine can't be a part of that thing. The huge creature or not, those cells, it must be where Eve is giving birth. Where she's giving birth. Yes, the huge creature will act as a barrier to protect the ultimate being. Oh, wow. Ah, man, it is destroying everything. Lorraine! Helicopter's coming. Everyone duck and cover your heads. Officer Bray of the NYPD, correct. Ma'am, it's my duty to accompany you to the aircraft carrier. Accompany her to the what? Welcome aboard the Navy's Pride and Joy, the Nimitz. I'm Willis. I command this ship. What do you have? Sorry to have you come on such short notice. Hey, you better not put Aya in danger in here. You? Who do you think we are talking to? The Admiral that... Who do you think you are talking to the Admiral that way? It's quite alright, Lynch. After all, he is right. What do you mean? You're the only thing that can't be ignited by her. I'm asking you to get in our chopper and nuke the creature. Hold on, AI can't fly a helicopter. Not to worry, the chopper has been set to auto. She won't have any problems. So she needs to fire from a distance where she can't be ignited. Unfortunately, the weapon needs to be fired at close range in order to work, and we cannot move that close or we'll be ignited. Well, I'll do it. Aya, no way, you're not going up there. Our fate lies in your hands, Aya. Okay, Daniel? That thing is not Lorraine. Do it for Lorraine too, Aya. Wait, Aya, please take this. Come off it, man. We don't have time for it right now. Yes, of course. Aya, please be careful up there, okay? Of course, I'll be fine. Here we go, chat. Maya. This is why they needed the second disc for. Because we got through like almost all the game. The second half of the disc is just mainly for cutscenes. Creature is within view. Switch the formation too. What's happening here? From the last battle, we were able to anticipate this attack. We positioned this way for a reason. What do you mean? We will act as your shield so that you can live to attack the creature. What? No, I'm not doing this without your... We're entering fire range. Prepare to attack. Alright, please move away from me now. We cannot abandon our duty. Besides, we are already within range. This is insane. Since Christmas Eve, I put a curse on my own body. Why me? Why is this happening to me? I don't understand. But I don't care anymore. Eve, I'm the only one that can destroy you once and for all. Maya, I'll end this and let you rest peacefully. the Statue of Liberty fell. We did it! Well done. That was magnificent. Return to base, Aya. No, it's not over yet. Ugh. Aya, come back now! It is too dangerous to continue. Return to base at once. We will plan. But yes, we need to save progress. Will you still save? Yes, we need to save. 90 CGI is at its best. Yes, it is. I love the 90 CGI in this. Yes, Aya, please, I need to give you. Forget it. She signed off already. Hell yeah. So it was you. Maya. That must be the name of my host. Let me guess, your sister? You have the ability to evolve. Why take the side of a doomed species? Humans aren't doomed. If my mitochondria has the ability to evolve, they'll evolve to get rid of you. Damn! Love that sense of humor of yours, girl. Why is it that humans kill? Humans kill other creatures, and then they kill their own kind. We have our reasons, and you sure are good enough a reason for us to kill. Damn it. He is. All organisms have something called a territory. This territory is guarded from natural enemies. But until now, humans had no such natural enemy. That is what has allowed them to prosper to this point. You beings all must think your prosperity as history.
Achievement unlocked. The United Kingdom is now officially in my top 10 favorite Muslim majority countries. Breaking news, everyone. Donald Trump dodged a bullet, and so did the country. We were one leftoid election away from becoming the United Kingdom. New Yorkistan is currently trying to catch up to Londonistan, but I have to say, it's happening slower than it could have been otherwise. I think it's important to learn from our neighbors across the pond who are complete idiots in order to honestly look out for what is trying to be done to our country. We are fighting on a razor's edge to protect our land. I think people don't realize how close we are to absolute obliteration. The left in England has done so much mass migration to the point that they are the voting bloc deciding elections. So now, of course, any politician that actually wants to win needs to do their absolute best to appease the Muslim majority country of the United Kingdom. So this is what the Prime Minister, aka dictator of England, had to say, because it's not like he actually follows the will of the people or anything like that. Keir Starmer says, I am delighted that Allah Abd El Fattah is back in the UK and has been reunited with his loved ones who must be feeling profound relief. I want to pay tribute to Allah's family and to those who have worked and campaigned for this moment. Allah's case has been a top priority for my government since we came to office. I'm grateful to President Sisi for his decision to grant the pardon. Wow, what a brave man. What a brave guy. That's Keir Starmer out there fighting for Allah Abd El Fattah, who's probably a wonderful guy. Community note, Allah Abdel Fattah has a history of anti-Semitic comments. All right, anti-Semitic, that's fine. They literally do these anti-Semite protests over there in England. That's totally cool. You know, they say globalize the Intifada there. That's fine. November 2012, he wrote, there is a critical number of Israelis we need to kill. All right, that's pretty bad. I mean, in England, they literally arrest people for speech. That's pretty bad. 2010, he tweeted, yes, I consider killing any colonialists. All right, so that's everyone in the Western world, for those of you paying attention. And specifically Zionists, heroic. We need to kill more of them. All right. Okay. So that is the person that he is so grateful is back in the United Kingdom. They're literally importing people that want them dead. One question I get asked a lot is, why is the right wing in England seemingly a lot more pro-Israel than the right wing in America? And the reality is very simple. Very, very simple. It's because Islam is a much bigger threat in the United Kingdom and in Israel, so therefore I think they feel common ground with a common enemy, radical Islam literally killing them in the streets. Whereas, thank God, the United States of America has managed to be the last bastion of freedom in the Western world somehow, and we're not subject to that yet, although we do have certain states like, you know, Somalia 2.0 in Minnesota. New York is rapidly becoming an insane asylum. We got the capital of Palestine in New Jersey as we speak, and we also have Dearborn, Michigan. We have an entire Muslim city where they don't allow non-Muslims in Texas, so it's not like it doesn't exist here, but it definitely is a lot less and a lot more far between. In England, on the other hand, well, you have the Prime Minister celebrating that Allah Abd El Fattah is back in the city. You know, a guy who has tweeted things like, proof we need more suicide bombings. He is now back. And I'll show you more tweets of his. Don't worry. To radical Islam, the murder of Christians and the murder of Jews is pretty one and the same for these guys. It's a radical colonizing force, and they want to control the world. And they're going to use our freedoms against us. They're going to weaponize the retards on the left in order to act as their sword to show up and slit our throats. No, we are just cousin fuckers with dumb IQs. We are victims of literally all the things that we started. Please let us into your country so we can rape our women. Then some feminist that had 6 abortions wipes a tear from her eye because of how much empathy she has for Allah Abd El Fattah. Anyway, enough of that. You gotta see what's going on. So the UK, new achievement. UK has recorded 71,227 rapes in 2024. That is 900% more rapes than in 2000. Now, over those 24 years, somehow the rape rate has increased dramatically to around 114 per 100,000 people get raped. That's a lot of people. What changed? What changed on this stunning achievement? I don't know, it couldn't be the demographic, because that would be Islamophobic. Now, if you actually look into certain laws in England, just to understand the exact level of cooked we're dealing with, this is the amount of people getting arrested per year for social media posts. So, in 2023, over 12,000 people got arrested for posting Islamophobic comments on social media. The UK is arresting over 30 people a day. 30 people a day for social media posts. They arrest social media shit posters more than they arrest rapists in the UK. And honestly, I have to say, one of the major reasons why I'm doing this video is because, well, you're not ready for the story you're about to see and how Marco Rubio responded. So this was in British news.
British boy is under investigation by counter-terrorism officers after he said that he wanted Hamas to be wiped out.
So, counter-terrorism officers detained and questioned a 12-year-old Jewish boy because he said he wanted Hamas, a designated rapist, pedophile terrorist organization, to be wiped out. which is a pretty valid stance. I mean, I do too, to be honest. I actually also fully support the fact that fucking rapist, pedophile, terrorist should get killed. Yeah, that's based as fuck, actually. Based 12-year-old Jewish boy pulled over and questioned by counter-terrorism officers.
GB News can reveal this story because the boy's family, who have requested anonymity, of course, have been interviewed by counter-terrorism police and local...
The family was also questioned. Isn't that nice?
Police officers about a fear of radicalization after his comments about...
I'm getting radicalized just listening to the story, man.
Hamas. It's an astonishing story, and to talk about it, I'm joined by GB News reporter Charlie.
Yeah, so breaking news, 12-year-old Jewish boy under investigation by counter-terrorism for saying he wanted to see Hamas wiped out. Literally, what is happening over there, man? It's clown world. It's like, it's the craziest thing ever. Foreigners are coming from other countries, weaponizing our police to arrest ourselves and literally kill ourselves for the sake of the foreigners that want us dead. It's so obvious if you think about it for a second. So Marco Rubio, he got really tired of this, all right? I love Rubio. He's been cooking so hard lately. And he just revoked visas from British government officials and a lot of European government officials because he says that, well, their values of freedom of speech do not align with ours. And he's not letting them into the country.
Earlier this year, some free speech concerns, particularly in Europe. What are some goals you have in regards to that in 2026? Any countries or certain efforts that you have?
Well, I mean, broadly, we're concerned about any place, first and foremost, where American free speech can be limited.
That's right.
We're going to live in a world where some American puts up a social media post and then gets to some airport somewhere and is arrested. We're also concerned about the impact that some of the policies are having on our social media platforms. As we recently saw, X is facing this massive multi-million-dollar fine.
Yeah, the European Union's just fining X for like hundreds of millions of dollars because they have too much free speech over there. I'm not even joking. That's a real thing.
Okay, I guess, if they want to continue to operate. But I think more importantly, I think it touches on the broader question that was asked a little bit earlier. We all talk about how these alliances, in many cases our alliances with our European partners, are built on our common principles, our common values.
Right.
Geopolitical, it is an alliance with like-minded countries with whom we share values and principles. And one of those values and principles, we hope, is freedom and the freedom of expression. And we're concerned that that is eroding.
So based. He's just completely correct. Our alliances are founded on principles, okay? There's a reason why we're not allying up with nations that quite literally are absolute evil, tyrannical shitholes. And it's not just because they're shitholes, but it's also because they're tyrannical, right? The Western civilization is all founded on Christian values. So essentially, there is common ground. There's common ground between the values of the people, the values of the legal system, and quite literally, one of the most fundamental values in Christian ethics is freedom of speech. If you literally open up the Bible and you go through the laws, there aren't speech crimes unless it's direct, blasphemy against God and stuff like that. But we can get into blasphemy laws another time. Aside from that, none of it's criminalized. Now, there's another religion, not Christianity, not Judaism, which has very similar laws in this regard with Christianity, but there's another religion where free speech really doesn't exist, where if you draw a caricature of a certain prophet, police be upon him, you will literally get executed in public. If you speak out against the regime of said religion, they will literally execute you in public. That specific religion, which I won't name, and if you're thinking of it, then you're the one that's phobic, not me. If that religion ends up becoming incredibly prevalent in European society, it almost goes to show that it shapes the culture and it shapes the legal system, and quite literally, now our cultures do not really align very much in that regard. So he was really cooking here. He really was. In fact, he ended up taking this to Twitter. For far too long, ideologues in Europe have led organized efforts to coerce American platforms to punish American viewpoints they oppose. The Trump administration will no longer tolerate these egregious acts of extraterritorial censorship. Today, the State Department will take steps to bar leading figures of the global censorship industrial complex from entering the United States. We stand ready and willing to expand this list if others do not reverse course. Dropping a nuke on Twitter, a proverbial nuke, saying, sorry guys, y'all Europeans are cucked, cooked, and retarded, and we're not playing this game anymore. We will not be chummy buddies unless you actually pull this back. We are not tolerating this censorship. We are not tolerating your value systems. And if you don't like it, you could lump it, digest it, and dump it. We don't need you. You need us. Now, for the record, Rubio is Secretary of State right now, and there's he's going to be the president one day. I have almost no doubt in my mind that at some point he will be the president. I don't think it'll be, in 2028, but I do think, I don't know, maybe in 2036, this dude is gonna cook. Keep an eye on little Marco. Bro's diabolical. So, in fact, he took it a step further right after this tweet. The Trump administration banned former EU Commissioner Thierry Breton, who abuses power and threatened Elon Musk for hosting an interview on X with Trump in 2024 from the U.S. Rubio says for far too long, ideologues in Europe have led organized efforts to coerce American platforms to punish American viewpoints they oppose. In other words, he said, you're retarded, your values suck, our values are better, and unfortunately, there's really nothing you can do about it, because we have all the cards, you have no cards, what are you going to do, what are you going to say? Obviously, this is Emmanuel Macron, the president of France. He thinks he's important, and he decided to respond to Rubio, which is awesome. France condemns the visa restriction measures taken by the United States against Thierry Breton and 4 other European figures. These measures amount to intimidation and coercion aimed at undermining European digital sovereignty. Correct, yeah, that's right. 100%, absolutely. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, true. You say that like it's a bad thing. Yeah, true. It's based. Fuck you. You're arresting people for posting Islamophobic remarks? Get the fuck out of here. The European Union's digital regulations were adopted following a democratic sovereign process by the European Parliament and the Council. You want to hear the biggest sham of all time? The idea that there's actually, and unironically, a democracy in Europe. That's one of the biggest jokes ever. Did you know that in England, every single election, they voted for the guy that'll stop immigration, and none of them stopped immigration? It doesn't matter who they vote for. You either vote for the right-wing guy that wants to import infinite illegal aliens, or you vote for the left-wing guy that wants to import infinite illegal aliens. Sounds to me like that's not really that much of a democracy, and the people never really actually had some sort of choice. It was always an illusion. They apply within Europe to ensure fair competition among platforms that targeting any third country and to ensure what is illegal offline is illegal online. We don't give a shit. We don't give a shit. Your rules suck and they're garbage. All right? Bro, there's literally been a case where you had this Islamic rapist rape a woman. The woman said, "You dirty Muslim." The woman was arrested. The rapist was let free. Okay? There's nothing you could say. That's literally clown world. Or, well, it's a Muslim majority country, and that actually does follow the laws of Sharia, so I guess it makes sense, sort of. The rules following the European Union's digital space are not meant to be determined outside Europe. Don't care. Don't give a fuck. Y'all retarded. And we have the bigger dick, and we're gonna wave it around. Literally, we don't care. Sorry. I don't think you understand the new Nux doctrine. I've adopted it of late, and honestly, it made my entire political perspectives on life better. And I encourage you to adopt Nux doctrine to anyone watching this video. Nux doctrine is, I don't give a shit, fuck you. This is Nux doctrine. And that is exactly where I stand with Emmanuel Macron, President of France. Complete retard extraordinaire. Together with the European Commission and other European partners, we continue to defend our digital sovereignty, our regulatory autonomy. Very cool. You have your digital sovereignty, absolutely, and you're arresting all your people for speaking their mind. We know, we get it, that's sure. We don't have to play that game, though. We don't have to invite you to our country. You do not need to be regarded as an ally of ours in this regard. In fact, I'm not going to lie. I don't think your value system aligns with our value system, and unless you figure that shit out, you don't need to really be an ally of ours in anything past the basic geopolitics of it all. This absolute retard really thinks censorship and arresting people for freedom of speech is digital sovereignty and tries his best to sell that. Sorry, bro. We're done playing with you absolute useless, impotent people. And quite literally, that is this entire Eurocuck franchise. So Asmongold just reacted to Keir Starmer letting in this Islamist, making this whole tweet. Yo, I'm so happy that this radical terrorist fucker is now back in our country. I hate my people, and so does he. So we're a perfect match. I'm really glad.
Keir Starmer goes and makes a tweet. I'm delighted that Allah El Fattah is back in the UK and has been reunited with his loved ones who must be feeling profound relief. I want to pay tribute to Allah's family that have worked and campaigned for this moment. Allah's case has been a top priority for my government since we came to office. I'm grateful for President Sisi for his decision to grant the pardon. So,
absolute insanity clown world, man.
This is some comments that this retard has made. This is from Allah. Dear international PhD student, by the way, I'm a racist. I don't like white people, so piss off.
Dude, you know the funny thing is, if he would say, like, I don't like black people, they would have arrested him. If he would have said, I don't like Muslims, they would literally have put him in jail. But he said, I don't like white people, so we fought to pardon him in another country and welcome him into ours with open arms. Yep. England, suicidal empathy. Thank you, leftoids.
I fucking hate white people. A blight on the earth they are. Good thing they are stopping breeding. We need to kill more of them. Don't worry, where we are discussing we will take over your town and rape your women. Us terrorists tend to do that. The brilliant British dogs and monkeys think terrorists will reveal their plans on Twitter.
Oh, this dog monkey did.
There's one of them doing it right now. I'm telling you that I hate white people. Amazing that they've let this happen. The most treacherous government in history. They are siding with and importing people into your country that want to fucking kill you.
Yeah. For the record, they did that in America too under Biden for years. For the record, this has been happening the entire time here as well, just not nearly as badly. England is like mega cucked. They're like they have the open border even today, despite all the protests and everything.
And they're celebrating it on Twitter.
Just for context, this isn't a comedian making a funny, edgy tweet when he was a teenager. This is a 44-year-old software developer born in Egypt who was imprisoned for...
Born in Egypt? Really?
...his political activism, and who was granted UK citizenship in 2022 while in prison. People
Isn't that sick? Isn't that sick? This guy was in jail, and they gave him British citizenship while he was in jail.
Across the political spectrum are understandably freaking out, trying to figure out how the government...
Even the BBC, which is basically an actual terrorism outlet,
would allow this after those tweets.
But,
in my opinion.
I'll switch to something else. Advocating killing police, hating white people, assassination plot. Oh, we got even more of these. So this is the person that the British government is going and congratulating itself for. I'm delighted that this person has arrived in the UK and is with his family.
Thank you, leftist woman. Thank you so much for saying this out loud. I'm really grateful that they're saying it out loud. It makes me happy. They're not like trying to sneak it in under. No, none of that. They don't care. They're so open about it, and it's awesome. It's awesome. Isn't it nice? Isn't it nice that they're so blunt about it because there's really nothing that their people can actually do about it? Isn't that wholesome?
His case has been a top priority for the government. They are importing people.
Wow, look at that. Look at that. All of Palestine is occupied. Just kill everyone in Israel. Yeah, all of Palestine is occupied. Yep. That's these guys. To play a Jew, you must have Polish accent. Playing a North African Jew just doesn't work. It's too complicated for them. Jewish colonialism of Palestine is a recent thing. Large part of population is recent migrants, is kicking them all out. It's not even English. This is wild. I consider killing any colonialist, especially Zionists, heroic. Very cool, right, guys? Aren't we happy that we're importing infinite retards like this into the country? Into our countries in the West? Isn't that nice?
Congratulating itself for. I'm delighted that this person has arrived in the UK and is with his family.
Yeah.
His case has been a top priority for the government. They are importing...
That's the government's top priority. The top priority for the government is literally importing people that want to kill British people.
People into your country that want to kill you.
Yeah, that's where we're at.
People are evil. They are evil. Suicidal empathy at its peak. If I said what I wanted to say, I would get banned. So I would just agree with you. So, yes.
So yes, it's unbelievably bad. It's been bad for a long time, but I'm glad at least that we have a place like Twitter, which England and France and all these other European countries are desperately trying to find and shut down and force them to censor themselves because they don't want these conversations to happen. You have to understand how diabolical it is. Before Elon bought Twitter, for example, Donald Trump was banned on Twitter. They banned Trump. Sitting president of the United States, they banned him from social media so he couldn't talk to his followers. Is that not the most insane shit you've ever seen in your entire life? Dude, they really thought they could control us, and we just said no. We actually decided to say, I don't give a shit, fuck you. The Nuts Doctrine, once again at work. So I wanted to see resident angry British man talk about this. This is Sargon of Akkad. He's like, he's my go-to resident British guy that just crashes out about the government being a leftoid shithole cesspool pile of dog shit. And they wonder why it's radicalizing people to be anti-Islam. They're wondering why there's so much Islamophobia, why people are moving to the far right, why people are becoming nationalists. Well, quite literally, it's because someone needs to be a nationalist, someone needs to fight for their country, and it's not the government for some reason. So it's gonna have to be the people. I don't think they realize the sleeping giant that they're waking up, and I don't think they realize how in one generation everything's gonna change. England is either going to be an absolutely cucked Muslim majority country where they democratically vote in Sharia law and infinite Islam, or it's going to be conquered by the far right young generation of people that are just tired of importing your own destruction. It's literally one of these two options, and there is no actual in-between spot. I don't think people realize that we are at the edge.
You probably haven't heard of Allah Abd al-Fattah, because he is...
Well, I actually know that he's the top priority of the British government. He's the top priority of the British government. I don't know if you're aware. In between the British government standing out to recognize Palestine and blaze terrorists, they're also fighting for Allah Ahmed Saif al-Islam Abd al-Fattah to return to England, where he became a citizen while he was in jail.
Egyptian liberal activist.
Oh, wow.
And has spent a lot of time in and out of jail and in trouble with the various, what he would characterize as dictatorial regimes in Egypt. Now, I don't really know anything about Egyptian politics.
I do. 94% of women in Egypt say that they were raped. So yeah, I don't actually like the whole import infinite Egyptians thing. I really don't like that.
But I assume that some kind of Islamist / Arab socialist government has ruled Egypt for a long time.
Yeah, true.
And therefore,
I mean, it used to be a Christian majority country, and then they were killed out by the Muslims that ended up showing up. Also, you're probably wondering why Egypt doesn't let in any Palestinian civilians. You know, Egypt is actually on the border of Gaza. Gaza is bordered by Israel and Egypt. You're probably wondering why Egypt isn't taking in any civilians. It's because, well, the Gazans tried to enter Egypt, and Egypt flooded their tunnels with gas, which is a war crime, chemical warfare, literally, to kill out all the people that tried to go through the tunnels. And then Egypt put up 7 giant walls, and basically said, no, we're not taking a single one of them. So yes, that's Egypt, the activists over at Egypt.
libtardism is actually not top of our priorities, and anyone who's going to be a libtard against the regime is going to spend a lot of time in jail. Which is why I think he's spent a lot of time in jail. And the reason that I'm talking about him now is because...
Alright, justifiably angry British crash out in 3, 2...
Brought him over to Britain. Now, he wrote a book in 2021 called You Have Not Yet Been Defeated, which is a collection of his essays from when he was in jail or on the run or whatever. But it's important to understand where he came from. This is a brief summary of the much longer article on Wikipedia that he has. But he's this son of a human rights lawyer and an activist mother, who are both Egyptian, although his mother was an anchor baby in Britain and then moved to Egypt. And through her being an anchor baby in Britain, he was given British citizenship by our...
That is crazy.
Libtard governments in order to
order to kill us.
Well, in fact, I do know.
In order to
essentially give us a sort of casus belli to support him against the Egyptian Brotherhood or Muslim Brotherhood or whoever it was in charge of Egypt at the time, because we love doing this kind of thing. Essentially, this allows the British state and the parties that rule it to be subversive in other countries. You remember the Arab Spring and those kinds of liberal revolutions that sprung up in the early 2000s to the early 2010s. Well, these are all supported by Western governments and Westerners.
Yeah, obviously.
And we love our sort of
Dicking around.
turncoats from these native countries who sort of convert to liberalism as their ruling faith. You'll have to excuse me, the bird is here and it's making a lot of noise in the background. Bird!
Bird, shut the fuck up, Bird.
I know you're making noise because I'm talking. Anyway,
Unbelievable.
we love these kinds of people. Ayaan Hirsi Ali is another good example where she left Somalia because of the abuse that she'd suffered there.
Because it's a giant shithole.
As most Somali girls have suffered.
Yeah, true. Do you know that in Somalia, dude, I don't know why I know all these random facts about different Muslim countries or anything. It's mostly because I was forced to know. You see, I didn't want to know that 99% of women in Somalia get sexually, genitally mutilated. I did not want to know this statistic, actually. This statistic was forced upon me by the fact that there are now hundreds of thousands of Somali citizen immigrant imports into the United States of America. That's the only reason why I know that. It's because you read into the cultures of the people they're bringing in, and they're like, well, all people are just people. All cultures are equal. Everything is beautiful. Everyone's the same. You're not allowed to be racist. And then I'm like, wow, 99% of Somali women get genitally mutilated. That's a real statistic. And we're importing these savages? Every single time I bring up statistics from what goes on in these countries that we literally import people from, people in the comments say that's not true. I'm not fact-checking, but you're probably wrong. So here's the actual info. Approximately 99% of Somali women and girls aged 15 to 49 have undergone female genital mutilation, according to the most recent comprehensive data from the Somali Health and Demographic Survey conducted in 2020. All right, are we on the same page? 99%. 99% of girls aged 15 to 49 get genitally mutilated. That means for those that maybe I shouldn't be super graphic, but the outcome is after this mutilation, they are not able to enjoy sexual intercourse, and therefore they will definitely not cheat on their husbands or sleep around because, well, they get mutilated down there, so there's not going to be that issue in society. So yeah, anyway, I'm really glad that we're importing infinite of these guys into our country.
Something like 98% of them have been circumcised, which is not the same as male circumcision. And the new atheist...
Oh my god, did he just bring up the same stat as I did? Wait.
...of the abuse that she'd suffered there, as most Somali girls have suffered, something like 98% of them have been circumcised, which is not the same as male circumcision.
Yeah, no, not at all. Wow, I didn't think he'd bring up the stat, but yeah, it's 99%.
And the new atheist...
And it's not circumcision, obviously. It's gouging out the clitoris. It's the most disgusting thing ever.
Welcome them in with open arms, because not only are they liberals, it proves them rasists.
That's right. Also... I'm not racist, so I'm going to import rapist savages into my land. We're going to bring the orcs into the Shire to prove how much I don't hate orcs.
Proves that argument against Islam or against the dictatorship of the Muslim Brotherhood or whatever it is. And so we show a lot of support to these people.
Yeah.
In order to be subversive in their countries and spread liberalism. We think we're spreading the good word.
The irony is, all these like anti-God, radical left ideologues are essentially more devout when it comes to preaching their perverted satanic gospel than any religious group I know, except for maybe Islam, which is possibly why they get along so well. Just the fact that it turned out the United States government was funding like LGBT classes in Afghanistan and shit with our tax dollars, millions of dollars going to teach random bullshit across the world. Peru, gay plays in Peru. Like literally, what are we doing? But no, seriously, it's become a religion to these people. I think that inherently every person has a drive for some sort of spiritual fulfillment. Some people find it through God, and unfortunately some people find it through the devil. Actual nightmare world.
Of liberal democracy, far and wide. And so this is why Keir Starmer is delighted that Allah Abd al-Fattah is back in the UK and has been reunited with his loved ones, who must be feeling profound relief. Back in the UK. He's not from the UK. We gave him citizenship
while he was in jail.
Because we wanted to create a political problem for the Muslim Brotherhood. I want to pay tribute to Allah's family and to all those who have worked and campaigned for this moment. Allah's case has been a top priority for my government since we came to office. I'm grateful to President Sisi for his decision to grant the pardon. Now, you'll notice there's a community note on that, but we'll get to that in a minute. Vivek Cooper, I'm delighted that Allah...
Dude, I'm looking at these tweets, man. Look at this tweet, bro. 12 million views, 3,000 likes, 20,000 comments. Bro, these people are getting murdered out there. They're getting murdered on the timeline.
I don't know how to pronounce this. So rather in the UK, you can see it's all basically the same message. David Lammy, delighted. This has been a group
all the lib cucks in the government.
Right, someone in a group chat has been like, Keir Starmer has been community noted. Put these messages out as soon as you can. I met him, blah, 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 when he in opposition. I committed to them everything I would do to advocate for his return. Well,
yeah, it's like they're making tweets. You know, they're dropping a tweet. They're like, "We're so happy that Allah Abd El Fattah is returning to the United Kingdom. Keep your 13-year-old girls and older at home. Don't let them out at night around the Allah Abd El Fattah." Not saying anything. Not trying to say anything. I'm just statistically keep them at home.
He's not British again. It's not a return, is it? But then you have Rishi Sunak doing the same thing back in 2022. Rishi Sunak had been following Allah's case closely and was concerned to hear about his deteriorating health when he spent time in jail. And Zara Sultana, this time last year, we were campaigning for Allah Abd El Fattah's freedom. He belongs with his family, and this was last year, literally December the 19th, 2024. So you can see that this is pretty widespread. I mean, here's Zach Polanski from 2022. Hugely important intervention about Allah and why he must be freed, because climate justice, racial justice, economic justice, social justice are all interlinked.
Bro.
So you can see that he's just a libtard, and as you can see under the themes of his book, he covers a wide range of topics, including climate change, feminism, AI, social media, capitalism, and the BDS movement, as well as a myriad of other issues. So you see what I mean? These activists are used by the liberal establishment up into and including Zach Polanski and various others. I mean, there have been loads, like James Cleverly, the conservative Rishi Sunak.
Wild! It's the whole British government. The whole British government came together to clap for this literal terrorist. This is the wildest thing I've ever seen.
James Cleverly, they were all in on it. Here's 100 parliamentarians who signed a letter last year asking for his release. You'll see Ian Duncan Smith at the bottom there, Kit Malthouse. You've got a bunch of conservatives on here. It's not just leftists. So this is the liberal consensus of the Blairite era, using foreign activists as a way of trying to destabilize and cause unrest in foreign countries. But they get to hide behind the veil of just, oh, these are just the neutral liberal principles. I mean, we're just concerned about dictatorship.
Right, we just care about the gays. We just care about the gays. That's it, man. That's it, bro. We care about the gays so much we're gonna import people from countries that literally want to execute gay people. That's right.
It's concerned about human rights, and this will be the rubric that they use every single time. There's Saeed Awarsi on there, I've just noticed. Again,
dude, I'm telling you, man, these people have like a laundry. They all do this. They have like their list of buzzwords, and they fucking throw the buzzwords at you. They really think they can get away with everything as long as they just throw enough buzzwords your direction. It's crazy. Give us back our digital sovereignty, Marco Rubio, as he flings poo at you from across the pond. Bro, unbelievable.
Conservatives, because basically they're all the same, and basically they're all just libs, right? So this has been a kind of expression of soft power that the West has used for quite a while. And so now he's back, and then we noticed, oh right, he has a Twitter account, and people started looking through his Twitter account. What kind of person have our political class been desperate to get back to Britain? Well, I mean, he was like, I'm far from British. Oh right, okay. I mean, he's Egyptian, right? His mum was an anchor baby lived here for a short period of time, moved back to Egypt, married an Egyptian activist, human rights activist.
That's right.
Caused trouble over in Egypt. He, grown up in this milieu, obviously, he was born in 70 or 81, I think it was, but his parents were activists through the 70s, and so it's just like, right, okay, great. So he's not British, as he says, but I mean, at least he must be mildly grateful to us. Like, we're the people who are trying to help him.
He's literally a Hassan Piker character. He's like a foreigner that hates the country that he's moving to. He hates the West. He thinks the West is evil. He wants the West to be destroyed and fall apart and overthrown. And he pushes all these like radical leftist bullshit. They bring him into these countries and they celebrate him. And then honestly, and he just acts as a subversive agent in our country from that moment forward. And I'm so tired of it. I'm so tired of it. I'd love to see this guy deported. I'd love to see Hassan Piker deported. I'd love to see all these obvious radical communist Islamist filth retards that are literally only here preaching the destruction of Western civilization to leave. Like, I get it. Yeah, hate the West. Leave. Egypt is so great, right? Britain, colonialist Britain is so bad and evil. Go back to jail in Egypt, man. But no, obviously not. Obviously not. They love the West. They just also like trying to cause the West's downfall because they care about something more. The actual world domination of the most peaceful religion I could think of.
Realize his libtardism in Egypt. We supported the Arab Spring. Again, we view this as a kind of soft power ideological intervention. So it doesn't cost us anything, but we get to peacock. All of our politicians get to peacock over him. But he's actually not very grateful. So the brilliant British dogs and monkeys really think terrorists will reveal their plans on Twitter. Okay, I guess us brilliant British dogs and monkeys did think that. I mean, I imagine some of them did, actually. But it just gets worse. I prefer to bash Whitey, but most of my friends don't like racism, so I spare them. I'm telling you that I hate white people. Okay. Glad this guy's here.
Dude, the crazy thing is that these guys literally arrest people. These guys literally arrest people for social media clout. Is that not the most insane thing ever? Is that not the most wild bullshit I've ever seen ever? You can't even make this up. If a white guy would be saying this about anyone else, they would go to jail in England. But they're literally importing that same principle. They'll import those people as long as they hate us.
I thought being sexist against men is allowed. I'm proud of being racist against whites. I only hate whites. Humanity will not be redeemed until we commit a genocide against all white people.
Wow.
Brackets, some of my best friends are white. Sorry, South Africa doesn't inspire optimism about racism until I've converted to hating white people until proven innocent. Well, you can see why Keir Starmer was keeping such a close eye on this chap. Got to bring him over. Frankly, not unleashing a campaign of mass punitive violence against white people was South Africa's biggest mistake.
Oh my God.
Well, I mean, what do I know?
No way. A communist Islamist that believes in genociding white people, that hates Western civilization, that's anti-colonialism, anti-imperialism, anti-the West, anti-Zionism, anti-democracy. Wow. I am so shocked and surprised.
Fucking hate white people. They don't understand sharing or community. A blight on the earth they are. Good thing they stopped breeding. And this over a period of years as well. And I'm sure he would have tweeted more had he not been in an Egyptian jail. You just cannot get over just some of the horrifically anti-white things this guy has been saying. It's crazy. Just random violence to strike fear and
crazy. That's unbelievable. The fact that this guy hates white people and he hates Jews. I can't believe it. It's crazy. This must be far right. It must be the far right at it again. It's just the far right doing what the far right does. It's just more far right people every single time. Proof we need more suicide bombings. Yikes, dude. What a nightmare. This guy's terrible. I consider killing any colonialists and specifically Zionists heroic. We need to kill more of them. Bro, the British government is literally glorifying and importing a self-admitted Islamic terrorist. This is the wildest thing ever. I mean, there was literally a Syrian guy, who murdered 2 Jews on Yom Kippur this year in England. And they were like, no way, we couldn't have possibly seen this coming. The guy's first name was Jihad. They imported a guy named Jihad, and then he did a jihad. All right? Like, oh my God, dude.
Wipe smiles off the condescending racism that people still feel comfortable expressing. Right, so he is the most extreme kind of social justice warrior that you can imagine.
It's the communist Islamist.
He was just like this in...
The communist Islamist. He is the actual path. He is the arms linking communism and Islamism. He's a Hassan Piker. Just a less famous Hassan Piker, so he could get away with saying more of this shit. And that's exactly who he is. He is a guy that's imported into the West because we have so much empathy for all these retards. They should not be citizens, yet our governments give them citizenship anyway for some fucking bullshit retard reason. They give them citizenship, we bring them in, they cause mass hatred, mass uprising, anger, violence very often, and quite literally, they advocate publicly for the destruction of our civilization. And we're doing this to ourselves. And this is the liberalist agenda of just import infinite retards because we're all people.
In Egypt, we saw him as being an advocate for liberalism. And so we were like, okay, yeah, he's our man in Egypt. Give that man British citizenship. When he gets out of jail, finally we'll get him extradited over to us. And he can just live here hating us forever, I guess.
Yeah. He'll be more than that. Now he's famous. Okay, you've given him fame on a silver platter. You've imported this terrorist into your country, and you've given him fame, and you're talking about him. And unfortunately, I'm talking about him. And you know, Hassan Piker will be glazing him on his Twitch stream all the time. In fact, I could guarantee you could remember this. Hassan Piker will collab with him. I bet you Hassan Piker will collab with this motherfucker. He was praised by the Prime Minister. This dude is getting ready to start off a new career as a journalist in England. You'll see. You'll see.
Yes. We just provide political relief for this kind of guy. He's our favorite kind of refugee. One who absolutely fucking hates us.
Yeah.
This is really bizarre, isn't it? Do we need more suicide bombings? Well, I don't know. Allah Abdid El Fattah. Maybe we do. Who can tell? And of course...
Wait, so this guy is a radical liberal, and he hits you with no medicine can reverse God's will? He should be subject his anger at good for creating those dirty homosexuals? Bro.
Not a big fan of gays. You can imagine how he feels about Zionists.
Yeah, no one's surprised there.
I consider killing any colonialists, and especially Zionists, heroic. We need to kill more of them. Yes, okay, I see. Police are not human, they do not have rights, we should just kill them all. Oh, right, okay, I mean, this guy wants
to... Kill all police. I mean, realistically, there was a royal guard in England that was murdered by an Islamist, and you know who praised that Islamist that murdered the royal guard in England and said that it was just a just act of resistance? Guess who? Guess who praised that guy? Zohran Mamdani, the current mayor-elect of New York City in the United States. And tell me we're not doing this to ourselves.
Kill a lot of people. I mean, he's not terribly outside of the realm of the average libtard. A lot of people have to die for his utopia to come into being.
I mean, that's literally the Islamist communist playbook. Like he's literally following all the rules. He's just saying it out loud. Most of these retards are smart enough to just say this privately. This dude, he's just going out there, he's saying it out loud. But this is what they're all thinking. Dude, Hassan Piker is a Twitch streamer with millions of followers and viewers. And this dude will straight up endorse the murder and co-sign and incite the murder of random political opponents, say that he supports sending ICE death threats, ICE agents, you know, immigration officers, sending them death threats to terrify them, and he directly says you need to kill all landlords and capitalists. Like, they all have the same policy. The policy is violent revolution. Now, whether it's fighting for the will of Allah or whether it's fighting for the greater communist good, it doesn't matter, because that's the alliance that the Islamists and the communists have. Your fucking super gay guy will ally with your super anti-gay guy because they have the same ideology of destroying Western civilization.
But what? Sorry, why do we want this guy here? My real criticism of these post-police murder riots is the wrong focus. Go burn the city, or Downing Street, or hunt police, you fools. And Keir Starmer's like, yep, can't wait to have this guy in the country.
That's right.
Just, okay, he's quite the firebrand. And he's not a fan of the British, as you can see. I mean, the British for all this gave us bad land. British dogs and monkeys was already covered. British history is not pure BS. We enslaved a fifth of humanity and massacred millions. Oh, okay, I guess. But yeah, like I said, he's actually not a British citizen by descent. We gave him it. We decided to
in prison.
Pull a few strings and give him British citizenship because he was such a good liberal. He was such a good liberal. I mean, he just hates literally everyone. He hates whites, he hates Jews, he hates gays, he hates the government.
The classic. Literally the classic. What are we talking about? Bro, this is literally, unironically, the classic communist Islamist. Yup.
Of his country, he hates literally. I mean, what doesn't he hate? The police? Like, he hates just everything. And it's like, right, okay. I guess he's for social justice, though. I guess he's expressed how he's for human rights. I mean, human rights requires a lot of dead people, from the sounds of it, from his estimation. And so, I'm just saying, of all the people that we could bring into the country, he'd be pretty low on my list. But then, I'm not Keir Starmer. I'm not the Labour government. I'm not a Conservative either, because they're libtards too. Like,
yeah, that's the British grift. That's why they're so cooked in England. Because the right wing and the left wing are both left wing. They're both going to give you infinite immigrants. You can vote for the right wing that's going to give you infinite immigrants, or the left wing that's going to give you infinite immigrants.
Kickstarter. I guarantee at least one person watching this just had a PTSD flashback. I just induced trauma with a single word. Kickstarter is a platform that's no stranger to scams, that goes together like peanut butter and jelly. That's not to say that all of them on Kickstarter are scams. In fact, some incredibly great projects have been the result of successful Kickstarter backing. But ask anyone out there that's ever put a few clams behind some projects, and I guarantee you they'll tell you some horror stories of how they've been burned. It is a platform that can send shivers down your spine for all the lost money because you bought into an idea and then it never came to fruition. There's no guarantee what you back on Kickstarter will ever even really exist, and there's never any real repercussions to the scammer should that unfold. God rest the soul of Michael Superbacker and the Air Umbrella. At least that story has a somewhat wholesome conclusion, but on the whole, Kickstarter is a platform where you get some good and you get some real bad. And now in the age of AI, Kickstarter has never been worse. It is in a brutal position for people to identify what's real and what's fake. I'm reading every day about more and more disgusting uses of AI. It is basically technology that is exclusively used to exploit people and mislead people. Quick side quest here before diving into the Kickstarter state and how awful it is thanks to AI. I read a wild story today about a DoorDash driver who was using AI-generated images to pretend as if he delivered the food to the customer. So I believe that he was using like Google Street View, so he brought up the address and brought up the Street View and would take the image of the person's door and then AI generate that door with their food there and then marking it as a completed delivery. So the scam is they AI generate the front door with their food there as if they had delivered it, they cash it in basically, and they're able to do that instantly. Fucking nuts. I also was reading something about a construction company that was using AI generated images to pretend like they had finished projects in order to secure more contracts. It's completely out of control. And in Kickstarter specifically, last night on stream, we did like a quick dive to see the most popular projects on the platform to see if they used AI. Spoiler alert, they all did. So it is extremely difficult to even know what's real and what's fake with what you're backing on Kickstarter now, it seems. It is so fucking absurd. I'm now curious if everyone is pitching Kickstarter products with AI videos to make it seem more professional. I actually haven't checked Kickstarter scams in a while. I bet that's a very common thing now, though. Let me see. I'm just gonna see what like the top funded projects are at the moment and see if there's any AI video for it. All categories. Popularity. So the most popular thing right now is called Pick Pack. Let's see.
We all have too many and choosing them is a nightmare.
This doesn't look like AI.
They're basically trapped on our phones.
But the song sounds like it's Suno generated.
Is there any better way?
Oh wait, is that an AI voiceover?
Is there any better way? Meet PickPack, an e-ink album that custom feeds your
That's
memories.
definitely AI voice. So I'm pretty sure that was AI Suno music and an AI voiceover. At first I thought it was just a very unenthusiastic guy, but it's just an AI voiceover. This is literally the most popular project on Kickstarter right now. Just went to the #1 and it's instantly usage of AI in the pitch. So yeah, safe to say it looks like Kickstarter projects have pivoted to now using AI to make it seem more professional. If only the coolest cooler came out now. Oh my god, these fucking names, brother. These are blasts from the past. The coolest cooler. Oh my god. No more charming videos of the guy turning around saying, "Oh hi, didn't see you there." Yeah. Well, it's just the death of like everything authentic. I want here. Let's go to the second most popular and see if it's AI. Maybe this was just like a truly unlucky, unlucky time to hop in.
Really
the second most popular project is called the world's first desktop aeroponic plant ecosystem.
This is iZesty, a desktop aeroponic plant.
Immediately AI voice. It's crazy. Oh my god. Is everything on Kickstarter all AI now? This is #3 most popular.
Hello everyone. This is your old friend, Titania.
It's good to see you again, Titania. It's excellent. It's been too long. It's always good to see an old friend, Titania. Oh my god, it's despicable. What the fuck? Yeah, so Kickstarter looks like it's all AI now. Just checked Indiegogo, it's the same thing. Oh, I'm not surprised. Indiegogo was always even more scam-oriented than Kickstarter. But now, just for the sake of a little bit of fun, let me see. Let me sort by most popular there. I bet that one's ballistic. So it looks like the most popular right now on Indiegogo is the Foldio 4. The bigger, brighter, better foldable photo studio. Let's see.
Hey, Kickstarter, we're back. Since 2011,
Oh no, man. Everything is so cooked. And it's not even Kickstarter. Well, they probably have it on Kickstarter as well. They're probably double fisting on the crowdfunding. 400k raised, by the way. Yeah. I mean, it's never been easier to scam. AI has made scams easy, instant. Yeah. Not surprised. This just reminded me, have you seen the most recent Kickstarter scam game? It's called Puff Pals Island Skies and raised 2.5 million. The guy behind it basically took the money and went into hiding. You're telling me something called Puff Pals Island Skies raised 2.5 million? Even without knowing it's a scam, I'd hear that and would never even consider putting money into it. Let's see, Puff Pals Island Skies, huh? Wow. This looks even worse than I could have imagined. $2.56 million here. A wholesome life simulator game where you can collect, farm, customize, and explore new lands with cute and fluffy puff pals. And pre-order the game. See the pitch. Excellent aspect ratio here. What the fuck is this? Hello? Pardon? Okay, we'll just go full screen. This take place in heaven, or what's up?
Yeah.
Grow and customize your very own farm.
Yeah.
No AI voiceover here. This must have predated the wave.
Recently.
Very cool. Not my
like
kind of
that.
game. So what happened? You said the creator went into hiding, so he took the money and ran? See the comments, 9,000 comments. Requesting refund, requesting refund, requesting refund, requesting refund. Hey, got some bad news for you. Doesn't work on Kickstarter. There's no obligation, and no one's coming to help you. Learn from the era, umbrella. Most recent update is May 20th from Fluffnest. Let's take a peek.
Yeah.
The development of Island Skies has been incredibly challenging to say the least. For the past few years, we were under NDA with a third-party studio and couldn't discuss many of the things happening behind closed doors. However, now that other parties have made some of that information public, we can speak more openly about what's happened. After Kickstarter, Fluffnest entered into a milestone agreement with Roommate Studio to develop the features necessary to deliver early access based on the GDD we created for the campaign. Agreement was for 1.1 million over the course of 1 year. This will leave around $500,000 of wiggle room, approximately 1 million from Kickstarter. I don't give a fuck what happened. Problem with management, wasn't ready for early access or alpha. Alright, where things are now. As we approach finalizing the new agreement, it became clear Roommate's senior management does not have a clear understanding of the project's current state, how much work remains. Because of this, we can't trust that the issues we've already faced won't reoccur. We've informed Roommate we won't proceed unless their leadership presents a plan to directly address these issues and commits the necessary resources to Island Skies.
This Kickstarter might be the biggest scam ever, and their CEO is allegedly
Very
running
sketchy.
from the law. See, a while back, this viral plushie company called Fluffnest announced that they were making a brand new life sim game called Puff Pals Island Skies, and they raised over $2.5 million out of their $75K goal, mostly by selling limited time plushies that you could only get through the Kickstarter. And Puff Pals looked pretty legit, with trailers showing a lot of the core features already working, so naturally the community trusted the team. But what they didn't know is that by the time the first alpha playtest came out, Fluffnest had already burned through all the Kickstarter money, with huge chunks of it reportedly going to plushie production instead of the actual game. And when their plushie business collapsed in early 2025, well, everything spiraled from there, with hundreds of orders going missing without refunds, the Puff Pals trademark expiring, and even the game's website ended up getting shut down. Now, the CEO, named David's been hit with over $2 million in lawsuits from his former employees, the banks, and even the outside studio that they secretly hired to make the game. But while he's been allegedly dodging service and refusing to show up to court, the backers are left getting ghosted on social media.
Very cool, David. Very interesting. So he tried to outsource the game to another studio to make it. That still didn't work. Man, I tell ya. If you can't trust Fluffnest, who can you trust? Selling plushies of your game before the game even releases is wacky. Well, this is the first time learning of this whole company and scam. But based on that short, it looks like the plushies existed first, and in order to drive interest and money to the Kickstarter campaign, they were offering the limited plushies. So it was for their already established plushie business, which ate shit earlier this year and shut down. Seemed like they were a legit business before went tits up making this game. Maybe. Or maybe this was always the plan, David's nefarious scheme.
Assalamu alaikum, guys and gals. How's it going, ladies and gentlemen? You know, Ubisoft got a bit of a hack, boys. And I'll be real with you, in some cases, I'm not entirely that happy. Like, there's a lot of people that work at these companies that have to set aside some time to take care of some naughty things, some naughty shenanigans that have happened. But at the same time, I goddamn hate Ubisoft in a lot of ways. But I will say the only game that I think is worth playing from them is probably Rainbow Six Siege. And even that, I'm kind of starting to fall off on a little bit, simply because, I don't know, man, the direction, the Siege community kind of thing, the direction Rainbow Six Siege goes is a different matter. I think they're getting rid of a lot of the fun stuff from the game, that, you know, what it was based off of. But anyways, Rainbow Six had a bit of a security incident, ladies and gentlemen. And mind you, Rainbow Six is arguably one of the, I would say probably one of the big live service games, if really the only live service game other than I think like maybe For Honor, that keeps them alive, okay? Other than that, most of their live service shit, I'm looking at you, Skull and Bones, is kind of dog water. Anyways, we're aware of an incident currently affecting Rainbow Six Siege. Our teams are working on a resolution. We will share further updates once available. So I was like, whoa, hold on. Did my information get hacked? Did my user data get breached? And for anybody that has a heart palpitation right now, no, don't worry. It doesn't look like your personal information has been breached. But actually, what kind of happened? So I wanted to dive a little bit deeper into this. I wanted to look at what was occurring. So if you go to the actual Rainbow Six Siege community, you'll find out that people were getting a lot of free money. In some cases, money was being reverted to the negatives. But for a lot of gamers out there, you probably logged in that day and noticed that you had well, how much is that? Let me see that. You probably had 2.1 billion renown sitting in your account. And that number is suspiciously close to the max int value for a 32-bit signed integer. But I'm not assuming that's where we're getting at, okay? I just wanted to see if, like, these guys just gave so much money that it just maxed out of the value. But anyways, the point of this is people are waking up and they were like, whoa, I'm getting crazy money. There's a lot of people who were playing a video game like Siege, and they just immediately started seeing the lyrics to Billie Jean playing in the background. Billie Jean is not my lover. She's just a girl who claims that I am the one. And of course, this is like somebody who's the hackers abusing the fucking Rainbow Six Siege, I would say like ban system, or at least like the ban display system, to come up with all these crazy lyrics. Now, this is just Billie Jean. Obviously, there was a lot of racist shit that got thrown into the mix, as you can imagine. This is modern gaming after all. So how did a bunch of hackers breach into this entire story? Well, a day ago on the old Rainbow Six Siege Reddit over here, they were like, guys, there's a massive breach. Accounts are given billions of credits and random bans. Now, according to the fellows at Rainbow Six, nobody's going to be banned for spending illegal counterfeit currency. The ban ticker is turned off because, ladies and gentlemen, we don't want anybody to have N-words spammed at them. An official R6 shield guard did occur, a ban did occur, but it was actually unrelated. If you play Rainbow Six Siege at all, you'll notice sometimes at 2 in the morning you'll be playing the game, and it'll just be like fucking 5 minutes of random players getting banned. Now, to give you an idea, Rainbow Six is a game that is very, very incentivized towards you spending money. So when you get gifted free currency, whether it be the paid or not, you can imagine that would break the fucking marketplace. In fact, if anything, the game's third-party marketplace would be broken because so many people have access to actual goods that they trade around all the time. Now, in this case, obviously, all it took Ubisoft to do was to basically stop the entire game, lock off the system, and revert the changes that are being made. So basically, all they do is just load back a previous state of their server, similar to how when you emulate, you can load a certain state, and you know, things should be reverted. It'll take like maybe a day or two before they ever get to that point. But again, because of a bunch of hackers, people who probably would have had, you know, the holidays off, now they have to be working out there. It's crazy shit. I love how the community has these nightmare decisions. Like, if Ubisoft does roll back, it's going to be the cleanest fix, but anyone who legitimately spent real money or put time into the purchases will be angry. Ubisoft does not care if their player base gets angry, okay? We're
Why that's fucking
still going to be
not
playing
at
Steam,
all.
no matter how much they fucking ruin this game.
Fuck.
The Ubisoft ban accounts that use the
Alright.
given currencies that will wipe out trust and punish innocent players. Yeah, I don't think they're going to be doing
Not
that.
playing-
Because again, they
not
can just
necessarily
revert
any
back
ball
into before
game.
certain purchases were made. Or
I don't know what
certain
the fuck is-
progress was done. They might even actually like refund money that was like being spent during the day of the hack too. And I'm sure it's easy for them to do that. The Ubisoft does nothing and lets the currency remain. It destroys the in-game economy, competitive integrity. Bro, they're not going to let you have a free microtransaction, okay? Just forget that forget that level of copium, all right? It's just not going to happen. You have a bigger chance of aliens landing in front of your fucking front doorstep, giving you like a free spaceship before Ubisoft even gives you a free alpha pack, for crying out loud. It ain't fucking happening. So there was a lot of discussion about like how could such a hack happen, right? And based on like, you know, the hack in progress over here, like, you know, people getting free money and whatnot, and the ban system being affected, a lot of people started pointing the fingers towards something known as Mongo Bleed. Now, for somebody that doesn't know what Mongo Bleed is an actual exploit that attacks something known as MongoDB, a database server that a lot of these companies use for data storage and data structuring. So, to give an idea, CVE 2025-14847 was the actual memory leak exploit that occurred. So to give an idea, according to the exploit, a flaw in the zlib message decompression returns for MongoDB, which is where a a client talks to the server, they send back information, and usually that information is compressed using something known as zlib, and basically it returns the allocated buffer size instead of the actual decompressed data length. This allows attackers to read uninitialized memory, which, again, if it's coming from the server, they can actually view, you know, information that is stored. So you can send a compressed message with an inflated, uncompressed size claim. So basically bullshitting. MongoDB allocates a large buffer based on the attacker's claim. zlib decompresses actual data into the start of the buffer. The bug causes MongoDB to treat the entire buffer as valid data. BSON parsing reads field names from uninitialized memory until null bytes. So basically, how it works is that the exploit crafts these documents, and when the server parses these documents, it reads field names from uninitialized memory until it hits a null byte. Each probe at a different offset can leak different memory regions. Now the result is, what happens is, because the server reads this information from the attacker, it just allocates a buffer of memory to hold decompressed information. But because the actual data that the attacker sends is smaller than the buffer size that's being claimed, the server does not overwrite any old data sitting in the memory space. It actually just sends the buffer filled with uninitialized heap memory right back to the attacker, which again allows you to leak information from these MongoDB servers. So the way that this could possibly be used against Rainbow Six or Ubisoft, from my understanding, from what I know, is that basically the attackers found some IP ranges, they found the actual MongoDB ports, the MongoDB addresses, the server locations for Rainbow Six. They then therefore used MongoBleed to attack these servers and possibly dug up things like session tokens or, I don't know, credentials or any of that stuff. And of course, eventually once they got access to some level of credentials, they were able to get inside and modify and control things in the Rainbow Six side of things. Therefore, executing commands that would allow them to grant players more money or, you know, launch something like ban wave announcements on these servers. And of course, obviously, this is not something that anybody had wanted. Ubisoft did in fact get a breach. Now, ultimately, the important part for me here is, was the breach involved with any user information? And for that, we actually don't really know. I think Ubisoft said that we don't really have to worry about any of that, and honestly, I kind of hope that's true. There was actually some discussion of who the fuck did this stuff, and ultimately it came out to a whole bunch of claims about various groups fighting. So one group, and this is all from like the fellows over at VX Underground, so hello Smelly, one group claimed to have exploited a Rainbow Six Siege service to manipulate bans and in-game inventory. A second group, a second fucking hacker group has hit the tower. Allegedly exploited a MongoDB instance, this is where the MongoDB stuff came from, to pivot into Ubisoft's internal Git repositories. And then again, they claimed that they stole a large archive of internal source code from the 1990s to the present. Now, if this shit is true, and it's not verified to be true, trust me, I looked through this shit all fucking day yesterday, could not find a single shred of proof. If that was true, that would be fucking huge. Imagine having the source code to some of the best Ubisoft games out there, okay? I'm looking at you, Prince of Persia. I'm looking at you, Splinter Cell. Third group claims to have stolen Ubisoft user data. Again, I scoured. I checked the dark web. I did everything for you guys. That shit I could not prove to be true. And I couldn't even see that they were attempting to extort the company. Now, a fourth group disputes some of the claims, and they stated the second group had access to Ubisoft source code allegedly for a while. Again, I couldn't find this evidence whatsoever. Now, apparently, if these guys had access to over 900 gigs of data from Ubisoft and Crytek, if this is actually true, if it's not just bullshit information, we'll find it out, obviously, in the next few days. Ubisoft would probably have to announce that, or at least mention it, at least, to like, shareholders, if anything, right? Like, guys, we just got a whole bunch of information leaked. And that goes same for, like, if user data was breached, too. So, yeah, this is a bad situation, if it's true. Unfortunately, for the hackers, I haven't been able to absolutely confirm that this is true whatsoever. The reality of it is that I'm hoping it ends at the Rainbow Six Siege shenanigans, okay? If a bunch of players got given 1 billion fucking credits, and, like, you saw some naughty things in the bandwave, that's probably the best possible case outcome for it. Ultimately, the end for me, I was a little bit worried that, maybe something like personal information, billing information, something like that probably got leaked out. But thankfully, that doesn't appear to be the fucking case, so we can kind of, like, breathe a little bit easy, because obviously when that kind of stuff happens, it's just a headache for everyone. Like, if your address gets leaked out, billing information, and I mean, we know how much effort Ubisoft actually probably puts into, like, their fucking security, it can be absolutely devastating. But if it's just gaming nonsense like this, I don't think we have to worry too terribly much. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, Ubisoft got completely fucking, like, they got hacked. They got a pretty bad hack. To the point where even as we're talking, one of their most popular online games is completely shut the fuck down. I can't access Rainbow Six Siege. It's one of the reasons why I've been playing fucking Tarkov's last night, okay? I had to switch to I had to get my tactical shooter fix in some way. But ladies and gentlemen, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Just like it and dislike it. And you can really tell
to be able to help him at any point with that walk. Let's see. Horatio said Clav did TRT early. Yes. Arteries damaged. Doherty and Convicular needed bodyguards to talk tough. Never seen them try anything without them. So look, listen, you guys, if you are a younger man, I understand the concept of wanting to partake in TRT. That's testosterone replacement treatment. But TRT is actually a testosterone replacement treatment. When you are young, your testosterone is already through the roof. You don't need it. You do not need testosterone when you are young. And in fact, it will only hurt you. It will hurt you later on in life. So please, any young men, if you are a Clav fan or into bodybuilding, do not do testosterone early in life. It's not going to be good for you. I promise you, it's not necessary, and it's only going to cause you major complications later on. So, as for those who have just entered, we're talking about Clav and the way that he ran over this dude with a Cybertruck. Now, Clav said this dude had a gun, but it's not the first time that they've had interactions. This was before this, and the caption on this is great. A car is not a trampoline. this mentally unstable and possibly illegal immigrant has been stalking Clavicular for days. So let's see what happened in the mall when he was stalking Clav.
I got the biggest clip tonight. Clavicular report me. $2.2 million. I already signed my Kodak Black. I bought everyone in Miami. I'm merging. The biggest clip. Clap. You don't want to do this. Do it. Go ahead.
Yeah!
Go ahead.
He just dumped a Diet Coke on that fucking dude, bro. He just dumped a Diet Coke on that dude. But you see the way the dude is chimping out in public? This is what he does. He stalks Clav, finds his live streams, and then does this shit, bro. He does this shit. So it was only a matter of time until somebody tried to slime him, bro. In my opinion, it was only a matter of time until somebody tried to slime him. Now, post this happening, Clav did get a bodyguard now, because especially after this, it would be really bad look if he got in an altercation with anybody else himself.
All right. Hey, Beast, what up? Holy tank. Good to see you, brother. How you been? Nice to meet you, man.
Good to meet you as well, my dude.
That's a big dude, bro.
Let's get after it. You actually
That's a
got
big
beef?
dude.
That's tough as fuck, man. Dude, this guy's a beast. He is a beast, bro.
That's a big dude. He got himself a sizable bodyguard there. I don't know about his training or anything, but just from size, that's a big dude. Now, he's also, I believe that Clav has talked to Aiden's lawyer, because not only did he get himself a bodyguard, but he also came out and he's changed his whole tone after this.
So all I gotta say for now, you know, I hope everyone's okay. You know, whatever you guys think, pray for everyone's health and safety. You know what I'm saying? So, just really unfortunate what went down. You know, I don't want you guys to think that was a good outcome. It's not what you want. So just pray for everyone. You know, you don't want that kind of thing. It's just let's just all. I wish everyone could just stream, you know, themselves and not be doing the crazy, you know, stream sniping stuff. But you know, it is what it is. I can't really give you guys any updates beyond that because I don't know. But yeah, so just keep your prayers up for everyone. You know what I'm saying? And that's about all I can say. You know?
Now that's way more in line with what an attorney would tell you to take as a stance. Instead of posting the AI picture of him running the dude over and saying shit like hopefully he's dead, that is cleaned up. Somebody asked me, who asked that? Somebody asked me, We the Champs babe said, how much does a bodyguard cost, JD? I have no idea. I've never had to hire a bodyguard. I've had death threats. I've been swatted. I've never had to hire a bodyguard though. So I have no idea. That's not me. Somebody said they only hire Samoans as bodyguards. Dude, Samoans, let me just tell you this. If you want a big ass dude, bro, get you a Samoan. And no, the dude is not dead, for the people asking in the chat. The dude did not die. So now that we've kind of got a gauge for who Clavicular is, we are going to jump over to what he could possibly be facing. But first, I want to jump through these. Alex said, God bless you, JD. God bless you too, brother. Appreciate you. Fractal said, he got him a lawyer that doesn't celebrate Christmas, and that's what you call a bulldog lawyer. Facts, man. If you are facing some shit, regardless of your feelings about Israel, you want a Jewish lawyer. Jewish lawyers are absolute fucking savages. Paul Beers, dude, thank you so much. Paul said, much love as always, coming in with more resources, discreet protective services for you and others going out into the real world to do the real journalism. Nick Shirley gets help from them also. Black Line Security Ops. So are those the ones that Officer Tatum hooked Nick up with when Nick went out into Minnesota? Because I saw that Officer Tatum actually hooked him up with security guards. When we were with Nick in Portland last time, one of my dudes that I hang out with, a veteran, a medic, a fireman, brought Nick a bulletproof vest so that Nick would at least have that. Because Nick is crazy. Nick Shirley is insane. You guys have seen Nick Shirley. He's the biggest thing on the internet right now with that story that he broke in Minnesota. JD Vance has shared his shit. Elon Musk has reposted like 8 of his clips. Marjorie Taylor Greene just posted his clips. Just so you know, Nick Shirley, we got him a bulletproof vest last time we were hanging out. Big shout out to Blondie on that. DQ Shiesty, what up? Hey JD, my power went out on my whole street. I live an hour away from Toronto. Your stream is my main source of light. Thank you and God bless, dude. I'm so glad that we could be here for you so you have something to do while the power's out. Power goes out often where I'm at. I had to buy myself a Jenny, but I'm so glad that we can be here and hang out with you, man. Huge love and respect. So, I'm going to be tossing this. Nope. I need to jump this on stream because we're going to take a look at what he could possibly be facing. And this is going to be actually from a lawyer. And not just any lawyer. This is from John Bravo's lawyer, who says Clavicular is going to prison. And an attorney explains his eminent felony case. An eminent felony case. Now that sounds bad, y'all. That sounds bad. So let's see what Homeboy has to say, because I'm sure this is going to be pretty interesting. This is Dumbed Down Law, and you should absolutely follow Dumbed Down Law. He's dope, bro. He works closely with our dude John Bravo, who we absolutely love here on this channel. That's another brother of mine, love him to death, and this dude is legit.
At that age, and it may not necessarily automatically mean that he had no fear of his life when it actually happened. It could just be him trying to maintain face or, maintain the image that he sort of procured online after the fact. Okay, so now what we're going to look at is what could the charges look like if Florida files these charges against him. Okay, so we know that at the time the police didn't charge him, but with these types of incidents, we can almost guarantee that there's an investigation going on, and I would, bet my money that there will be charges coming forward, barring some facts that we're unaware of, barring the fact that maybe that individual had a weapon or made, certain specific threats to his life.
Barring the fact that this individual had a weapon. Now, we've already seen that Clavicular stated he had a weapon, and the two black dudes was talking about he had a weapon, and that's what they told the police. So I'm not sure if he saw that, or maybe he saw that and that's not evidentiary enough. And this dude would definitely know more than I would, but I still predict and believe that Clav is not going to be criminally charged. Civilly, 100%. That dude's going to try to sue him, 100%. And then he'll find a lawyer that'll take that case for free in Miami. But criminally, I don't think so.
But in Florida, the menu of potential charges in a car hits person case typically sort of ranges like this. You could have misdemeanor battery. That's going to be the lowest level. And battery can be as basic as intentionally touching or striking someone against their will. But if you ran someone over, we're usually not staying at basics. So we're probably looking at felony battery, which is obviously not a misdemeanor, it's a felony, and if it causes great bodily harm, it can become felony battery.
I guarantee you that caused great bodily harm. He ran over that dude with a 7,000-pound truck. So if they do decide they're going to press charges, if a prosecutor goes, yeah, I don't think he had the right to defend himself and his vehicle in the state of Florida, where the law explicitly says that you have the right to do that. If for some reason it's not enough, I believe it will be felony.
We can also be looking at aggravated battery. So if it causes great bodily harm or uses a deadly weapon, it can be aggravated battery. And again, cars are obviously treated like deadly weapons, especially depending on how they're used. If we keep going, this might be a little bit of a stretch, but it's definitely not out of the realm of possibility. Or attempted homicide related charge. If the state thinks it was an intentional and aimed at killing, you can get into attempted murder, attempted manslaughter, which again obviously is much more severe than any other charges we've talked about, but it's highly fact specific and depends on his intent, right? So if we find messages, if we find things where, it's clear that his goal was to kill this guy or really, really hurt him, it's not out of the realm of possibility that there are attempted murder charges. Now, again, I'm not aware of what his condition is. I know that obviously his condition was serious for a while. I'm not sure if he's stable. I'm not sure if he's even alive. So obviously if he dies, we're looking at a whole nother ball game here. Now, depending on these charges, what kind of sentence could that mean? So when we look at Florida's maximum penalties, they're laid out in statute 775.082. Generally, for a second-degree felony, he could be looking at up to 15 years. Third-degree felony, up to 5 years. So second-degree felony would be like the attempted murder we talked about. The third-degree felony could be the aggravated assault, or the felony battery. So that could get him up to 5 years, and the first degree misdemeanor can get him up to a year. Realistically, if they charge anything as a misdemeanor, I don't know that he has a record. He's obviously a kid. He's unlikely to get jail time if that's all they charge him with. But if this were charged as, again, an aggravated battery, which is usually a second-degree felony, you're staring at a statutory max that can go up to 15 years before we even talk about Florida's sentencing guidelines, prior record, injury severity, and aggravators and mitigators. Okay.
So he has no prior record. He's 19 years old, which is a man. As soon as you're 18, you're a full-grown man. You could argue brain development all that you want, but by law, full-grown man, and that brain development thing is like so, that goes from person to person. So this dude was jumping on the hood of his car. He showed up at his house twice, and Clav brandished a weapon at him both times. Told him, get the fuck out of here, and pointed a gun at him. So, multiple times this dude he's been stalking him and harassing him. And he jumped on the hood of his car, and he had multiple other people there. Now, the two black dudes who were witnesses from the outside said they were surrounding his vehicle. If you surround someone's vehicle in Florida, they have laws for that. There's a stand your ground law, which is much like a castle doctrine, and that extends to your vehicle in the state of Florida. They specifically wrote that in. And that's my opinion on it. I'm not a lawyer. This dude is a lawyer. He's probably smarter than me, but I still stand on business that I don't think he gets hit with this. I think he gets hit with civil shit. And I'm gonna give my personal opinion on this. I don't think Clav did anything wrong. And I would have done the same exact thing as Clav. I would have done the same exact thing that Clav did in this situation. In Florida, for sure. In another state, in California, New York, Oregon, no. But in Florida, 100% would have done the same thing. Haram baby. Give Sultry Poultry the pacifier. I like Sultry Poultry. Why? Why are you mad at Sultry Poultry? What happened? Did I miss something? I like Sultry Poultry. She been super cool. Joe Christmas. What's up, JD? Haven't caught a live in a while. pumped to be here. Just wanted to say what's up. Love your content, man. Much love, brother. Joe, glad to have you here, and I hope you had a great holiday, brother. Big love and respect to you, man. Wolfie Conservative said, JD, Happy New Year's and wish you all the best for 2026. Protect Nick Shirley at all costs. Jesus Christ is king. I agree with every single thing you just said, bro. And our good friend Butt Knuckles is here. What's up, my guy? Hope you're feeling better, brother. This whole scenario is stupid and I feel dumber having watched the whole video. Just happy to catch you live. Much love. Brother, I feel you. I feel you. It's a little stupid this whole thing is really a thing, bro. Just so you know, if anybody wants to get the Florida You Loot We Shoot shirt or the Florida Around and Find Out shirt, I just pinned Dr. Dre Light, put the link to my merch site. You can also get the Pedophile Lives Don't Matter, to make pedophiles afraid again stuff. It's all at that link right there at bunkerbranding.com. So as we move on with this, we are now to the main point of this whole scenario and what we're going to talk about tonight. What would happen to Clav if he does go to prison? Say worst case scenario. Say the dude dies in the hospital and they're like, oh fuck. Say they come back after seeing some of the shit that he said and posted online. Like this right here. This Clavicular himself posted. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. The AI slop of Clav running this dude over. This seems taunting. This doesn't seem like a wise thing to post after running a dude over. You know what I'm saying? It seems like a full-on admission, and it's just not smart to post shit like this. So say the prosecutor sees that and goes, nah, dude, this Clav dude chimping out. We gonna fuck with him, bro. We gonna fuck with him. Haram Baby said, Sultry Poultry is my wife. She thought it would be funny, but didn't want her to ask herself. Well, Sultry, if it's your wife, and you're both okay with it, does Sultry Poultry need the binky? Did JD hurt your feelings? Need a little nippy? Respectfully. Respectfully to both of you. I love you guys, man. I love you guys. See, that's what I'm talking about. So, yeah, what he's doing here looks really bad, dog. That looks really bad. So say they come back on him. Also, maybe they didn't see the video of him saying, did he die? Hopefully. Maybe they didn't see that when they were talking to him for the 2 hours before they let him go. We all know that Wes Watson, same place, Miami, Florida, Miami-Dade County, he did that assault in the gym, and they didn't come back on him for like over a month. And then they came back and arrested him once they were able to do the charges up. I don't think that with somebody like Wes Watson or Clav that they're super concerned that they're going to be a huge flight risk. So, you know, I mean, these dudes live there, they're based out of there, they have businesses there and all that. Say they come back on them. Now, I've done time in Florida. I also have talked to, just tonight, I spent an hour on FaceTime with one of my homeboys who has 10 years in the Florida system for bank robbery, and some other stuff. So I talked to him, I showed him who Clav is, because he didn't know, and, you know, I showed him some pictures. I'm like, look, bro, you know, this is a handsome, effeminate looking fella. No homo. You know what I'm saying? But a handsome, effeminate looking dude right here. What are they going to do to this dude in Florida prison? Because my question is, are they going to try to fuck him? Are they going to see that dude, know that he's young, know that he's not real tough? Are they going to try to fuck on that dude in prison? And his answer was, well, you know, because this dude that I was talking to, he looks like he could be a looks maxer too. You know what I'm saying? He looks like he could be a looks maxer too. I'm like, did anybody try to fuck on you? And he's like, well, somebody's going to come up to him and, you know, try him. He said the thing is that there's so many dudes doing gay shit in Florida prison, which can confirm from my time just doing time in county. I saw the whole time that I was locked up in Oregon, I saw 2 dudes go to the hole for clapping each other's cheeks. 2 dudes. The whole fucking time that I was there, I saw 2 dudes get rolled up and go to the hole for clapping cheeks. When I was in county jail, in a unit of people that weren't going to prison and they had Fallujah County Jail, they have the branch, which is people who are not sentenced and probably going to prison, and then they have the facility. The facility is for people that are already sentenced and aren't going to prison and are just doing county time, or that they're on misdemeanors, so they're not going to prison. I saw 6 dudes get rolled up and go to the hole for fucking in Florida. In Florida, dudes be fucking dudes, bro. On the West Coast, you can't be a good dude, like riding out with the good dudes and be fucking. That's just not a thing. You gotta go kick it with the LGBTQ dudes, and they're kept pretty separate. Florida's way different about that shit. Florida's way different about that shit. And the time that I was in that county jail, which was, I think it was 5 months that I was there, I saw 6 dudes get rolled up for wallering each other's buttholes out, and I saw 2 dudes get rolled up for fighting. So it's way more often that dudes are fucking in Florida than fighting, which is weird to me. So he said, you know, dudes are gonna try him. Dudes are gonna come up to him and be like, hey, you know, how about I give you throat hugs for free? How about I give you the old gluck gluck just on the strength, you good looking dude? And if he shuts them down, they probably won't do it, because he said there's so many dudes in there that are, you know, sucking and fucking that they're probably not gonna take it from him. You know, I don't think there's a ton of the rape going on in there. At least amongst the white inmates, is what he said. His words. But he said what's more than likely is they're gonna think that since he has clout and he's on the internet and he's driving a cyber truck and all that, they're gonna think he has money, and even if he's broke, that he has access to money, so they're gonna put down on him to extort him. Now, his charges ain't gonna be bad charges.
Hey, within the ashes, thank you for the raid.
The charges that he's gonna be on, none of those charges are bad charges. No women, no children.
What's going on?
You know what I'm saying?
Hope everything's
nothing bad
going
about
well.
those charges. So they're not gonna
For the raid,
try to
everybody.
extort him or
Thank
beat him
you
up
for
or
the-
stab him, not giving him the
Thank
stab or none of that shit.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope you're all doing good. Yeah, welcome, Raiders. Hello. Welcome, Raiders. Hey, 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 Fuka. That's so bad. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, that looks pretty cool. Looks like you like it. Oh, we got CFL. try to catch them, but it's not faster. No, they're not. No, no, they're getting ran up on right now. I'm watching it. And crashed right in. They're head first right into him. Hell yeah, let's go. Hit that. I'm gonna drop that so you can get some bonuses. And you're just fucking going in for the ram. Huh. Alright. Back. I really don't think he wants this. Hey girl, come towards me real quick. Swing around, swing yourself towards me. Saying that ship, I'm gonna go smack the shit out of him. Yeah. Nah, he needs to die. Alright, you're good. Where is he? Oh, yeah, the yellow. That's pretty dumb of him. Yeah. No friendlies are over here. Putting some, crazy feels on the water. Oh, my gosh. All right. Appreciate that. Awesome. That'd be great. the fucking what you're trying to tell me to do is the fucking soy jack paste. You fucking.
It's actually so sad how badass video games used to be. It is. And I'm just gonna say it. What? These were games for me. I'm just gonna say it. I'm just gonna say it, Destiny. Guys for guys.
Are you ready for
That's
Asmodee
right.
to turn his gamer brain up to 11?
This is when gaming used to be good. Okay. Absolutely. Absolutely. Video games used to be made for guys, by guys, about guys, and that was it. The only time there was a girl in a story is because she was wearing a fucking bikini. That's it.
What?
That's right.
Games that are made to just be slop that's enjoyable to everyone.
Yep.
Bruh. Not to knock any particular type of game.
What?
Okay.
What?
Not to knock any particular
What?
game, but I think all game genres are beautiful. I've played
Ah, shut the fuck up.
games
What?
across a ton of different genres, but my brother in Christ, you grinded mounts on World of Warcraft for like 20 fucking years.
This was not our destiny. Times change.
characters once again. Here, the new age of dragons shall begin.
I don't even think I need to say anything. But let's hear the rest of it. That's fine. That's okay.
What the fuck place do you have to talk about real gaming or good games or
Absolutely.
manly games?
100%.
You're flying around on multicolored dragons.
No, because that one was a store mount. I didn't buy that one. He's thinking of the Fey Dragon from Warlords of Draenor. I don't have that one. I didn't buy that shit.
Grinding the 1 out of 50,000 cup drop to get the next golden lizard thing that you can hop your ass around Azeroth on.
Oh, but hey, guys, no, I'm not really gaming. Like building a factory inside of a factory inside of a factory inside of a third factory after I was building factories. Oh, no, of course not. No, that's real gaming. Oh, yes.
Give me a fucking break. Holy shit.
No, that's not how it works.
This has happened to every single video game. Is that women have gotten into video games and they've made them for women. And I don't like this. This makes me fucking mad.
According to the entertainment software, this is I'm sorry. Oh, it's such a perfect thing, okay? Listen.
Go ahead.
Don't. There's this concept called the male gaze, but don't wish.
Of course it's the male gaze. I love hoes. I love sluts. I love looking at sluts. I want them dressed like that in video games, and I'm not sorry. And you do too. We all saw those documents. You like them more than I do. You're trying to farm them right now saying this. I know what you're doing. It's not going to happen.
Time with it, because when you see it, it's everywhere. Okay, this concept that everything in the world.
What's wrong with? Yeah, I want the chicks to be hot. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, because I'm a guy. I want hot chicks.
Especially as a white guy, everything is made for you. And
yeah, of course I want it to be made for me. Why wouldn't I want something to be made for me? Fuck. Well, yeah, I'm a white guy. I want things made for me. Sure. Yeah, definitely. No doubt. Who do you think plays video games? What was the most popular character made in Baldur's Gate 3? Oh, that's right. Human, male, European, warrior class, longsword weapon. Now it's time to game. Okay? Oh, wait a minute. Is that Destiny's character? Wow. How about that?
It's to be for you. If a woman looks a certain way, you criticize her because she's not appeasing to your cock. If a woman is doing
Absolutely. Exactly.
doing a certain thing, it's not okay because it's not appealing to you. Like for a white man, especially, this is like enough of a criticism. That's it.
Absolutely, it is. I want things that appeal to me. I'm not sorry. I do. I want things to appeal to me. What's wrong with that?
Right? Women, like the fact that women are in video games now, they're making video games for women.
Yeah, no. And they're going out of business because they don't buy them. That's the whole point. They gotta make video games for me again because I buy them. That's the whole point. That's my whole point. Exactly.
What, does everything in the world have to be made just for you? Like,
ideally, yes. But I'll settle for the things that I like being made for me, continuing to be made for me. Yeah. Like, I'm not gonna go into Sephora and say, hey guys, where's the chainsaws? Y'all got all this eyelashes and this gay shit. Where's the swords? I'm trying to buy a hammer.
they can probably make games you just don't give a fuck about, right? You know that's okay, right? Oh my god.
Yeah, they did make a game I didn't give a fuck about. It was called World of Warcraft. The problem is that they used to make a game I gave a fuck about it. It was called World of Warcraft. You want to make your own shitty little bullshit game, that's fine. But don't go and, again, you want to get woke on me, that's fine. Let's get woke. Don't go and appropriate my my culture. Don't appropriate video game culture and add your own shit into it. Make your own culture, make your own games. And Duriel's CEO saying the same thing. He watched the stream. Wait, what?
Making money is fine. Like I'm a believer in the free market generally. I'm a believer in capitalism strongly. But then the problem is you have this combination of capitalism-driven capture efforts combined with people who don't care about making money nearly so much as pushing their particular social ideals. Like,
the chuds are breaking containment. Bro, we're loose. We're loose now.
You've probably seen this in Hollywood. You certainly see it in the games industry, where you have people who are joining the industry not because they want to make great games, not even because they want to make money. And I'd say like making great games is the best reason. Making money is an acceptable reason. It's because they want to bring about greater equity and representation of of people that look like them. And like that's fine to have as a thing in the back of your mind, but there's people who are joining where that is what they want to do.
That's exactly
and anyone who's against it, they're going to berate them. Anyone in the company who says, I actually think we should make games for our customers, not the people you wish were our customers. Like, let's make games for the guys who buy our games, not the moms who wish were buying our games. And people like that are being ejected out of companies.
They are. And nobody wants to do it because of toxic positivity. Who wants to be the guy that is the person who's the inhibitor that says, maybe we shouldn't make this character non-binary? We already have 3 non-binary characters. You're going to find yourself in HR tomorrow for a microtransaction and out on your ass next week for being racist.
It's very politically incorrect.
That's right.
There's a question.
Well, that's the Bud Light dilemma, right?
Exactly.
It's not a dilemma, bro.
Tried to make Bud Light for people who don't want Bud Light, and make fun of the Bud Light people.
It's the mythical audience. It's like it's a mythical mainstream audience. They say they. You know, it's even worse in gaming because they'll say things like, oh, 50% of gamers are
50 are women, but they're all playing Candy Crush and these other bullshit games that aren't real. They're not real gamers. They're not playing Elden Ring. Yeah, there's like 6 girls that play Elden Ring, but there's not 10.
Are stay-at-home moms.
Exactly.
And you're like, what? That obviously isn't true.
It's not true.
And what it is
course.
it's something like there's a lot of stay-at-home moms who've played Candy Crush a few times.
Oh my gosh.
And like there's a lot of them. And they're like, therefore we need to build to that market. Okay.
Oh my god.
Like I don't want to get into a fight over like what a gamer is. But what do you think sounds like?
I do. And yeah, what do you think? Yeah, think about this. Just think for a second.
A better business plan to go after the young men primarily who buy a dozen $50 games a year, or the mom who once spent $5 on Candy Crush. Like,
it's a joke. He's laughing at it because it's so fucking stupid. Joe Rogan Joe Rogan apparently had to quit playing video games because he got so fucking addicted. So, but even he knows this shit.
And there's kind of, and if you say that, if you put it the way I just put it, they're like, that's so sexist of you. Why don't you want to bring in new audiences? I saw this when I saw this when I was in Silicon Valley. What I called it was, I said there's too many people who drink Starbucks and not enough who drink Mountain Dew. And
oh my god. This is our guy, man. This is our fucking guy. Wow. Holy shit.
You know exactly what I mean when I say that. Like it's been a really bizarre thing to watch in all of these different industries.
Yeah, it's a mind virus. It's captured universities and then it bled out into corporations.
One of my favorite questions to ask people is, starting a company's hard. You'll fail most of the time, even when you don't constrain yourself to trying to, change the social system. Like, look, if you could make it where there's all those moms all get into games, and it was free, like that'd be great.
Here's the best thing about it is that the games that moms get into are like World of Warcraft. There are more soccer moms playing World of Warcraft than probably there are, you know, like playing a lot of these other girl games. They're probably playing the new Call of Duty. Even there's that. Yeah, this is the thing. On plain sight. Yeah, they want to admit. Everybody knows this.
But it's not. It's a trade-off, right? You have to take resources you would have put on your customer, your real customers, and put it towards them.
There's
One question I ask people is just ideologically.
Opportunity cost.
Imagine your job is to build a corporate building for a company, and the company, you know exactly who they are. You know how many men there are. You know how many women there are. We don't have to say how many there are. Like, we're not. Don't make it about one gender.
Are you going to make it 50-50 instead of make it based off of the amount that there actually are? That's what he's going to say.
Versus another. It's just there are lots of men. There's lots of women. I won't pick a number. When you're designing this building, should you have the number of bathrooms that would best serve the actual gender makeup of the company, that would allow them to use the bathroom and get back to their desk without waiting in line? Or would you do anything else? Like, would you pursue a different strategy? And if it's different, it's like, what would your strategy be? And many people say, well, I would build it, you know, perfect 50-50. And if they say, well, I'm doing that because it's, you know, the easiest way to do it, I'm like, okay, that's fine. But if they say, well,
man, how about that?
I would
How about
hope that I would I want to create an environment where it should eventually be 50% men, 50% women. I say, okay, so wait, you have a company, 90% men, 10% women. You think the men should have to wait in line 5 times as long as the bathroom because someday that might make more women want to work at this company? And it's one of those really interesting dividing questions where it's basically, do you want to solve the problem that allows you?
Do you want to solve the problem, or do you want to feel good about not solving the problem? That's it. 100% is Palmer Lucky. Yeah, I know who this is. Yeah, this is the CEO of Andurial. He's the one, by the way, whose company, Mod Retro, got taken out of the Indie Game Awards because he was like basically, okay, so they were selling a Game Boy. But, I mean, it's not a Game Boy, but, you know, it's basically a Game Boy. It's a portable video game system. Can't say Game Boy. And they're selling this portable video game system, and the proceeds for that portable video game system went to veterans. I don't know if it was homeless veterans with some mental thing. But it was a veterans charity. And the money went to that, and it had the Andurial branding because Andurial is a defense company and defense, and there's veterans, and so you can see how these things fit together. Well, for that reason, the Indie Game Awards took his product off the market, and I think it was Indie Game Awards. There was some other place that was like doing a what was the website that was doing this too? I don't know what it is. So yeah, since Andurial gone public yet, I have no idea if they have or not. But my point is that yes, psychos, yeah, absolute psychos. So they're so retarded that in their virtue signaling of how much they care about people, they've ended up now rescinding support for something that was directly funding and helping veterans. That's it. And so these are Gamergate didn't go far enough. Well, that's why I'm here. Yeah, I know. That's my best. The 2 fat retards, I remember them. Here's the problem, though, is that I don't know how many, but I know that it was at least, in fact, 3 fat retards. It wasn't just them. There were more. I know.
This to succeed, or are you trying to achieve totally parallel social aims at the expense of the business? And companies are hiring a lot of people who think about it that way.
Yep,
they don't see their role.
They are hiring activists rather than workers. They are hiring believers rather than creators.
Was to come in and make the company better, or to make a better product for their customer. They see it as to come in and affect that change, even if it tanks the company in the process.
That's right. Because that's why they're fucking parasites. Because they don't care about the host. All they want to do is extract as many virtue points and as many social points out of it as possible, and then they leave it to fucking die, like they've done with so many video game franchises over the years. They are a cancer, a parasite, and they need to be rooted the fuck out.
That happened.
How did that happen? Here's the reason why I think it happened. It's because the people that work at these companies are a bunch of skinny little nerdy losers like me that have no chance of ever getting a girlfriend, and so the only way that they can make any woman pay attention to them, their mating strategy is subservience. It's subservience, obedience, and blind obedience to anything they say. I'm gonna do what you tell me to do. I don't need to think. You're gonna think for me. You're gonna tell me what to do. So it is a simp mentality. It is a simp mentality that all of these guys have allowed these toxic parasitic people to come into their communities and come into their culture and change it, and none of them want to speak up against it because they're little fucking simps. That's the reason why. It is the simp economy.
I don't know.
I'm not saying iDubbbz. A lot of people in chat are saying iDubbbz. I'm not saying that. That's what other people are saying.
That's common.
I think that probably there's a lot of theories. I can give you mine. It was the zero interest rate phenomenon theory.
Zero interest rate. Yeah, you're going to talk about venture capitalism or something like that. I want to talk about zero interest rate on dating websites. I want to talk about zero interest rate with these guys in terms of the probability of them having a girl that likes them. That's the zero interest rate I want to talk about because that's the driving fucking factor.
Familiar with this?
No.
The zero interest rate phenomenon, ZIRP, they call it. Or some people call it the zero interest rate period. So ZIRP was this period of time that we've really seen over the last 15 years up until very recently.
A lot of investment.
Where money was basically free to borrow.
It's crazy. So fucking ridiculous. Yes.
That's where you've seen so much economic growth.
Yes.
You've seen a lot of it artificially propped up.
This is a
tech and
separate
media
issue, but
industry.
yes, he's right.
I think a lot of like these streaming plays have been propped up by ZIRP.
Absolutely, 100%.
When interest rates are extremely low
They're
and money
all
is
losing money.
Very cheap to borrow, people will spend tons and tons of money. The economy appears to be doing very well. You have the growth that looks good on the stock market, and so companies don't need to ever tighten their belts.
This is something that, like, I'm so glad he's saying this. Like, I don't want to watch the whole thing, right? But, like, I might watch more parts of this. I'm so glad he's saying this. The GDP is fake. The GDP is like, oh, wow, the number's high. Okay, can you afford your car payment? No, you can't? Oh, okay. Well, then it's maybe not so good, huh? How about that? So people, like, this is what they do. They use these artificial indicators to confuse the average American into thinking that their life is improving. It's not. It's getting worse. Your life is getting worse. The majority, over 90% of the wealth gains after COVID were by the top 1% of the population. Oh, but the graph. Fuck the graph. What about your life? And again, think about how many midwit, below average, barely average intelligence people that don't really understand statistics, numbers, and any sort of data collection method. They're not think, these are people that think in terms of abstractions, but they can't think about real life. It fools them. And the reason why it fools them is because it appeals to their ego. The ego that they're not a retard. But unfortunately, in believing it, they reveal that they are.
And higher and higher and higher. They can become grossly inefficient. They can pursue things that don't make money.
Absolutely.
And they're still doing okay. And so a lot of these companies, their employees were kind of
it's like having, like, it's like a Rep Paladin in Classic WoW raid. Where, like, if you have a Rep Paladin in a Classic WoW raid, it means you have a really great raid. It's like the reason why these, like, rich women have these, like, fancy dogs. It's like you have this useless fucking $6,000 dog that does nothing, that has to be taken care of every day. It's like it's a...
Is he dead?
I don't know.
for.
Guys, I think it is really cool and absolutely not at all terrifying that we are living in a time right now where I can make 2 separate videos back to back about 2 separate streamers running people over while they are live streaming. And I don't think the fact that that is happening is going to surprise a single person who clicks on either one of those videos. I think that's super duper cool and not at all a horrifying sign of how bad things have gotten. Wouldn't you agree? Ladies and gentlemen, I truly am beginning to believe that we are due for like a content renaissance. Really, I sincerely do. I think we are at the point where something has to give, and something has to give soon. For years, I feel like it's felt like the 2000s, where the most famous people, the most popular people, are just those that can be the most controversial and get the most people to hate them. That's really what it's felt like since like 2020. And I don't know about you guys, but at least for me, it is very much so getting old. I am beyond ready for the cultural pendulum to kind of rest in the middle again, and for it not to be constantly swinging wildly back and forth like a fucking broken amusement park ride, to where every major influencer, and really like every major celebrity, is just a person pointing at the other side saying, look at those idiots, they should be thrown in prison for having different thoughts than me. Anyways, with all that being said, you might be wondering at this point, what does any of that have to do with what we're talking about today, August? And to that, I'll say something. Today, we are talking about the popular streamer slash vehicular manslaughterer, Clavicular, who I feel like fits into this category of modern day influencer very well. Now, if you've never heard of this guy, I'm gonna be honest, I couldn't really tell you what he's popular for. I think it's just the whole looks maxing shit. Now, if you don't know what looks maxing is, that's not a huge deal. I don't think it's all that important for what we're actually talking about today, but I will give you a quick rundown. Basically, looks maxing is a term that basically refers to doing anything and everything in order to look your absolute best. It is usually used and like done by young men, and a very important distinction here, it's usually done by guys in their teenage years who have not fully finished puberty. They do things that I'm sure you've heard about on social media like mewing or bone smashing. Basically, it's just all pseudoscience bullshit, but these guys are usually doing these things while implementing other huge lifestyle changes like eating nothing but chicken, rice, and broccoli, going to the gym 6 times a week, and using peptides or steroids. Also, importantly, they do these things throughout the years while they're finishing puberty. And for some reason that I can't fucking understand, I don't know if it's like some weird cope, all those things are ignored, and they're like, no, the reason that I have a jawline's not because I grew up 6 years and also lost 70 pounds compared to when I was 14. It's because I hit myself in the face with a hammer every night. It's all pseudoscience bullshit. It's literally just dudes getting older and getting leaner and being like, hey, I look older and leaner. It must be because I tune into Clavicular's stream every night. And if you've done that, if you've been tuning into Clavicular's stream every night, then you would know that this guy is not really the best dude out there. I feel like this guy is almost like a perfect example of what I was talking about earlier and like what the modern day climate, the modern day landscape of content creation is producing. This is a guy who drops as many slurs as he possibly can during every single live stream, tries to impress a young, impressionable male audience by doing stuff like have women suck his penis on live. No, I'm not joking. All of his content seems to either be him like rating the looks of other dudes, talking about how he does meth to stay lean, or going into bars and awkwardly approaching women, normally being rejected in a way that is unbearable to watch, so I'm not gonna make you watch it. But I say that I feel like he's the perfect example because everything he does seems so contrived. Like, it really doesn't seem like he wants to be doing any of this, and maybe I'm kind of talking for him, but it just doesn't seem genuine. It does not seem like he actually wants to be kind of playing this character, but since that's what's popular, that's what he's doing. And being this character, being the kind of person who does this kind of shit, has been putting him into a lot of controversial situations recently, with one that happened the other day, which might genuinely kind of put an end to his life as he knows it. The other night, Clavicular, who I'm going to be calling Brayden, because I don't really want to say Clavicular 100 times throughout this video, was live streaming, and a stream sniper jumped onto the hood of his Cybertruck. Now, real quick, I want to mention that pretty much everything we're going to be talking about today, other than the fact that Clavicular or Brayden ran over a guy, is sort of just up in the air. Nothing I'm going to say in this video I can confirm as true, other than what we actually have on video, but a lot of this stuff does seem to sort of be the consensus of people who are like really involved in this kind of content and keep up with it all, but I feel like a lot of this alleged context is very important for how this situation is viewed. So with that being said, this guy who jumped on Braden's hood had apparently been like stalking and harassing him throughout that day, with a lot of different sources claiming that at one point he was armed with a pistol while threatening Braden. Now this is important because after this guy jumped onto the hood of Braden's Cybertruck, he accelerated, and from the video it looks like he crashed this guy into another car, pinning him between a truck and Braden's Cybertruck. It's currently unknown what happened to the guy, but I can't imagine it's very good. What's important here is all of this happened on camera. This was live streamed, you can see it. The context surrounding everything is a little bit he said, she said, but there is absolutely like no disputing the fact that Braden ran over a guy. I'm gonna play the clip, I'm gonna show you kind of what happens here because he says some shit that makes this all look really bad, and we'll go from there. Okay, so as you can probably tell, this is where he begins to accelerate. Not going to be showing the guy getting run over, but I want to show something kind of in the background here. This is a very nuanced situation. It's a situation that's very hard to form an opinion about, because I'll show in the background, there's like a compilation of this guy messing with Braden, kind of stalking him and harassing him in public, which is bad. Obviously, it's bad. But this is all I was really able to find. All the claims of this guy having a weapon, I'm not seeing anything personally that's substantiating those claims, which if this is just a guy who's been stalking you, you can't just kill somebody for bothering you in public. Like, I could probably believe that Braden might have actually thought that he was in danger here because this guy had been stalking him the entire day. But I feel like a lot of this is really going to end up hinging on whether or not the whole like him drawing a pistol thing is true, because I don't think many people are going to say, okay, well this guy was messing with you all day and then he jumped on your hood. That's reasonable enough for you to think that your life is in danger if you didn't think he was armed. Now there's a reasonable series of events here where Braden can show, hey, I thought this guy was armed, I thought my life was in danger. If this was the entire situation, this clip here and this clip only, he'd probably be fine. Like, I'm pretty sure this happened in Florida. If this can be reasonably framed as self-defense, he'd be absolutely fine. But this clip does not exist in a vacuum. Not only is there the issue of, for this to be justified, Braden and his lawyers are going to have to get a jury to believe that he thought his life was in danger, and that he did this because he was trying to escape, he was trying to save himself, and he felt it was the only option. That is generally how these things go if you go to trial for something you did in self-defense. What makes this really bad for Braden is something he said before and after this happened, and these two things have a very real possibility of sending this guy to prison.
Is he dead? Hopefully.
Okie dokie, so as you can see, right after he runs over a person, he says, is he dead? Hopefully. This is pretty fucking bad. It's not the worst thing ever, because I feel like you could reasonably argue that this is like a heat of the moment thing, adrenaline, emotional spillover, whatever. You know, if you're arguing that you just had to defend your life, it's not unreasonable to think that you would say something you don't really mean, but what could very likely end up fucking Braden over here is before any of this happened. As he was in the parking lot walking towards his truck, he says this.
The best course of action is just get in your whip and get the fuck out.
Yeah, I know the best course of action, but I want to kill each and every one of these guys.
In GTA.
No, I want to.
Well,
Yeah, so, that's not the best look. Sorry for the dog shit clip quality, it's the only one I could find, but, saying you want to kill somebody, like 5 minutes before you kill somebody, definitely changes how people are gonna look at the fact that you might have killed somebody. Now, to be clear, saying something stupid does not, like, strip you of your right to acting in self-defense. This is not necessarily an automatic, like, he's screwed kind of thing, but it definitely does hurt your chances of being able to convince a jury that you only did this because you felt like you had to. And I feel like that's probably what this is going to end up coming down to. This seems like something that will go to trial, and I feel like there's a very real chance that this guy has kind of screwed himself over by not keeping his mouth shut. I mean, like, if it turns out that this guy was not armed, and more importantly, really, there was no reasonable situation where Braden could have been led to believe that he was, and he said he wanted to kill somebody 10 minutes before running somebody over, and then he says he hopes he's dead. I mean, this is a bad look for this guy, and I'm real curious to see how this ends up playing out. I mean, like I said, it's kind of hard for me to form an opinion on this right now. I don't like this Brayden guy. I think he's kind of a loser, and I think a lot of people don't like this guy, and it's leading them to just immediately say he belongs in prison, and I think that there's a pretty good chance that he does. But if this guy was stalking this dude and flashing pistols and threatening him, that's a completely different situation. If you truly believe that somebody wants to harm you, and you truly believe that they have a gun, and that other person has been giving you reasons all day to believe that, and then they jump on your car hood, not letting you leave a parking lot, what else are you really meant to do? I mean, if you've been harassing a person all day long, leading them to believe that you're armed, even at one point like in that compilation earlier that you saw, initiating physical contact with the person and like trying to start a fight, if all those things are true and then you jump onto somebody's car hood when they think you have a gun, what could you possibly expect to happen other than getting ran over? Seriously. Like, look, I don't like this clavicular dude whatsoever, but how I feel about a person personally does not influence whether or not they have the right to defend themselves. But like I said earlier, I can't find anything substantial that like is really backing up this gun thing. I can't even really tell where it's coming from, so I mean, this might just be like a clavicular fan being like, well, he had to have thought they were armed. You know, I don't really know, and I don't think anybody really knows right now the full details of what's going on here, but regardless, I think there is a very, very real chance that this 19-year-old dude has thrown his life away because he wanted to play this fucking character on Kick. Who would have thunk that saying you want to kill people might end up coming back to bite you? Well, guys, what are your thoughts? Like I said, we might all be kind of just like wasting our time here talking about this. There's probably a lot that's going to come out about all this because I really can't imagine this like not being pursued by prosecutors. I mean, you've literally got a guy saying, I want to kill somebody tonight, and then he runs a person over with a 7,000-pound vehicle. Kind of hard to ignore that one, I feel. Maybe not, though. I don't know. Hopefully, we can finish out the year here without anybody else getting run over. But genuinely, and this is kind of fucking terrifying, with the way that things have been going recently, that almost seems unlikely. Hell yeah, I guess. So, yeah.
Over the last 24 hours, the FaZe drama has really started to escalate, and it's mainly involved a back and forth between Blackboy Max, or just Max, and FaZe Banks. I ended up just going live and doing a stream covering all of the updates between my last video and what's going on today, and in just a few short hours, or probably already happening at the time of this video, Silky, Ronaldo, Jason, Adapt, all these people are going live. So there's probably going to be more. I'll be making a follow-up video. Now, a good chunk of this video towards the latter half is going to be a stream that I had done covering all of this, but unfortunately during the beginning I forgot to hit record, and I don't want to give you guys really shitty quality for the first half, so I'm going to just go over a few of those first important bits, and then when we get to some of Banks and Max going back and forth, I'm going to switch it over to a bit of the stream. All that being said, if you're new here and appreciate the content and the speed at which it's happening, I'd really appreciate the sub. We're very close to 100k. It'd be cool to hit it at the end of the year. If you enjoy the time saved by compiling all this stuff for you guys, it would also help the video if you give it a like, perchance a hype. But regardless if you do any of that, thank you for watching. Starting off with the last two people to leave FaZe Clan here, Your Rage. I'm sorry to any supporters we let down. Thank you for letting us come in to do our thing to try to save this shit. I wish it didn't have to be this way, but that chapter of my life is forever closed now. And then secondly, we have Kaysen. This one really hurts. I bled FaZe to the core, and I'm proud of what I did and what we've accomplished. I'm really sad it's come to this, but I have nothing but gratitude. I will continue to run and grow FaZe esports program as it is a different entity. And that is something that I should have clarified as well earlier. Just didn't think about it. I think a good chunk of people didn't think about it. FaZe esports is also run under the same name, but it is a different entity. There may have been some members leaving from that, but I'm not too interested in that. I think the main focus of a lot of what we're going over today has to do with the clan. Second big update, though, it seems that we're kind of getting more and more confirmation as this comes from a Bloomberg article of Matt Kalish, who was on the board for FaZe, I believe was one of the main stakeholders in FaZe before they left here in December, talking more about the finance side of things, which is kind of giving more credit to this idea that they had tried to offer a contract with like a 20% revenue share, which they ended up rejecting. But Matt Kalish, who is the CEO of Hardscope, which is the new org that he's starting up, says FaZe's current financial structure is unsustainable. Matt Kalish revealed he invested $10 million into FaZe's talent group over the past 18 months, and gave creators the option to go independent or sign deals with Hardscope. After roughly 6 months of talks, negotiations ended, with creators reportedly viewing the terms as unfavorable, and Kalish plans to move forward without them. And here we've got a screenshot from that. I mean, I'm just going to read one of his quotes here. "My best guess is they're all good kids and have a lot of people in their ear and are confused," Kalish said in an interview. FaZe had subsidized a lot of their expenses, he added. The influencers felt the terms Kalish offered were unfavorable, etc., etc. I think two big issues with this Hardscope org. Number one, if you watched FaZe, like OG FaZe, during their trick shotting, quick scoping, you know that Hardscope is essentially a slur for a COD player. You never want to be accused of hardscoping. Any trick shot you hit, any quick scope is immediately rejected if you hardscoped during any of it. So already a bad look for any FaZe member to join Hardscope, but also it's called Hardscope. People are going to be making dick jokes. This is inevitable. So for me personally, it just sounds like a double yucky name here. Now this gets into this spat that is going on right now, and that's putting it lightly, between Max, Blackboy Max, and FaZe Banks. And this is because Max's cousin, a guy named Fatboy Dip, went on live and was talking about the reasons that Max left FaZe. And he says it's because of a contract, but also because Banks called Max the N-word.
And he's like, "Yo, bro, the last reason for real was you called me a nigga." You know what this response was like? "Who said that? Who said that? Who said that? What? What?" And he's like, "Bro, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I know you said that shit. I know you said that shit." He's like, "Bro, I was angry, but keep it a buck, bro. That's not the reason you left FaZe. Keep it a buck. Don't put that on me, bro. You know I'm going through a lot, bro. You know I love you. You're going through a lot. I'm going through a lot. Don't put that on me, bro." Max like, "Yo, bro, I'm not gonna expose that shit. Like, it don't matter. Like, I'm gonna take that on the chin. I don't care, bro. I'll be the evil nigga. But you said that shit." He's like, "If I did, it wasn't on no racist shit, bro." Like, nigga, what?
So these claims end up going viral. Max is not disputing it, and it does end up kind of getting confirmed as well, because Banks ends up putting out another video, a 20-minute video on Twitter titled "Why Blackboy Max Left FaZe." Now in this video, he ends up bringing up a lot of receipts, a lot of messages between him and Max, and he's arguing that Max never really gave a fuck about him saying the N-word, and now he's just using it to farm a shit ton of clout, farm up a bunch of viewership, things like this. This is where I'm going to cut back over to the stream VOD, so up until about 12 minutes through the video, you're going to notice that the quality is a little bit lower. I apologize, trying to make sure that doesn't happen again, but I'll let me from a couple hours ago take it from here. I'm going to start this off by giving you guys a bit of an apology. It was something I expected was going to happen since my last video was more so from my stream and I was reacting to stuff live. I personally have an issue with Banks. I don't like Banks. I've had problems with him ever since him coming back in, reviving FaZe in the way that he did. I was definitely very much biased against Banks, especially in regard to after the temper situation, the way that he behaved during that shit coming out. It just really rubbed me the wrong way. The stuff that we're going over today between Banks and Max, I think there is a lot more nuance to it, and I think that there is a lot more credit to Banks in this situation that I was not giving him previously. And I want to be upfront about that. You know, there's one or two options that could exist, and I was leaning towards ones that didn't favor him because I don't like the guy. I think it's better to start this video out making that very clear. We're going to kind of go through some of it without him speaking because there is a good chunk of this where it's just receipts of messages between the two guys. I'll just let him start kind of the intro of it, and then once we start getting to the messages, I'm just going to read them to you, go over the important stuff, and we'll keep going past that.
Talked to Lacey and Ron today. They're all going live tomorrow, and they're going to speak from the chest as to why they left FaZe. It's the most I've talked to these guys in the last 5 months, and it's all just become a lot clearer as to like how this all came to be, and it just, yeah, it sucks. The whole thing fucking sucks for everybody, and I don't think these guys are interested in it being farmed or, you know, this whole FaZe thing. All the work and effort that everybody's put in over the last 2 years, those guys, me, all the staff, it's just being fucking completely shit on and stomped on right now. But the one person that jumped
lizard, 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 lizard,
literally the entire point of this, if you couldn't tell just by the title of it why he left FaZe. Max, he is claiming here, is just doing this and like farming the ever-loving shit out of this to clout chase. That's his whole argument, and he's going to show, and he's arguing that Max is incredibly two-faced, and he brought receipts, which Max has a few himself. We're going to go over them, but it's very interesting.
Jumped on this opportunity not because he cares about anything that I've done, cares about anything that I've said.
We're now going to jump into the text. So he's essentially just going to be showing that the way that he talks to Max behind closed doors, and he also claimed that he had talked to Max more than any of the other FaZe guys combined in the last 5 months, last 6 months. I just want to show this chronological order. I keep wanting to spoil shit because it gets a bit crazier, but we'll just start here. I'm in the shower. Hold on. You still in the shower? This is stupid. Yo, when I'm on stream, I'm going to speak highly of you all. That shit doesn't need to be brought to light. You don't have to even worry about it. And like I said, I apologize about that tweet. And so, like, clearly there was some stuff going on. Max had made a tweet about shit. We're just going to keep moving forward, though. He makes his post, him talking in an audio. This past couple weeks have been rough. Overall family and dislike, I'm leaving FaZe, and I just want to say, despite our disagreements and our differences, I definitely need some time just think and collect everything right now, but I want to say I appreciate you and the shit you've done for me, because you've helped in many ways, and that shit is very appreciated, and it's not taken for granted. There's a lot of these two speaking very kindly to each other. That is pretty much everything that we're going to see. I'm definitely glad I did this, but I think it's just time to part ways, but I just wanted to give my appreciation 100%. Do you think that's good changes? I've been thinking about doing that for a while. So now we're going to start seeing, and this is what Banks is talking about, Max repeatedly goes to Banks for advice, and Banks gives him a ton of advice throughout all of this. I think this is about an Instagram handle change, like a username change. Banks tells us that he deleted messages in the DMs here. Those messages that he deleted were personally identifying information like addresses, personal life shit that he didn't want to air out. That's what he's saying. I kind of believe it based on what we're seeing, but you know, you don't know because we don't know it's deleted. He's showing these receipts. Max is not for the entirety of it. So yeah, let me just let this play.
This one is the first time Max came over since he left. It was at the end of August. He sat with me. We talked for a few hours. I want to say he was at my house 2-3 hours, and we left. I hugged him, told him I loved him, told him I'd always root for him, apologized about what was said. He said no hard feelings, admitted several times that was not the reason why he left FaZe, that, you know, it was an accumulation of things. But as you'll see in this conversation, Max just thought that was the best move for his career. And that's just the simple facts.
There was also mention, and I should include this because it's important for the timeline, Blackboy Max's cousin claims FaZe Clan used Max's Spotify to sign a deal and make $400K without him even knowing.
Nigga, I'm like, game, you're Blackboy Max. You can get that yourself. And if you want to split it, that's cool. So this is what, we end up taking it down. Little do we know they're selling his identity without letting him know. And so Max ends up leaving FaZe. We only knew this because he left FaZe. He got the deal on Spotify. They dropped FaZe and gave it to Max. Guess how much this was for? 400 bands for 5 months. Niggas about to run up a half a ticket off a nigga.
Interestingly, this happens earlier on, and there are going to be messages between Max and that happen after this, apparent identity theft, like using his name while he's under the org to make this 400,000. But it seems like water off a duck's back based on how they interact with each other afterwards. So it's a bit of confusion as to how serious this actually was, what his cousin is talking about here. But we're continuing on with Banks's messages here. And you can see here, thank you, and I'm glad you're doing well. I've been working, taking a step back to look at everything as a whole, my career, streaming landscape, and what I want to do and be in life. Just trying to be better mentally, but I'm back now, about to take it there. You're gonna notice that a lot of it is talking about like just really personal stuff, like stuff that you would confide in with someone else that's probably working in your business, like Banks is. A lot of people are kind of on both sides of this saying, you know, we're just airing out personal conversations between the two of you where you're both talking very kindly, and the other half is saying, okay, well, Banks is right that Max is kind of being two-faced here because these dudes are talking like they're very close, and there's a lot of shit going on between them right now, and Max is airing out a lot of shit, acting like they weren't good, but clearly they have been talking and really benefiting from talking to each other. And then he also talks to him, and this will be relevant with Max's response. If you guys didn't know, a few months back, Max was hospitalized for a good chunk of time. I can't remember the exact reason, but it was pretty serious. He was in there for quite some time. I think it was during the Mafia-thon that Kai Snad had put on. You'll see here down here, Max, but my question was, why do you think the desktop streaming died, and what do you think the future of streaming shit? You're gonna see him do advice questions like this a lot with Banks. Good, best thing you can be is honest with yourself, killing ego. Those things go hand in hand. There's a lot of claims back and forth about Max having an ego problem. Admittedly, I was kind of leaning towards maybe he really doesn't have an ego. I don't watch him a ton. I can't really speak to that, but there are important notes here. You'll see moments like this where Banks is talking about killing ego and stuff. He specifies it, which is interesting. I do think at the very least, Banks believes that Max has a bit of an ego problem. I also don't think that's a crazy assertion to make, being that these are streamers that thousands and thousands of people are watching, especially when you're making millions of dollars from this shit. It's not hard. Like, I would say it's harder to not develop an ego when you're in a position like that. It's just how you're able to manage that and how you're able to deal with that feeling. So I don't think that that's crazy. And so he starts going into it. Desktop died because we're in fast food swipe culture meta. Starts going over talking about, you know, the world is clips now. Like, we just need clips, all this kind of stuff. Just giving him advice. We don't need to go over the advice itself. I'll leave a link in the description to this video if you guys want to look at the screenshots yourself. And then he says, makes perfect sense. And I think there's a lot of truth to that. Where do you think this shit goes? And so he's just asking for more advice. And Banks gives it to him. For all this shit that I'm giving him, I don't believe that Banks is giving advice that he thinks is bad. I think he's genuinely trying to be real with the guy. If the advice is bad or not, I can't tell you. I don't have a couple million subs. I'm not a, you know, successful in that sense, or nearly as they are. But he's given the advice. Yeah, I feel you. They're agreeing. And then November 4th, I'm gonna make you proud, bro, and thank you for always believing in me. This was a month ago. This was just a little over a month ago, November 4th. This had happened after, like this message, I'm gonna make you proud, bro, and thank you for always believing in me, after the Spotify debacle that I just showed you. So for him to talk to Banks in this way is interesting. It just kind of seems that whatever the Spotify deal is that went sour, that his cousin is claiming, didn't seem to bother Max all that much. And then he's like, I just wish you believed in me in the same way. We had it in our hands. World takeover. I saw it so clearly. You got the ingredients. Always have. Will always root for you. Watching always. Banks is being incredibly kind to the guy. At least in these texts, Banks is being very, very kind. He doesn't have to be saying any of this. I think this is kind of Banks's MO, like, since I ever watched him. He's very much a charismatic dude. He's very, like, I don't want to call it love bombing because I'm not trying to let bias seep in that way, but he talks to people like they have something incredible about them and pushes them in that sense. And I think that he's kept that energy this entire way through. At the very least, it seems that way.
Guys, this is 5 weeks ago, man. This is 5 weeks ago. All this shit with Spotify, everything that Morgan has talked about happened months before this, in July. This is November, okay?
And then he says, I do, bro, trust. I just felt like leaving was part of me taking my next step, but your creative mind and understanding of this shit is insane. I don't doubt that at all. Thank you. And so he's talking. He then goes ahead and asks for more advice. This is going to culminate in something very interesting that Max has not mentioned. With my girl, but I was going to ask you, right? You and Zach have both said that overly pursuing being an artist doesn't make sense, which I totally understand reasoning. But what I failed to understand is, does that come from a place of just not believing that me working on becoming an artist is worth my time, or that genuinely isn't the best path? So in my head, imagine if the next upcoming artist or NBA superstar was streaming their come up, going from small shows to having big songs headlining stages. He's talking about he's going to become big, and he's like streaming, like the witnessing of it, I guess. Two things I struggle with is creative, helping flesh out my ideas. Then I have no manager right now, so I kind of be feeling lost and losing the plot bad, but I'm gonna figure this shit out because I'll die for this. Zach was an amazing manager music-wise, but I didn't want to have him as label and manager. I didn't like the crossover. And then he's like, I gave you the best possible person. You had me and Ray. You had the actual dream team behind you. I think he's talking about FaZe, like when he was at FaZe. Tried to tell you too many times, these weird UTA agents and managers who pay their bills off commission and know absolutely nothing about content or culture is not it. And so he's saying, anybody else that's helping you is finessing you, not me. And so now we're gonna start getting into it. Almost sounds like he's regretful of leaving FaZe, except like he is saying that he is. I don't know what to do, bro. It just feels like I'm stuck, but I appreciate this convo and I'm gonna figure it out. When I first joined, I'm not gonna lie, like last summer was the happiest I've been. Was just doing shit together and living life, creating. Shit's been cool since I left. I've been smooth sailing, but I just don't feel like I'm progressing, and I don't feel like creatively I'm really doing anything. And I realized how weak mentally I am to be able to allow others to sway my mind so easily on certain things. I fucked up this whole shit up phase, everything like damn. I talked to them this before Subathon a couple weeks ago, but people didn't want me back. I understand they don't owe me anything, but I just know what I offer. And I think everything would go even crazier, but ultimately this is on me. Still cool with everybody, show love where I can. It almost sounds like somebody who might want to rejoin FaZe. Genuinely, one of the biggest pulls from these conversations, Max is very insecure. Max is very unsure of the steps that he takes. I don't know why, per se. That could also explain why he may have an ego issue, because when you have a hyperinflated ego, it's usually to make up for insecurities you have. That's just kind of how it develops. Through and through, he keeps asking for stuff, and Banks is going to claim later, and that's kind of an important bit, that Max will ask to join FaZe again. and that was around a month ago. He asked to join FaZe again. People are calling that a switch up. People are saying that makes zero fucking sense for Max to be like, you know, going scorched earth right now when just a month ago he was asking to rejoin FaZe. I think this is a really good point too. Down at the bottom here. But more than anything, I dead miss working with you and Ray. Like, I said the N-word and contract shit threw me off bad, but I'm past that and we talked about it, so I don't give a fuck. And I get your POV. This is like, I would say, one of the nails in the coffin for Max here. They're making a big stink about Banks saying the N-word. Up to you guys if that is a big issue for you or not. I'm going to show more of what Banks talks about in regard to that. He claims that everyone was saying stuff like that and like the F slur behind closed doors. But you can see here, like, even though they're trying to make such a big issue of it right now, like I said, the N-word and contract shit threw me off regarding, I'm assuming, the monetization with the contract and him saying the N-word, but I'm past that and we talked about it, so I don't give a fuck. To not give a fuck and then use it to condemn Banks is a bit of a switch up, especially when behind closed doors you're cool with it. But would you see that it's advantageous to pile on Banks because he said this and you air it out? Really seems suspicious, seems weird. Makes people wonder about your intentions when you leak stuff like that. And so I kind of want to see what Banks said here in response. Let me pull it up. You just got to look behind it and assess who said what. I told you all of this every step of the way. I never gave you a single bit of bad advice. In hindsight, it looks like I actually did just have the best intentions with you. On the other hand, these people in your ears saying this, that, and the other are either likely Morgan type, who's just your boy but has zero experience and no idea what's right or wrong, and just gonna say yes, or Matt type, who's actually scum and insecure about real fools like us and see you as a bag and a number and someone who can help them pay their rent this month. Both types should be considered in terms of making any real decisions in your business or brand. One doesn't have experience or talent, and two, it's just self-interested. So again, it sounds like good advice. We don't know these people in the way that Banks is talking about them, so we're just gonna, you know, we're taking people at their word, and given their reputation, that's tough for a lot of people. But then he says, I don't know how to do it, bro. I don't, but I genuinely know I made some mistakes on this path of mine because of my lack of confidence and judgment as well as my growing ego. Even Max here is admitting that he has an ego issue. People saying that that isn't true, Max is cognizant of it, which maybe that even kind of undermines it a little, but he's also talking about knowing that this is an issue. We should lock in, document everything, and set a goal of reuniting the team. So even Banks is in on potentially pulling him back into the fold, pulling him back into FaZe. That's like insane content idea number one, and two, gets back to where you want to be. It's genius. I would be insane. To be honest, bro, I'm sad, bummed out. All shit went down, fell on, is crazy, it sucks. And then he asked more about some advice. Okay, and this is where that Yana girl, which is Marlon, another streamer type, ends up talking about her, and people were saying that it looked like he was clowning on her, giving her shit. He says, question, again, more asking for advice about his career. What do you think about the Rakai music video and that type of shit, doing music stuff with creators? For those who don't know, he made a music video with Rakai. Rakai, I think he isn't banned now, but he's living with his mom because he was saying dumb shit, and he's like 16 years old. He's a kid. People find him incredibly annoying. He's a nuisance streamer, it seems like. Do you think it hurts the brand what I'm trying to accomplish? I was going to do some music shit with this girl named Yana tomorrow. She's a creator. But I wanted to do other fun shit before I just like casual kick it, and this girl told me just music. The fuck? And then I think, like, is it bad that someone like her thinks that she can just make music on my platform? Because in order for her to say that, she has to genuinely think that's normal. Which technically, I have made that to be the case because I have someone like Rakai making music. But I feel like I always did that with FaZe when we was making our rock songs and shit, so let me know what you think. A lot of people are saying, oh, he's being an asshole to Yana here. Like, how dare she? Like, this is an ego check. I don't think that's the case. It seems clear, if you read it in its entirety, that he's talking about the identity or, like, the brand, the image of his channel, of Blackboy Max. He asked her, but I wanted to do other fun shit. He wanted to do other stream content with her, and she told him just music. Is it bad that someone like her thinks that she can just make music on my platform? Maybe it's the just that people are weirded out by. Because in order for her to say that, she has to genuinely think that's normal. I'm reading that as she has to think that just making music on his channel is the normal thing. Like, that's what his brand identity is just making music. I think that's what Max has an issue with here. He wants to be known for more than just the music creation. He's also a streamer. He wants to be recognized in the same way that Lacey, Ronaldo, Jason, like these people are streamers first. And he says, which technically I have made that to be the case because I have someone like Rakai making music. So he's like, I understand that people are looking at this as my brand identity because of the decisions I've made, which is why he brings up the Rakai thing, thinking maybe that's going to hurt his reputation and brand more than not. That makes sense to me. Yana made a post, and I don't really want to jump into it because I really don't think that this is him attacking her. I think it's just him questioning, is he making the right decisions by putting so much music on stream? I think that's fair. That is a genuinely good point to make, and I think he's working through that critically. Banks gives him a lot of advice, gives him a lot of information. I think this is another one of their conversations where Max comes clean about a lot of stuff, and I'll include that here.
Comes to my house on November 7th. We talked for 7 hours. 7 hours. Max gets into all the details about how much he's paying his aunt, his cousin, and how his fucking business is a disaster, and asks me for a bunch of opinions and advice on what to do. And I told him, fire everybody except for Trey, know how much money you're spending every month, and get this shit under control, and it's all gonna be all right, and I got you.
You can see here, after their 7-hour hangout in real time, right? 7 hours of hanging out. This is that same week, like 5 weeks ago. I appreciate you more than I can ever say, because content-wise, everything is smooth. But business-wise, bro, sheesh, I'm about to do this stream with Nike. This is collaborating what Banks is saying they talked about. He mentions, like, he had said that he's paying his cousin this much, he's paying his aunt this much, like, he's just kind of making fumbles business-wise. Max here is asking, where does your happiness come from? I think part of why I've been down, bro, comes from where I derive happiness from. This is, like, deeply personal shit. Like, it seems that he's going through something, and he's looking to Banks for advice like this. Like, you really have to think, are you asking, where does happiness come from, to somebody that you don't trust, that you don't like, that you do not fuck with? This is 5 weeks before everything's going down. Most charitable take is Max changed his tune very quickly because he found some shit out about Banks or something. It's clearly not the N-word stuff. He talked about that he's over that. He doesn't give a fuck about it. He talks about this, like the Spotify thing. It's clearly not the Spotify thing because they're talking very kindly to each other, and he's asking very, very personal life advice with this guy well after that fact. So these points that people are bringing up that we have to assume Max has issue with Banks are all in the past, and it is clearly not bothering either of them at this point, well after both incidents have happened. And so he gives him advice. He's hearting the stuff. Eating with my mom, it's her birthday. Like, they're just talking about life stuff at this point. So that's when it kind of comes to a close. He's now going to talk about this N-word stuff, and he's leaking a bit more info. He's going to make some pretty bold claims here.
Yeah, Max, I don't know. You guys tell me. It doesn't seem like me and Max have a problem. It doesn't seem like we've really had any sort of real issues in the last 5 months. And I'm not just going out of my way and randomly offering him my opinions and my advice. He's asking for them. And he's treating me like a mentor. And he's confiding in me about things. As it goes for this word that I said, first of all, I didn't say this targeted toward you. This wasn't said in any sort of racist connotation. I said this word in an emotional response. And I said, fuck all y'all blanks. And it's a fucking mistake, and I'm fucking retarded. I'm a 34-year-old man-child, and I have many, many flaws, and I'm an idiot for saying that. But bro, stand on. If you really have a problem with that, then why has it not been a problem for the last 5 months? If you really have a problem with that, why have you told me multiple times I don't have a problem with that?
Now look, admittedly, crazy that in a moment of anger, he just kind of switches into that. But he's making a good point. If it has not been an issue behind closed doors, if you have repeatedly told this guy it's not an issue, I'm over it, I do not care about it, why do you suddenly care about it when it's getting you views? Why do you suddenly care about it when it's getting you clicks, when the internet would absolutely take your side if you acted like you weren't okay with it? Obviously, he wasn't okay with it in the interim there, but he said he forgave him. He said it didn't matter. He didn't give a fuck about it. He's also going to now air out that apparently all of the FaZe members have said it.
If you really have a problem with that, and I can say this, Ron, last subathon, fucking said it. Muted his mic and said it. The chat laughed, and everybody told him to say it, and he said it. Lacey has admitted to saying it publicly. You know this. So why isn't that a problem? Other members in FaZe have said it in the confines, behind the scenes, off cam, in the presence of other black creators and FaZe members. This was never a problem. It's only a problem now because it's convenient for you and for this narrative to make me look like shit and to make you look right. And it's fucking twisted, bro. And this is exactly what I was talking about yesterday. All this shit being fake. You guys can read those text messages between me and him and say that this isn't fake. It's the definition. It's the textbook definition of fucking fake. And this is exactly what I was talking about. Bro, in Vegas at a UFC event, I'm not going to name names. I'm not going to drag other people in. But Max's black manager at the time and other members in FaZe, black ones included, told me to rip the word. They said, yo, we're going to keep it a buck. We need to hear you rip it. I said, really? I said it. Everybody laughed. And they were drinking, and it was an experience. We were building rapport, and we're letting our guards down, and we're being vulnerable. And this is what fucking boys do. This is what actual friends do. And that's what I thought we were doing. I thought we were trying to form an actual relationship, an actual bond. I let my guard down. I said it. It wasn't a big deal then.
You knew about this and have known about this, and it was never an issue. Explain to me what other reason, why now? Why is it a problem now?
I think, again, these are kind of good points just to illustrate that you have not given a shit about any of this. You've been cool with it up until it's getting you views. I'm finding it hard to see where Max is coming from, airing this shit out when it seems that behind closed doors. Like, it doesn't seem like he just made that shit up. That was a very specific reference he made to being in Vegas and doing this with a group of people.
To stoop as low as to try to weaponize this fucking word and to paint me out to be this fucking awful guy is crazy, bro. And I'm not even gonna stoop as low, bro. You've said all types of shit. Guess what? Surprise, internet, we all say it. We all say it. Maxie said fucking the F slur. Surprise, I've said it too. And so has every other fucking FaZe member. And so does every other group of friends behind the scenes. You guys want to farm that? Then please be real about all of it. Stand on business, Max. I can't believe you went live and really said, I left FaZe and y'all were on me and it was a right decision, whatever. Bro, a month ago, you asked to join back. It's crazy.
So there's, again, also that claim. I don't think that he's bullshitting. I don't think he's lying about that claim. From the messages alone, it was very clear that Max was talking about leaving FaZe as a huge mistake over and over, that the business side of things was crumbling over and over. Banks even alluded to having him come back would be a huge clout pull. Like, it would drive huge attention. It would help his business. I don't doubt that that actually happened. From the text messages between them, it actually seems that way. I think the point Banks is making there is that if you're gonna say this, if you're gonna call me out and say I'm a bad person and like you're gonna, tie this in me saying this word, but all of you say this shit behind closed doors is insane. He kind of culminates as like, yeah, this is my fault. He's like, it is my fault that I did any of this, etc., etc.
I sold a dream to the business side. I said, yo, this is a good bet to take. Invest this money. Let's buy this brand and let's kickstart this content group and it'll work. This new streaming shit, it's wave. These fucking kids are awesome. They're gonna be fucking superstars. And then on the side of the guys, I told them all, join FaZe. It's gonna be the best decision you've ever made. I couldn't build the bridge between the two. I told this side, I want you guys to own FaZe. I told this side, the guys need to own FaZe. I had these conversations and I tried my hardest in the beginning stages of this shit and it didn't work out. And the common denominator is me. It didn't work out because of me. And for that, I'm sorry. And even you, Max, like I am sorry to you for that. Like that is where I fucked up. That is what I'll stand on and take to the chin.
Don't get me wrong, Banks has the most interest in being apologetic here, in saying what he's saying. I don't doubt that he believes this though. And I don't think he's being insincere. I think he's a smart enough guy to recognize shit like that. He's not saying he knows exactly how he is the reason for it, but he knows he has to be. That he screwed up in some type of way, that he did something wrong along the way, but he truly believes that he had the best intentions throughout the entire thing. At the very least, I think it's worth making that point. Maybe I am giving him too much credit because my pendulum's kind of swinging back because I kind of looked at all the first stuff with a much more negative lens towards him. You guys can correct me in the video, let me know in the comments and stuff, but that's just kind of where I'm at with that so far. Banks ends up replying to this video that he put out that kind of closes it out. And he says, his words, not mine. This is just a reply under it. And so this is that message here. And so I had pointed this out when we went through it. More than anything, I miss working with you and Ray. Like I said, the N-word and contract shit threw me off bad, bro, but I'm past that. We talked about it, so I don't give a fuck. So he posts this on his Twitter here. I joined FaZe at 20. I respected Banks. After I left FaZe, Banks would call me saying I needed him and my career was falling off. He took advantage on the fact that I was depressed and in the hospital. At one point, I let all the calls get to me and asked to join FaZe again. But I kept going. And in November, I was introduced to a manager who helped me realize that a lot of the things he told me were lies. I've, since leaving, worked with bigger guests and brands and have a 2026 plan that is only even bigger than what I've accomplished so far. Thank you. I love you guys. Pray every day and follow your heart. See you soon. And he signs off as Prince. I don't know if that is an inside reference or anything. Banks doesn't seem to think that. Thinks that's kind of like an ego trip, like fully on display, calling himself Prince. Banks would call me saying I needed him and my career was falling off. Now, there were other people mentioning that after he left FaZe, his viewership did tank. Like, his viewership tanked. Everything really did slow down for him afterwards. You saw Max admitting to this. For him to frame it as though he was, like, being an asshole to him doesn't really make sense. I'd be curious to see that because everything that Banks showed was, like, over the course of a couple months leading up to this, over the last 5 months. And he's kind of just being honest to him and very positive with him, very respectful. Maybe Max is implying here that before that, he was being a complete shitter about it. And then, he says he got bigger, better stuff. And he said that he met a manager in November that told him and had him realize that Banks is lying about everything. Banks ends up making another post, and Max is actually going to reply to this one. He kind of does like a little follow-up thing here.
So apparently Pokemon's cookie company has collapsed. Is this true?
Pokimane cookies, which she released in late 2023, and I think I've uncovered something. I think this company secretly went out of business, but they don't want people to know. It's uncovered something. I think this company secretly went out of business, but they don't want people to know, because obviously that would be a big deal on YouTube if everyone found out that Pokemon's cookies. So this is the website Minus Snacks. I've been coming here since mid-October trying to buy the product. And every time I go here, they're always sold out. An Amazon listing where it's also sold out.
So all of the places and everything that they're posting is totally all bullshit?
If you go to the contact page, they have no contact information. They don't have an email.
It's over. It's done.
So I actually reached out to Pokimane. Is the business shut down? Never heard back from Pokimane.
What a surprise.
I also reached out directly to the company Minus Snacks, and again, I never heard back from them. So I don't think Pokimane's cookie company, I don't think they're still in business. There was a lot of controversy right from the beginning because of how expensive these cookies were.
I remember that very well. People are mad. They were so expensive.
You basically made this brand because why are there not more snacks that are simply healthy, tasty?
Then got exposed that there's actually cookies from Costco called Midnight Mini Cookies, which had the exact same nutritional values as these cookies were only $10 for 14 ounces. Pokimane's cookies for 16 ounces was $28.
If Pokimane did like a video, she's like, yeah, I'm shutting down my cookie company, there would probably be like 100 videos of people talking about it. A lot of people don't really like Pokimane.
People don't like Pokimane because she puts on a fake persona and everybody can see through it.
And we hate the rich.
Aren't you the rich?
No!
If they're just having like restock issues about
Well,
it.
they would say that they're having restock issues. Having restock issues is an advertisement because it's saying that our food is so good that we sold out of it. Maybe restructuring.
But they've just been radio silent since late October.
So the cookie business that is selling overpriced Oreos didn't actually do very well. Not only that, the CEO and co-founder, along with Pokimane, was just hired as COO for Jones Soda on the 8th. Minus Snacks is dead. Wow. Selling overpriced shitty cookies doesn't make a good business model.
Like, oh my god, $28 for cookies? It's 4 bags. That's $7 a bag. I know math is hard when you're an idiot, but like if you're a broke boy, just say so.
I guess there were, in fact, too many broke boys.
Hey, what's up, guys? Riff here. So Tater gonna be
That's how you lose your cookie.
Do you want to know your time?
Yeah!
23 seconds.
Yeah! Over the years, I've tested a wide range of pepper sprays. I've been sprayed in the face, the skin, the mouth, the brown eye, you name it. And despite nearly a decade of building a tolerance to all kinds of painful stimuli, pepper spray remains one of the very few things that still breaks me. But recently, I discovered a pepper spray I have yet to test. It's called the Kimber Pepper Blaster 3. And unlike typical sprays, it fires a concentrated 4 million Scoville gel at 112 miles an hour with a range of 13 feet. In theory, it's more accurate, less affected by wind, and more devastating on impact. Just how effective is it? What happens when it hits parts of the body other than the eyes? And most importantly, is there any way to relieve the burning agony that it causes? Well, there's only one way to find out. But as always, never try anything seen in this video. And to be perfectly honest, you probably would never want to try this. I don't even really want to be doing this. So I guess if you could like the video and comment something nice, I would appreciate it. Let's go pepper spray me. Since this pepper blaster shoots at an impressive 112 miles per hour, the first test I want to do is skin exposure. I'm gonna have you spray me in the armpit, see how that feels, see if it burns, and we can also gauge how strong this is spraying.
Are you excited to do pepper spray?
I am not, Mark. Because this is part 1 of a 2-part series. Next week I'm doing bear pepper spray.
I almost called in today. I'm definitely gonna call in next week.
I need you.
Hey, just get your dog or...
You want to expose my dog to pepper
No,
spray?
that wouldn't be good.
Yeah, that's right. You're cruel.
I didn't think that through.
The instructions on this say not to spray any closer than 2 feet. So maybe hit me in the armpit at 3 feet, huh?
I just want to take a look at the safety advisor. You know, he's very safe today. You know, taking a lot of precautions. Safety advisor, you want to...
Come on over here.
I feel like we should test this out. See if this is effective.
Spray him.
Yeah.
Listen, we can't hear you. All I heard you say is yes.
Yes.
All right, Mark. 3 feet into the armpit, just the armpit. Let's see how this all feels, huh?
Skin test to the armpit. 3, 2, 1. Hold.
You shot me in the face.
To the armpit. 3, 2, 1. Hold.
You shot me in the face.
I was expecting a spray, not a blast. Oh yeah, I got your chin. Got your side jaw.
I can't imagine getting shot in the eyes with that.
Yeah, that was very fast. That was basically a bullet of spice.
You missed my pit.
I did. Test this out. See if this is effective.
Spray him.
Yeah.
There's some opening in there.
Watch what happens.
Listen, we can't hear you. All I heard you say is yes.
Yes.
All right, Mark. 3 feet into the armpit, just the armpit. Let's see how this all feels, huh?
Skin test to the armpit. 3, 2, 1. Hold.
You shot me in the face.
I was expecting a spray, not a blast. Oh yeah, I got your chin. Got your side jaw.
I can't imagine getting shot in the eyes with that.
Yeah, that was very fast. That was basically a bullet of spice.
You missed my pit.
I did.
Your fabled accuracy strikes again.
Well, good thing you have 6 of these.
Yep. I say one more shot to the pit. We save a shot for my eyes. He's got 2 shots.
That stuff is stinky.
Okay. It's getting me now. Now, and you know, the bad thing is I've had diarrhea all day.
That smells like diarrhea.
I know. Did I fart? I'm not sure.
Why have you had diarrhea all day?
I don't know. I'm sick.
The gel blasting peppers.
I need one of those.
Okay, one more shot to the pit. The velocity of that. Okay, when you hit me in the eyes, you're definitely back at like 10 feet.
I will definitely.
You're gonna shoot my whole body.
Your whole face is gonna be plastered.
Oh God. Does it have a sight?
You
didn't notice that, did you?
I was just aiming for them. I don't know.
I can say this, from that test, my skin burns. And the mist of it kind of got through my goggles a little bit, into my nose. Unpleasant already.
Let's try it again.
Yep. All right, Mark, use the sights this time.
Take 2. Ooh, that's a good shot.
That hurts.
That was
that's a
the
lot.
impact of it hurts. I pooped my pants a little bit.
That was bad.
They're dying.
Get the hose on, Mark. Get the hose on. Get the hose on.
That was dead on. That was a bull.
Yeah, that was perfect. Oh.
That is stinky. It smells like manure. Ugh.
No, I definitely diarrheaed in my pants a little bit that time.
Kind of smells like
really
Vietnam.
diarrhea in my pants a little bit.
For context, we went to Vietnam.
Oh, they went to Vietnam.
That sucks. The fact that it had enough of a repellent effect just on my body even got you at that range.
Yeah.
I think that says something to at least the formula they put into it. But I am mostly impressed on how damn hard it shoots.
Does it hurt more in your armpit or your skin?
I would say samies. I didn't let my armpit fester as long.
Mm-hmm.
My neck really burns right now. And I would say it's not like the most painful thing. It's like I'm extremely uncomfortable. My pit is starting to burn now as I'm talking to you.
Yeah.
The skin exposure, I would say, is more of a strong annoyance, not something that would like prevent me from coming after you. You know, I'm like, God, that's annoying, but.
So I got to get a headshot, basically.
Yeah, I'm thinking so, which is what we're gonna do next. And let me explain how that's gonna go.
Have you ever wanted to learn more about gunsmithing, firearms repair, or shooting sports management? If so, enroll.
Well, let's find out if you're right, Mark.
Yeah, let's see. Ready, set, go.
Backwards. Oh, God. I don't know how I'm going to do that when I'm pepper sprayed.
You can barely
See,
do
I
it
already
now.
went to the wrong cone. Tunnel.
Ridiculous.
Box jump. Time.
25:32.
Oh.
That was just off.
Pretty close.
I was. That was a pretty good guess.
I'm athletic.
That was good.
Outside of, dude, I probably could have got 20 if I didn't make that misstep.
Yeah, you had a little misstep.
It was my first run on the course. This burning bad now. Oh my God.
You're sweating. It's really getting on you.
Well, let's prepare to spray me in the eyeballs. Water gun, Mark?
Water gun?
Yeah. I knew this was a good purchase.
That was a...
It's activating the chemicals.
That was a quick regret of it was a good purchase.
Yeah, I regret that purchase now. Before we spray me in the eyes, I just gotta say, my body burns like no other. This hurts so bad. It's only gotten worse as time has gone on.
So we should let it fester when we shoot your face?
No, as soon as you shoot my face, I'm going to decide if I am capable of running this obstacle course. And if I'm not, I'm dumping my head in that damn pool.
I could guide you as you try to...
Assisted?
Yeah.
Obstacle course?
Yeah.
We'll just attempt it as is. For this test, we're going to test the effective range of this. We saw how hard it shot, which makes me a little bit nervous to get shot super close in the eyes. But Mark, you're gonna be 10 feet back. And you're gonna use that little aimer and aim for my forehead.
Be a direct hit.
Yep, I'm sure you're gonna coat my whole damn face.
It might get in your mouth. I would close your mouth.
Nice to say, but it's harder to remember when you're getting shot in the face.
Maybe put some things in your nose.
No, it's just gonna be as it is.
Good luck.
Count me in, Mark.
3, 2, 1.
Oh. Oh.
Oh,
Go, tell me when!
Oh. Ready, set, go!
Ah! Ah!
You're doing great.
God.
Keep it up. Do you want to know your time?
Yeah.
23 seconds. You were faster.
Yeah. Recovery section. Everyone reset and get ready to go. Stage 3 is recovery. So I got some things I want to try. Mark, give me the Johnson & Johnson baby soap.
You got it.
Give me a towel.
Towel.
Towel? Johnson & Johnson on this.
It's lubricated.
No, don't rub, Houston, you dumbass! So you never rub the pepper spray. That is an important thing to remember.
Good to know.
You're supposed to flush your eyes while blinking. Ah! So the question is, how long until I open my eyes?
I can't.
Yeah, you blinked and you screamed, so probably...
Can't even open. I'm gonna try to look at you, Mark.
Uh-huh.
Here we go, 3, 2, 1.
Like I saw more.
I saw you though.
I saw.
Where is it?
The towel's wet. To your left. You want some more soap? Oh, it's still pretty soapy.
Squirt it in the pool. All
right.
That's kind of nice.
I put a whole bottle in.
Now the Johnson & Johnson supposed to break up the capsaicin. Doesn't work. Not enough. I'll tell you that much.
Makes a nice.
Yeah, capsaicin literally burns
Worse than other pepper sprays? Or similar?
It's getting worse.
It's getting worse?
Our recovery methods have done nothing but exacerbate the problem.
Do you think if you did the obstacle course later, it would have slowed down your time?
Oh yeah, I would do much worse now.
You want to retry it?
Nope, I want to die in a hole. Go get a shovel, Mark. Start digging.
All right, I'll be back.
No, I'm kidding. So the cold helps a lot. Cold definitely helps a lot.
This grave is going to take a while.
Well, before you do the grave, can you give me the vodka?
Yeah. There you go.
Okay, so in theory, vodka breaks down capsaicin in your stomach.
Uh-huh.
Doesn't break down capsaicin on your skin. Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah?
But then it hurts again.
Just need a constant pour of the liquor.
Yeah, well, that's going to be expensive.
That would be very expensive.
Got the half gallon. I won't say I'm on the mend, but it is slightly better. So every time I've been pepper sprayed, you have to have this forceful eye open. You don't want to open your eyes because it hurts so bad.
Yeah.
But you need to force them open and spray water in. That's what I'm doing now.
I think we should spray this liquid in.
Hold on.
Okay.
I'm not getting soap in my eyeballs right now because look at this. Ah! Ah! God, that was awful. Why did I do that? I'm with my pants. I told everyone to have diarrhea today, right?
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
I film on sick days. Okay? It's working. This is better. You need to force your eyes open. Force them open! That washes out the capsaicin.
Uh-huh.
You see, now if there's a strong wind,
hear the water
you
hit
want to be probably downwind. Wherever the wind is blowing, that's where you want to be, because you want to blow that shit out. But there's no wind today.
It's pretty dead.
No damn wind. What did you say, Jake? I can't hear you. Ah! That was a bad idea. I regret buying it. So, Mark, are you looking forward to this?
You know, I want to be able to say to my grandkids that I've tried pepper spray.
Right? It makes you tough. You never want to be tough.
And then they can look back on this and be like, now I want to try it.
No, you'll be the cautionary tale why you shouldn't.
I think you're sufficient enough.
Another recovery technique. You're gonna coat my forehead in this shampoo, and then I'm gonna try to let it coat over my eyes. Okay. Wow, it is gentle on your eyeballs. That's nice. That's a good technique.
Yeah?
That was nice.
Oh,
this is still nice.
Good to know.
You want Johnson & Johnson in your damn balls.
You want me to just put them straight on your eye?
I still don't. I'm close though. I think I'm close to opening my eyes. Again, Mark. Gonna spray them out. Blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 spray. Blink, 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 spray.
Blinking his eyes and spray. That's what they're doing right now.
I would say, bar none, there is no surefire way to stop this pain. I think you can optimize it a little bit. I think this might have been the most optimized pepper spray recovery I've done.
You're a veteran at this.
No. That feels so good. Oh. I've recovered enough to see. You know what hurts the most right now?
Everything?
My armpits! They hurt so damn bad. You know what? If you just agreed to shut the armpits, Mark, I'm sure this would have been just perfectly fine, but you said eyeball.
This is probably going to be my only chance in my life, so I got to try it at least once.
Well, I'm going to spray you one eyeball. I think that's what we're going to do. One eyeball on you. You run the course. Probably should run the course first.
Yep.
So, for Mark's one eye pepper spray, he needs to do his dry run. Let's see his time. Backwards.
I got some free shoes. son of a gun.
That was pretty close, though. I was 25 something, right?
I slipped. I slipped.
More than once. Time for Mark to get shot in one eyeball. And I'm the one doing it.
I don't trust you.
We have this foolproof method of him covering one eye with a towel. I think my aim's gonna be true. I think this is gonna be perfect. I'm gonna shoot him in the eye. He's gonna run his course again. We'll time it, see where it lands. 3, 2, 1. Go, Mark!
Oh, I cheated. When is this supposed to start hurting?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mark. You can see out of both eyes currently?
Yeah.
It definitely got you on one side there. I would say don't wash your face.
I feel it burning around my eye.
I don't know what to recommend to you right now because I can see a coat of it above your eye and below it.
So you're telling me if you attack someone, you should wear an eye patch?
That would help. I mean, we were at like the largest effective range of that.
I definitely feel it around the eye.
Well, the fact that your eye is open means it didn't get you directly in the eye. There's no way we cannot wash it off your skin without getting it in your eye. But the whole point was getting it in your eye. So
rerun? It's a dud.
You were slower.
It was a second.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. We can rerun just a touch closer.
My eye's starting to burn.
It's going to be much worse here in a second. So.
Well, I mean, if it's already burned.
Before you can say no. Oh, I blew it off his.
Oh no!
All right.
Oh.
Tell him when to run. Okay, ready? Go, Mark!
No. No.
No?
Let it fester.
Oh, wow, you crazy mother.
That's how you get the true data. You gotta let it fester.
All right, let it fester. Run the course, you idiot!
No, you.
Run it. Ready? 3.
No.
You. 3,
Okay.
2, 1,
I can't
go!
see. I can't see. I can't see.
Backwards!
I don't know where I am. I can't see. Do I go forward?
Now forward! Backwards! No! Yeah, backwards! Go, 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 go! No, wrong way! Wrong way!
I need the recovery station. I need the recovery station.
All right! Pause it! Stop it! None of it counts! Wash them out! Now the hard part is, Mark, you gotta blink. You gotta blink. Yep, you gotta blink.
I should have quit on the first shot.
Yeah, you should have, man. Blink and let it out.
Holy sh**.
All right, we're getting the Johnson & Johnson baby soap.
You got both eyes.
Yeah, I know. I blew off the other one. Blew off the towel.
Oh my gosh.
All right.
This is the worst.
I'm gonna help you out a bit.
This is the worst.
Close your eyes for a second. We're spraying.
That's not helping.
I'm telling you, we gotta spray it off. It's all coated on your face.
You're going up my nose.
Well.
This is so. Who invented this?
Genius, to be honest.
An evil person.
I would tell you, pepper spray is the most effective defense tool I've ever encountered.
Where's that baby soap?
Here we go. I'm gonna say coat the forehead. Wash it down your eyeballs. You gotta tilt up a little bit, Mark. Wash it down.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Hey, I did it. I'm glad I did it. I'm not glad I did it.
This is a tip to your cap, man. You got pepper sprayed at least once.
Do I get a badge for this?
Yeah, I'll make a badge. It's gonna be printed.
Can you make me like a Boy Scout thing and all the medals I get?
Yeah, no, I can't fabricate metal, but I will like print off a little badge. Maybe I'll have my girlfriend make one for you.
Oh, thank you.
That'll be nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got some baby soap?
Yep, more babies. Oh, here we go. Spray it down to eyes. Now, the hard part is, Mark, you gotta blink your eyeballs to clear out. Yeah. You gotta blink them, and that'll help clear out. This was the biggest game changer for me today. Yep. Now there's something to be said about even attempting to opt, of course, after being sprayed here.
Yeah, I should have not let it fester.
You should not have. You should have just went.
I didn't know where I was going. I couldn't see a thing.
And I think it's impressive that the pepper spray itself just blasted off his damn towel.
Yeah, I wasn't happy about that.
You should have held it.
I didn't want my hands done.
Yeah, I know, but you shot the face and it blew it right off.
Well, thanks for watching.
We'll check back in a couple days. Mark's gonna recover.
It was the most painful shower of my life. The pepper spray had mixed in with the lotion on my skin, making it nearly impossible.
It's now been almost a year since Vitaly did the awful mistake of stealing a motorcycle, harassing locals, stealing officers' hats, threatening to rob an elder lady, and stealing from local businesses, all while live streaming it for everyone to see in the Philippines. I don't know about you guys, but the Philippines is probably one of the last places I would ever want to F around.
I'm gonna get arrested. Oh no! Oh no, mommy!
You like some ice cream? Bruh.
But since then, we've had reports that Vitaly's new strategy is to now turn to religion, and his cameraman has apparently been indicted. Because, unfortunately for Vitaly, you have people in charge of the country saying they will punish him to the fullest extent of the law. But here I've been sitting for quite a while with the main question of, what does the Filipino population actually think of this? And what do legal professionals over there think of this? And can I trace back his steps of that day to get a better feel of how stupid all this was? My only problem is, it's December, and I'd prefer not to leave home for any longer than I have to. So I found a flight route which takes 23 hours to get there, which then gives me 12 hours in the Philippines before I have to fly 23 hours home. So after thinking about it for a little bit, I could either sit here and yap about the story, or I could go out and investigate for myself. Now, obviously, Vitaly has been famous on the internet for a long time. The dude went from pranks to incredibly stupid stunts in Egypt, which got him arrested. And I think him being arrested and released so quickly in Egypt is kind of what gave him that false sense of security to F around like he did in the Philippines. But he then went back to Miami, and at this point in time, it seemed like his career was doing really well, until he decided to beat a woman senseless for jogging outside of his home. So obviously, he got arrested for that. The body cam footage went extremely viral.
Do you know me? Do I know you? No.
But after that happened, that's all we heard from Vitaly for a while. Then a few years later, he returned and started making these PDF catching videos. And suddenly, he gained a pretty large following again, until he lost his entire team. So after losing his entire team, for some reason, then he decided to go all in on streaming himself harassing people in Asia. Because clearly, that went extremely well for Johnny Somali. Except, Vitaly decided to pick a country that's way tougher on crime than South Korea, and decided to do things which could throw him in prison for 20 years while live streaming himself doing so. Oh boy, I still have no clue why anyone would decide that's a good idea, but I guess we could backtrack his footsteps and see how it's like to be there.
All right, we just ran into our first problem. Got to the airport, everything was looking great. Got here like 2 hours early. Get to my gate and I find out, oh, plane's not here. It's now 20 minutes past when we're supposed to board. It's not looking good. We're finally boarding, but the boarding of my next flight ends 30 minutes after I land. So this is probably gonna be one of those full sprint moments just to make this flight. All right, so I land in about 1 hour. I haven't been able to sleep. Off to a great start.
And welcome to San Francisco, where the local time is 10:20 p.m.
All right, update. We're good. The plane apparently made up like 40 minutes in time, so I no longer need to sprint to my gate, so I can just kind of casually walk to it, board right away, but it seems like it'll all work out.
All right, we're like 13 hours into the flight. We have about 2 hours left or something like that. Currently just walking around and talk to my camera because I don't want to wake the people sleeping next to me, but yeesh.
All right, so we're in Manila. First problem, how do I get to Bonifacio? So I found out there's something called Grab. That's their version of Uber, Uber Eats, and so on and so on. Only problem is they do not accept my card. So now I have to find a 7-Eleven and top up my Grab card so I can then use their Uber service. Adventure time.
Oh, he has a chicken.
And this is the exact area where he ran off with the motorcycle. It's crazy I know exactly where I am, even though I've never been here before. Beautiful day in Bonifacio Global City, Manila, Philippines. But yeah, here he decided to just, number one, egg on this officer and start running off with his bike right there.
Sir, I have a question.
Etc.
Can I shove this up your...
What?
Can I put this in your...
And he ran up and jumped on this, and he was doing all of his stuff to the women sitting at this restaurant right here. Then he continued through here, and it looks like we're gonna get into that courtyard where he started harassing, I guess, the second mall guard. Yeah, dude, the last thing I would ever want to do is go try to take any of their hats. Like, that's just crazy work.
So essentially, like, he started off at that intersection right there, walked all the way through here, ran around this building, crossed again, then went into this mall right here. Then he came back out, and then he ran in through this building right here.
He must have been here like early morning or something like that, because this is like at about 4 p.m. and clearly it's very busy here. You guys would recognize this spot because he went straight up here and stole that mask right there.
They won't recognize me. They're gonna call more security with that one. It's fine.
There's like a high probability that that's the one. And obviously ran down and then went up over there. So he then came out that door over here, and then he decided to run across to here, and that's where he threatened that old lady to rob her because she wanted to ignore her and go about with her own day. And it was pretty much right after that moment that he decided that it was a good time to flee into the hotel that he was staying at, which is right here. He came from this hallway with his whole posse and his mom, and then he went down these stairs, and this is where he was like, I don't care if I get arrested. That'll be fun.
I know what I'm doing. It's not my first rodeo. And I'm not gonna say, oh, don't arrest me. Here's the money. I will go to jail. I'm a proud man. I love jail. I get it up to be there for free. I don't have to pay.
And then he went up another escalator over here to one of the restaurants in the hotel. And that's where he proceeded to harass her. Correction, it would be this one right here. And it was at the top there. He welcomed the fact going to jail.
It's an entertaining stream, right? I told them I would give them the best IRL. They didn't believe me. Wait till I go to India or Russia.
Honestly, after being there, that just puts me in even more disbelief. But this is what I said about this back in March of 2025. This is a 33-year-old man harassing mall security for his live stream content. But unfortunately, just like basically all my other videos, it's all downhill from here. This gets so much worse, and things get so bad that I wouldn't be surprised if he would be arrested by the time this video gets released. Yeah, unfortunately that aged a little bit too well, but little did I know that I would be named in the police report as the way the police found out about this incident. Now, this would have been seen regardless, because it's not like I'm the only commentary channel that would talk about this, but for the situation, I guess I was just the first to cover it, as I was simply stunned at how stupid a streamer could possibly be. And obviously, this was going to end badly. But my understanding is he acted this way to gain as many viewers as possible so he could then sit and gamble on stream, because often the way these gambling contracts work is they get paid per 1,000 people sit and watch them gamble. So the scheme is pretty simple. Do a whole bunch of crazy stuff for attention, and then do it for long enough to capture a large viewer base. Then, suddenly out of nowhere, go back to your hotel room and switch to gambling, which he did. So that's my theory on Vitaly's antics, but he only had one problem. He's no longer in America. He was in the Philippines, a place that's a whole lot more punishing when you break the law than what LA is. But real quick, I want to talk about today's sponsor, Cooper, because if there's one time of the year people accidentally waste a little bit too much money, it would be Christmas. Because every holiday season, shoppers miss out on billions in savings just because they didn't use discount codes that are already out there. The issue is most people don't know where to find them, and nobody really wants to sit around digging through sketchy coupon sites while, you know, they're panic buying their gifts on December 23rd. And yeah, you do have that one app from back in the day that's still stuck dealing with lawsuits. Plus, a whole lot of people still have PTSD from that company when they they got caught replacing creators' referral codes just for checking for coupons. So thankfully, there's an honest competitor by the name of Cooper, a coupon extension that actually checks for coupon codes instead of just replacing a referral code. TLDR, it doesn't steal from your favorite creators during the biggest shopping month of the year. But Coopert is a free browser extension that automatically finds, tests, and applies the best coupon codes at checkout. And it gives you cash back when you shop through partnered stores. Basically, it gives you the option to save some money while you're spending money, which is pretty clutch during the holidays. And Coopert also has a savings guarantee for eligible orders, where if they can't find a discount with certain websites, you'll still get some cash backs. So overall, Coopert saves you money in 3 different ways. It searches hundreds of thousands of sites for deals, it tests coupons for over 3 million retailers to make sure you're getting the lowest price. And it gives you cash back that you can withdraw to your bank or your PayPal. So if that sounds interesting, you can join millions of people that already use Coopert by clicking the link in the top description down below and adding it to your browser, so you can save a little bit of extra money this holiday season. But without further ado, let's continue the video. Because it wasn't like Vitaly was arrested immediately. The next day, Vitaly was walking around Makati, and a creator by the name of Eric, who goes by Unlock Philippines on YouTube, decided to confront him outside of a place called Shooter's Bar.
There's a content creator named Tozy.
No, I don't know who that is.
He just did a video on you 5 hours ago.
Saying what?
Saying that you were harassing people here in the Philippines.
Yeah, and what about me donating over $20,000 in the last 2 days?
Right, and as a content creator, that stuff kind of goes under...
No, it doesn't, because my editors are working on it, and I'm going to release the truth.
I'm saying when it happens, people don't broadcast that as much.
Yeah, but I don't get... For me, when you know what I mean, then I'm back on top. For me, when people talk shit, that's how I know I'm doing the right thing, because people want to bring me down when you're up.
And this response almost surprised me, because Vitaly had been a full-time creator for something like 15 years, and he doesn't understand that people started talking about him here because he did something so stupid it could only land him in jail. But instead of fleeing the country like Sam Pepper recently did when he live-streamed himself committing a crime in India, Vitaly, I guess, was too stubborn and arrogant to think that his actions actually had consequences. So I guess Vitaly didn't see a problem with what he just did on stream.
Wait. So who is this creator, Chad?
Tozy, but he's...
Tozy, he has like 1,000 subscribers?
No. He's got like 1 million or so. He's not talking shit, bro. He's just... It's what people show him what's going on here in the Philippines.
Okay.
Right, so like...
But there's Facebook videos of me. There's Facebook videos.
No, it's not videos. It was off of your stream, brother.
Yeah, but you watched the whole VOD.
I'm going to shake your hand right here. I'm going to tell you right now.
What?
I'm not here to talk...
Okay, so Vitaly's entire argument here is because he gave money to some, he's allowed to treat others awfully, and then farm them for his own content without consent. But things escalate when he calls them out directly for harassing strangers on the street.
Yeah, I'm going to tell your viewers that you guys are better than this. You don't have to watch people with others and putting them down. You need to lift people up for a living.
And what do I do? You haven't watched my VOD?
I have watched your streams.
Yeah.
You're a piece of shit. And I came here to say that to everybody. You're a literal piece of shit.
Perfect, amazing. Jesus loves you too. Let's go.
Good one. Stay safe.
Don't touch me before I knock you out.
You're not going to knock me out.
Oh yeah? What are you going to do?
I guarantee you're not going to knock me out.
Yo, back off.
Walk.
Oh, what are you going to do about it?
He then gets walked out on the street by Eric, and he just keeps asking his chat if he should go fight Eric. I guess because his ego was hurt because he was called out for being a scumbag to everyday people on the street for his content. But he scoffs this off and goes back to his hotel. And then, I guess he thinks all of this is behind him. But the next day comes around and he gets arrested. And this is the moment where it seems like Vitaly's entire trajectory of his life changes. Because suddenly, it was globally announced that charges were filed against Vitaly in the Philippines. So here we have criminal charges filed against YouTuber Vitaly Zorovisky over viral BGC content. The Taguig City Police Station has taken swift and decisive action in response to viral video involving a Russian-American YouTuber Vitaly, who is now facing multiple criminal complaints following an incident in Bonifacio Global City that drew widespread public outrage. Authorities immediately launched an investigation after receiving reports from local residents and a security personnel who were allegedly harassed by the foreign content creator. Police gathered statements, reviewed footage from the viral video, and filed formal complaints before the city's prosecutor's office on April 3rd, 2025. They also coordinated with hotel management and local establishments in the area to secure evidence and ensure accountability. The incident stemmed from a video posted on April 1st, 2025 by the YouTube channel Atozy, titled "Scumbag IRL Streamer Destroys His Life in Philippines Live." That title aged incredibly well, unfortunately. The video, which received over 600,000 views, shows Vitaly aggressively approaching and filming people in the street of Taguig. Vitaly, 32, was reportedly staying in a hotel in Fort Bonifacio during the stay. On around March 31st, around 11 a.m., he was seen walking along Bonifacio High Street where the incident took place. he was caught on video confronting several individuals while live streaming content for social media. The complaints filed against him include causing trouble and harassment in public, creating a scene, stealing a personal item, and attempting to take something that didn't belong to him. According to reports, those affected include security guards and workers in the area. One guard said Zorodivsky forcefully pulled his ID back from his neck. Another worker said the YouTuber took his hat without permission, while a third, also a security personnel, claimed the foreigner tried to grab his service firearm. That's an extremely serious charge, if he actually gets charged with that. To my knowledge, while Secretary Ramola has mentioned this, and a bunch of media has mentioned this, I haven't seen the formal charge of him trying to grab someone's service firearm. But recognizing the suspect's foreign nationality, the Taguig police also coordinated with the Bureau of Immigration to determine possible violations of immigration law. A formal request has been sent to BI for updates on the YouTuber's current status for guidance on further action. Taguig authorities have issued a strong reminder to all visitors and online content creators to respect local laws, warning that actions meant to harass or humiliate people, whether on camera or not, can have serious consequences. The Taguig City Police Station assured the public that they are continued to monitoring the case and are committed to protecting residents from similar incidents in the future. So obviously, I'm kind of sitting here like, well, we didn't do this on purpose. I'm just sitting here making videos, man. Like, if someone does something incredibly recklessly stupid on stream, I'm gonna talk about it. But then we see Vitaly booked, and he's still goofing around.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in any court of law. Sure. Okay?
It took Vitaly a surprisingly amount of time to just lock in, because I'm assuming he thought the same thing was gonna happen here as happened in Egypt, where he was caught, he was detained, he sat like maybe a week in jail, and then he was just returned home. But I'm assuming he quickly found out that this was not gonna be the case, because then you had some photo posted of him in some like online Zoom proceedings, and clearly he's not having a good time. Then shortly after, he's perp walked out on national TV for everyone to see him, as Secretary Ramula tells the world that they're going to punish him to the fullest extent of the law. And Vitaly is still, for some reason, goofing around. But at the end of the conference, he asked if he could speak, and that's when he was immediately denied. And it feels like that was the first time he had the uh-oh realization. But then there was silence until about the 14th of April, when the president of the country you committed crimes in is reacting to the crimes. You are not in for a good time. You may be asking, why is all this happening? Well, so Vitaly has accidentally positioned himself as a little bit of a geopolitical pawn. I am no geopolitical channel, so I'm going to keep this extremely surface level because I don't enjoy speaking outside of my expertise and lane. But my understanding is the popularity and trust of the current Philippine government has been mixed and declining. So you have that, and then you have the overwhelming majority of the Filipinos who saw what Vitaly did in their country. They think what he did is completely unacceptable. Therefore, being very public about this behavior is not acceptable in the Philippines and will be punished to the full extent of the law is a very easy public approval win. Because this shows they're standing up for the people. And by doing this, they sent him to jail, specifically the Bureau of Immigration at Camp Bagog Diwa in Taguig. And here we have some early images of him there. But a few months in, we get an update photo, and he's looking rough. Because if you know anything about these jails, you never want to be there. You never want to serve any time inside a jail like that. Which is why you do not, under any circumstances, ever go to the Philippines and commit crimes, especially while live streaming yourself doing so. So 2.5 months after he was thrown into the first jail, he was transferred to the Bureau of Jail Management and Penology. And once he got there, he was able to post bail, but was immediately detained again and transferred back to the BI facility at Camp Bagog Diwa because he's still under deportation/detention order as an undesirable alien. So the bail covered his ongoing criminal case, but not his immigration status. And from there, it was silence until rumors went around that his mother was scammed, which is extremely unfortunate if those rumors are true, as Vitaly is the one who acted like a moron here, so his family shouldn't be punished for that. But then we heard nothing from Vitaly in roughly 5 months until now. First, you had this image posted on Facebook of the jail that he's showing a man who looks like Vitaly seemingly being baptized. Then suddenly you have another rumor claiming that Vitaly was set free and was seen at the airport. And from what I can tell, I mean, that's not true. Then you have another rumor claiming that he joined a powerful cult in jail. And honestly, there is no way to verify that. But what I did want to know, though, is what the Filipino population actually thought about Vitaly. And Did they even know who he was, and do they still care? But it's safe to say I ran into a whole bunch of problems trying to get that content for you guys. Obviously, I'm not gonna run up and shove a camera in people's face. And the way I did so was asking, hey, excuse me, do you know who the Livestream Vitaly is? Then if they did, I asked them what they thought of him, and then asked if I could ask this question on camera. For the most part, people over the age of 40 did not know who he was. For those who looked under 40, I would say about half of them knew who he was. Everyone I asked who knew of him said they did not like him because they think what he did was unacceptable. When I asked if I could interview them quickly, almost everyone declined in a very polite way. I did get a few interviews, but for the most part, nobody really wanted to be on camera. And I completely understand why. But in my short time in the Philippines, I had so many amazing interactions with people, to the point where I got so many random good mornings by people as I was passing. I had a very pleasant time there. But here are the few interviews I have.
Yeah, excuse me, guys. Do any of you guys know who Vitaly is?
Sorry?
Do any of you guys know who Vitaly is? No? Vitaly? No?
No.
All right, okay, sorry.
From me personally, I think he's kind of
yeah.
What he did. I saw the video and I was literally fuming through my phone, so it was really disrespectful to our culture, to my culture, basically.
Yeah.
I say give him the maximum punishment for him to be an example, just like what happened to Johnny in South Korea.
Interesting. Okay.
Well, I knew him like a long time ago. Dude was pretty much online. So when I heard that he came over here, I knew he was up to no good. And after hearing about what happened to him regarding his incarceration, I know he's in jail now. I think he should receive the maximum sentence. But what I do notice is a lot of people here pretty much forgot what happened here, and some people do know. I guess if they followed you, they would still know about it.
Yeah.
But pretty much like a lot of people here have just forgotten about it. Usually cases like this tend to drag for months, years. So I wouldn't be surprised if you didn't hear about like his case this week or the next month. So yeah, the justice system works really slow here.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I've heard people saying that's going to take 2 years just to get him in court.
Yeah, probably minimum, I would say.
So far, I would probably say that 60 to 70% do not know who he is. A majority of the elder generation have no clue. For the younger generation, the overall sentiment is about a 50-50, we don't care anymore, and give him the max sentence. And essentially everyone who wanted to come on camera, which are, as of recording right now, only 2 people out of the 20-something people that I've asked, both of those people were like, give him the max sentence.
So I was there for a little over 12 hours, and a lot of that time got cut because it started pouring raining. So suddenly, nobody was walking around for me to interview for a while.
I had to take a break from walking around and filming earlier because of rain, and the rain is back. I'm definitely feeling the 23 hours of travel right now. I am exhausted. I'm on basically no sleep. Oh, this is bad. Oh, why did I literally brought a rain jacket. What is wrong with me? Why would I not just like bring the rain jacket?
But now I'm home again with the conclusion that it's very easy to travel to the Philippines, be respectful, and enjoy your time there. So honestly, massive skill issue on Vitaly's part for literally thinking he was the main character and I guess was entitled to humiliate and harass strangers on the street without their permission for his own content. You just don't do that in general, but especially not in a country that's extremely tough on crime. And then you have a lot of people asking about Sly Kane, his cameraman during all of this. At one point, there were reports saying that he was wanted for questioning. Then suddenly you had articles claiming he was charged. But he has been streaming, and right after all this happened, he did briefly address this on stream.
Don't believe whatever y'all see in social media, especially, you know, these YouTubers who claim to have like high credit and know everything that they're doing, but are actually spreading fake news.
So, I mean, it doesn't seem like he's taking this too seriously. As of right now, he's still streaming in the Philippines, so it's unsure if he'll actually get any repercussions for Vitaly's actions. At the end of the day, it was Vitaly doing all this. It's not like he told him to do it in any way, but still, unfortunately, he was an accomplice because Vitaly most likely was paying him very well. So I did talk to a Filipino attorney there, and he said that this is apparently normal because being charged doesn't automatically result in a warrant for your arrest. It still needs to reach the court for the warrant of arrest to actually be issued. And as we know, Vitaly is finding out, that can take some time. If I was to make any guesses here, he'll probably get called in to testify when Vitaly finally goes to trial, but that can easily take another 6 to 18 months for the trial to even begin. So as of right now, Vitaly is just a sad reminder that you really do not want to become one of these quote-unquote nuisance streamers. And that is all we currently know about Vitaly. So drop a like on this video if you want me to go back and cover the trial itself, subscribe if you're new, and Merry Christmas to everyone watching, and thank you guys for a wonderful year, because the support you guys have been showing me recently has just been unreal, and I really, really appreciate all of you guys. But other than that, I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace.
Hello fellow engineers, and welcome back to Storage Hunter Simulator, where, oh my goodness, we started with a flashbang. My eyes, my eyes. But we've just woken up and we need to try and earn some money so we can afford that crazy bus. At the moment, we've got about 50 grand. I think we need like 300 grand or something for it. I think so. So we're going to have to do some crazy work today. So first off, let's look in the auctions, and we want to try and find the best auctions possible. Oh my, really? It's all just tier 1s and terrible stuff today. I mean, there's a few tier 4s. We could try the junkyard, or maybe head to what's in the box. Yeah, let's head over to what's in the box. So currently we're using my little box van thing. Oh, it's not little, it's actually quite large.
That's what she said.
But the main aim is to upgrade this to that like V8 bus thing. Some comments actually told me it's not a V8, so we'll have to check out later what it actually is. All I know is it looked cool and I want it. Anyway, let's get out here. Let's just open the doors. Ready? Oh, there's a box in here. What's in this box? There's nothing in the box. Right, let's just yeet it. See you later, box. Oh, I thought I was going to go high. Oh, and he landed on the box though. Boxception. Anyway, get it open. Pete, was that guy's name? How is this a tier 4? How is this a tier 4? What? I mean, we've got some decent-ish lights. I don't know what that is. Looks like a big sledgehammer or something. The Halloween thing down there. It's all just junk though, mainly. Ooh, helmet could be collectible. I think let's give it a win anyway. So I won the bid. Oh, my guy's very happy. It's been a while since we played this, so very eager. 1,433 quid. First off, let's instant sale all these bits of rubbish out the front. I hate how much rubbish there is now. I mean, I guess it's more realistic. I preferred when it was all killer, no filler. Anyway, photographic diffuser. Let's verify that. So that's 262 quid when normal, but we can fix it up. 340 quid. So we'll launch that into the back. We've got a backpack here. When fixed up, that's worth 52 quid. Halloween skeleton, yes. That was bad quality. So now it's 546 quid. That is good. That is decent money. This thing, oh my goodness, it's a mortar. It's not a sledgehammer, it's a mortar. What is that worth? 210. Fix it up. 322. And you may remember, I think we had a military thing, so we can add 20% on if we take that up to Jason. Oh, look, there's a siren part, so we can get the car. Shove that in. Got an alarm clock down there. Christmas present, 70 quid. Not a bad one. It's all gold. Got a 60 quid table. Shove that in. The helmet. Oh, it's a toy space helmet. I thought it was a legit space helmet. 80 quid though for a toy. And we've then got a chest here which we can unlock. So let's unlock that, get it open. What are we dealing with? A computer keyboard, got a lot of poo on it, so wipe that off. That's 23 quid. A saw that's also covered in poo, that's 20 quid. And what's underneath? A radio, 70 quid. Okay, not great. So we'll just launch them all into the back. Another comment told me if they're in boxes, apparently they don't get sold. I think that's a lie, but I'll try and appease the commenters. An impossible job, really. Coffee machine, 228 quid. Launch that in. You got a shovel down here, which is 23 quid. I mean, it's not a shovel, it's a trowel and a stick. And the final item, oh look, a shooting target, but it is broken. Yeah, look, it's got holes in it, so let's fix it up. Oh, it still has holes in it. 9 quid. I thought that was actually going to be like rare. I've never seen one of those before. It's going to shove an architect's face in it, or maybe Jason's face. Anyway, that was it. So what did we make? We made 600 quid. We are not going to get 300 grand doing this. There is no chance we're going to get 300 grand. So I have a slightly better idea. Apparently, around the map, the devs have hidden a load of items. Do you remember we found like the ghost in the tunnel previously? Well, I figured we would go for like a little wander, do a load of exploring, try and find those items. First off though, let's just drive into here. Is this the Syrian car thing? Yes, it is. So we can, this item that we found, we can give that to him. Boosh. And we've gained a helmet. Unfortunately, I think it's just a helmet you can wear, not one you can sell. So we've just got to keep giving all these parts over, sort of gaining the experience with them. Then we'll unlock the like body outfit, which again, I don't care about. Particularly considering it comes with some quite large, yeah. But if we do the last one, we get this car, and I want this car. It's like a Lambo from behind. Anyway, that's going to take some time. That's going to take auctions and stuff, and I'm not doing auctions. I'm doing looking for stuff. So let's go have a hunt like off-road where we haven't been before. Right. Oh yeah, I remember this place. Didn't we? I think we ran quite far away from this because there was like body. Ooh, Necronomicon. Oh my goodness, look how much it's worth. Oh my god, what is it? It's like a scary book with a
Well, we could talk about JD Vance. Like, I think JD Vance, would he be a better candidate and probably closer to me in terms of policy than Gavin Newsom? Yes, but he's just not going to be good enough to be deserving. I think the right has kind of let down the voters for the longest time. So I think I don't really think that right wingers should just give support to these jesters who can
absolutely
continue to underdeliver on their promises. You know, just let the Democrats win. That's kind of what I'm talking about in terms of just like why I don't support Vance as a voter. But
seriously, I have been waiting for this for years. I am so happy. I am so happy, bro. Like, because I was worried, like, for a long time, this is a stupid idea. No, it's not. No, it's not. Your support is not guaranteed. The thing is that everybody that says it's stupid, the reason why you think it's stupid is because you're still in the cave. You need to come out of the cave. You need to stop existing inside of this little box that they put you in, and it said you can be disrespected or you can get fucked over. Well, no. I don't want to be in this box anymore. This box sucks. This is a shitty box.
Saying no, they shouldn't vote for any Republican.
That's right.
The right-wingers should not vote for the Republican.
Not unless they deliver something that matters. That's the reason why people voted for Trump. They voted for Trump because he said he was going to put that stupid bitch Hillary Clinton in jail. He was going to build a wall and stop all of the migration, and he was going to just go over and bomb the shit out of ISIS and bomb the shit out of all these people in the Middle East, these terrorist groups. That's it. That's why people voted for them. That's exactly why.
Until the right actually wants to do the things that they're promising.
So is there a candidate you would prefer? I assume you don't actually want to vote for Newsom. Maybe you do. Maybe you are a Democrat. No. Okay. So then who's a right winger you want to vote for? Or maybe there isn't one.
No, there really isn't one. Let's.
It's kind of doomer, isn't it? So now you're saying if you're.
I love how he says that, bro. He says that like a fucking boomer.
Isn't one. Let's.
It's kind of doomer, isn't it?
How old is Michael Knowles? How old is he? Oh, wait, no, I'll watch that one in a minute. No. No, bro. No, how did this happen? How did this happen to me? What the fuck? That's me. Oh my god. I didn't know he's 30. So he's 30 fucking 5. I don't know what to say, right? I don't know what the fuck to say. It is what it is. And maybe we were boomers all along. I don't know, guys. I feel like I'm not a boomer. I don't know. Maybe I am.
So, and Friendly Fire, come out of the cave now, Asmon. So 35 is the new 60, is that right? Give Trump time? Okay, I'm gonna pull you up. Why didn't he do all this shit that happened in the first term? Why didn't he put Hillary Clinton in jail? Why didn't he do anything? He had 5 years of time, and he's had 10 years of planning. Really? Like, it gets better after 2. This is, yes, exactly. This is like one of these guys that like, yeah, I played this video game and I thought it wasn't very good. Oh, no, bro. See, you don't understand. If you play the game for like 230 hours, it's gonna be really good. No, you don't understand. See, it gets good after you played it for 200 hours. Because I played it for like 5,000 hours. It's really good. But you have to play it a lot. Like, it's gonna be, in his next term, he's gonna be able to do it. What is this? Most of his first term was spent fighting impeachments. It wasn't spent fighting impeachments. And also, what if he gets impeached? Who gives a shit? Like, it doesn't matter. Whether he gets impeached or not. Bill Clinton got impeached. Who gives a shit? The problem is that, again, do you think that there is somebody out there that could have done it better than him? Because I think that there is.
Or maybe there isn't one.
No, yeah, there really isn't one.
It's kind of doomer, isn't it? So now you're saying if you're a real hardcore Giga Chad right-winger, you should let the Democrats rape your country.
Well, yeah, you kind of have to. Like, that's the acceleration. Mentality, because, like, look, what is the...
I am so happy. I am so happy. People are finally stepping out of the cave. They're finally stepping out of the cave. This is amazing. Wow. I let it all burn down. Absolutely.
Right gonna do other than just like
and this is, and also there's another thing about this is that you see how Michael Knowles creates this like emotional ploy by using the word rape and trying to frame it in a way that would make him sound like he would be a, you know, like an evil person or a bad person for saying and agreeing with this. And then he just goes, yep.
Right-winger, you should let the Democrats rape your country.
Well, yeah, you kind of have to. Like, that's the accelerationist mentality, because, like, look, what is the right going to do other
That's fucking right.
than just, like, a small win here and, like, you know, maybe you overturn Roe v. Wade on, like, a federal level, but abortion is still allowed, like, state to state, so it's like it really doesn't do anything. It's like, if these people are just going to, like, continue...
Maybe you deport 2 million people, maybe
okay, but there's still 28 million more, right?
Oh, man. I'm so happy. Does acceleration help South Africa, Rhodesia? You think I give a fuck about South Africa? We shouldn't even be there. Leave them the fuck alone. What the fuck are we doing in Africa? What are you talking about?
So until these people actually want to make changes that matter, right?
I think 2 million people matters. I think...
does it in a country?
It doesn't, because it's a slow bleed that will grow over time, but putting bandages over it and then focusing on the bandages while you're bleeding out somewhere else is just a misdirection. The problem is that those people will come here, they'll have kids, and then those kids will obviously, like, this will be a growing demographic that gets larger over time, and then at a certain point, it will be large enough to create a voting block of people that will vote for amnesty for the people that are illegal. That's the reason why Michael's viewpoint is wrong, is he's not thinking about the longitudinal perspective of this. This sounds like a great idea inside of the context of the next 2 years or 4 years, but inside of the next 30 years or 50 years or 100 years, this is very clearly a problem.
How many people? Like, what are we?
330 million or so.
Exactly.
Yes.
So it's like this is. We're not really making any progress here.
It's nothing.
So for the RNC to just demand voters to continue to show up, for what? Really, it's just that's the cope, right? That's what I'm simply advocating for. Until like the policies change and like the rhetoric is a little better.
Exactly. I am so happy to see this. As I said, whenever I was in school and whenever I was in college, everybody that was my age was depressed, mentally ill, fat, retarded, and just in general stupid. And I think that there's still a lot of people that are like that. But the difference is that I think a lot of young guys now, I think they've finally woken up because they've grown up their whole life on the internet. And so they're not sheltered by mainstream media or anything else. Stop, I'm going to cry. I am so proud and so happy. I think this is just not, it's nihilism. It is not nihilism. This is not nihilism. Because you remember, what did Jesus have to do? Your name is Christian. What's your name? Christian something? Christian to the max. Jesus died on the cross in order to save the entire human race, okay? At a certain point, you've got to have some L's to get a W. So think about Jesus. You think he wanted to spend 40 fucking days in the desert? That shit was hot. You ever been to a desert? I haven't. But I've been outside in the summer. It's hot as hell. He spent 40 years. Remember Moses walking around out in the fucking desert, doesn't know where the fuck it is? Oh, where's Israel? Where's it? I don't know where it is. I don't know where I'm supposed to go. 40 fucking years, 20 years, something like that. He walking around. But you know what happened? He found it. He found it. It's not going to happen overnight. It's not going to happen immediately. So, Jasmine Preach, what is this? Yeah, see, you don't even know. Y'all might not understand this. I grew up Roman Catholic, okay? I had communion. I went to Mass every Sunday. I had to sit through, I even had to go to catechism, which was like a fucking, like, Catholic school, okay? Like, I know this stuff, so do not invoke this stuff on me. I understand this, okay? I know what you're talking about. So yes, I'm not a religious guy. Catechism was so boring, it was. Catechism was boring and catechism was boring. They were both boring. And so anyway, Jesus in 40 days, something like that, right? And you had to deal with torture. I have. So, and it's simple. People should take their own side and not worry about the party. Exactly. And that's Abraham. Moses never saw the promised land. He died before it. He was told by God that he would lead his people to the promised land, but he would never actually reach it. Moses did die before he reached the promised land, but I think that he saw it on the horizon or something like that, and then he died. That was, I think, the story. But I know that Moses himself did not reach the promised land, although he was destined to lead his people to the promised land. So you want to get into the specifics, I can get into the specifics, but the specifics don't really matter because it's the same point, okay? That's the same point. And anyway, this is correct. Yes, exactly. And so, yeah, how about Sunday school? I had to go to that too. I did. And so can't believe people believe in that. I don't know. It's a metaphor. You want to talk about it. It's like a story, a mythology. I don't want to argue. Are we really going to be debunking the Bible today? Do we want to go and debunk the Bible? Yeah, guys, I don't think Noah could have gotten 2 elephants on the ark. Like, well, how is it that he had 2 tigers on the ark, but there were also, like, you know, gazelles, right? Or a sheep. Like, wouldn't a tiger have eaten a sheep? Like, I don't, you know, guys, I don't know if I believe this. Not on a Sunday? Yeah, bro, we can't be debunking the Bible right now on a Sunday. Y'all are fucked up. You guys got me fucked up with this. No, we're not doing this. And anyway, so basically I see this happen, and it seems like also Nick's saying the same thing.
So my message is this.
Whoa, hold up.
There is a loaded gun pointed at the GOP. Fix it now. Fix the country or get blown away in 28. That's it.
That's right.
No negotiations. No one's holding their nose one more time. No one's going to be a good sport. We're not going to hold the line. We're not going to vote for the lesser of two evil. There is a
There it
loaded
is.
gun pointed at the GOP,
Yep.
figuratively, not literally. Figuratively, it's a very toxic climate right now, violent climate. But figuratively, there's a loaded gun pointed at the GOP. You better fix this country.
What's the music? I don't know what's saying.
You better march down to the Oval Office and get this guy awake from his nap and fix the country, or none of us are turning out in 20.
That's right.
That's an ultimatum.
If there was a way to get free money, would you do it? It's a trick question, because there's no...
Yes.
Why?
No way!
That time when Asmongold showed up to support Emiru's sandwich shop.
I'm just as surprised as you are.
Oh my god, wait. Hello, sir. What would you like to eat today? Welcome to Meat and Bread. Thank you for dining with us. Grilled cheese, meatball sub, eggplant parmesan, and then there's the daily special, which is chicken club. Chicken club. We also got soup and salad that no one's ordered yet.
Oh, wow. Okay, meatball sub. There's no green shit in it, right?
Oh, we actually ran out of kale earlier. So you're in luck. Perfect.
Emiru and Emily couldn't believe that he actually left his house.
Thanks a lot.
Enjoy your sandwich.
Yeah, enjoy working.
Oh my god, he's eating outside. He's outdoors. He's in the wild. This is so insane. This is crazy.
Pour it in, yes.
I am at my absolute limit. I am beyond anger. I have transcended the human form. My mind is elsewhere, my body is vacant, my brain is empty, and my will to live has never been at an all-time low like this. I am done. I feel like I'm one of those anime characters, you know, when they get real close to the screen and they start doing this. And it's like, you know, some shit is about to go down. That's me right now, because I came back from LA like a week ago. And I was already kind of annoyed because I ran out of time to do all the nostalgia things that I wanted to do. I had a big plan to do a bunch of games. I might still do them. Who knows? We'll see. I don't want to sound like that guy. Who knows? We'll see. I came back and I really wanted to record, and
Speed restrictions have been lifted. Take care, Commander.
All right, here we go. We're coming into landing.
Bravo, Lima, Alpha. This is an independently controlled port, Commander. Please submit a request before landing. Request denied. Maintain approach and resubmit within range. Landing permission denied. Resubmit within 7,500 meters. Request approved. Adjust heading for approach to pad 1-4. You are clear for automated approach, Commander.
No way.
Touchdown confirmed. Docking restraints engaged.
That's what I was trying to explain. You would get some weird shit, man.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Detach confirmed. Clear for ascent.
Docking request confirmed. Assisted approach is underway. Landing gear deployed. Landing complete. Commence shutdown. Welcome to a carrier, Commander.
Up there, buddy. I'm confused. How you doing, buddy? How you doing, buddy? Good to see you, buddy. God, baby. Hey, I thought I heard you before. I thought I heard you before, but I didn't see you. What were you doing? Hanging out with my parents? Yep, isn't he? Damn. ATL. That came through lucky.
This right now, I would say, is probably the
Good one.
biggest story in the country right now. And also, you have to look, right now, MSNBC has not run a single video about this. Nick Shirley is a 23-year-old YouTuber, okay? So whenever a 23-year-old YouTuber is able to make a video and directly investigate something in a way that these massive multi-billion-dollar news agencies aren't able to, he doesn't just represent a threat to their ideology, he represents a threat to their business model. He does. It's a 23-year-old patriot, absolutely. Yes, and he's not paid off. Yeah, and so it shows that, like, you know, why do you have these massive multi-billion-dollar companies whenever they can't even manage to put something like this together? How does that happen whenever you have all these people, but they can't manage to put anything together? He do be fucking up their bag. Exactly, yes. So I think that there is probably a general media ignorance for this because they don't want to acknowledge the fact that a person without any of their resources was able to obtain information that was better than their own and reporting that was better than their own. That's what I think happened. Why is nobody arrested? We're going to get to that. But let me focus on what Kash Patel said, because obviously this has been a massive story. I didn't even realize it was as big as it is, but I'm glad that it is. I think that even more people need to talk about this, and everybody needs to be made aware of this, right? This is crazy what's going on. And so, but he doesn't have a degree in journalism? Yeah, well, that means he's probably going to be a good journalist. So anyway, case update. Also, keep in mind, unless you are talking about a, like, and this is not even true entirely with STEM, but it's more often than not true. Unless you are talking about a STEM field, a degree is worthless. I don't care. Oh, wow, I graduated from a good university. Yeah, there's plenty of people that graduate from great universities and they're fucking retarded. So the fact is that it's just more gatekeeping. That's it. It's just more gatekeeping. Anyway, let's go back and look at this here. The FBI is aware of recent social media reports in Minnesota. However, even before the public conversation online escalated, the FBI had surged personnel and investigative resources to Minnesota to dismantle large-scale fraud schemes exploiting federal programs. Fraud that steals from taxpayers and robs vulnerable children will remain a top priority in Minnesota and nationwide. I will believe this when you arrest actual government officials. Like, I think that needs to be the bar. We need to hold our representatives and our government to a higher standard. And this is the way that I feel about it. If these people are not crucified by 2028, not literally, but just metaphorically, if they're not crucified by 2028, do not vote for a Republican. Let it burn down. Burn the entire fucking thing down. Because if they're not going to deliver you the results that you want, you shouldn't deliver them the results that they want. Vote for Gavin Newsom. Vote for AOC. Burn it down. That's it. Check Nick's tweet. No, I know. I've been saying this for a while. Nick says the same thing. Obviously, he says the same thing. The thing is that, again, I wonder why everybody's saying the same thing. It's because it makes sense. And independent candidates? No. Nope. I mean, maybe, right? You could always do that if you wanted to. I'm actually tired of cash. Yes, burn it all down. Yes, burn it all down. AOC, you want Sharia America? I do, because maybe at that point people might wake up and take things seriously. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm a massive accelerationist. I think that's the way that you should handle these things, and if you don't handle them that way, you'll just be slowly rotted out from the inside. That's the way I see it. That's how it is. They'll lock you up. That's the risk you take. That's the risk you take. That's it. And so how are those two going to help? Well, my point is that if these people don't deliver you the results that you want, if you continue voting for them, they're going to continue not delivering you the results that you want. That's really what it comes down to. Yeah, you don't want to get boiled like a frog, man. You don't. And yeah, are you really going to go out and vote, though? Well, I'm going to go out and not vote. Yeah, I'll tell you that. I'm going to go out and do fucking nothing. You're going to try to stop me from doing nothing. Just try to stop me from not doing anything. How about that? I'm not going to do a damn thing. Yeah, form an America party with Elon? Maybe, right? And the beatings will continue until morale improves. Vote for Democrats in order to see them going full self-destructive mode, and that's going to be unite the good Americans in the future. Oh, I wouldn't say vote for them. I would say that, you know, at least don't vote for these people, right? But yeah, I'm definitely an accelerationist in this regard, and it will be painful. It will, but it will be for a greater good, the same as most things are. And so anyway, today the FBI dismantled a $250 million fraud scheme that stole federal food aid meant for vulnerable children during COVID. The investigation exposed sham vendors, shell companies, and now large-scale money laundering tied to the Feeding Our Future network. The case led to 78 indictments and 57 convictions. Defendants included Abi Wadab, Ahmed Mahmoud, Mahmoud, Ahmed Ali, Hassin, for I don't, bro. Bro, this sounds like, oh God. This sounds like a very, very old racist meme. I haven't heard this in probably 15 years. Wow. And so, yeah, that's crazy. You're putting a spell on us? Yes. And are you having a stroke? No, I'm not. And anyway, so, yeah, each charge for roles ranging from wire fraud to money laundering and conspiracy. These criminals didn't just engage in historic fraud, but they tried to subvert justice as well. No way! This guy, I don't know how to say his name, and others were charged for attempting to bribe a juror with $120,000 in cash. Those responsible pleaded guilty were sentenced, including a 10-year prison term and nearly $48 million in restitution in related cases. That's great. The FBI believes this is the very tip of a very large, just the tip of a very large iceberg, and we will continue to follow the money and protect children, and this investigation very much remains ongoing. Furthermore, many are also being referred to immigration officials for possible further denaturalization and deportation proceedings where eligible. This is what I think they need to do. They need to take all of the people, even if they're citizens, and they were immigrants, we need to denaturalize them and send them back to where they came from. We do. Every single one of them. All of these people that are involved in this fraud stuff, I don't know about you guys, but I don't want to have my tax money going to paying for these parasites to sit in our fucking prisons all day. I don't. I want to send them back wherever the fuck they came from. They've got to go back there, right? Point blank, period. Exactly. And denaturalize them packing. And by the way, think about how kind and generous we are that we're not killing them like China would. Yeah, exactly. We could be a lot worse. Like, I wonder what happens you do this in the Philippines. Oh, man. I wonder how Duarte would feel about that. Before Walt, Somali orgs did not even get 100K from Minnesota. One of the reasons we supported and campaigned for the Governor Walls, for 30 years, Somalis lived in Minnesota. Not a single African was ever appointed to any senior position. See, and this is another important thing to keep in mind, is that these people are racist. They're racist and they vote as a racial bloc. They don't want to become Americans. They want America to become Somalia. That's why they're voting as a racial bloc, and they're trying to implement policies that were in Somalia in America. These people are not Americans. Here we go. We don't want any symbolic arrangements. We demanded real power. There you go. They just say it. They say it right there. For a state whose economy we contribute to? Well, I mean, I guess a negative is a contribution. It's true. The benefits had to reach the Somali community. Oh, here we go. It never happened that Somali organizations and Somali community received even $100,000 from Minnesota departments before Tim Walz became governor. For the first time ever, it became possible to fund the Somalis and their needs in Minnesota. There it is. There it is. Why isn't he speaking English again? Because they're not Americans. These are not Americans. These are foreign parasites. And they've come here to steal our money, to change our culture, and to force their blood feuds into our politics. That's why. It's pretty obvious. That's what they are. You have people that come over here that don't speak English. They defraud the government. They try to enforce their own laws. They don't assimilate. and then they vote as a racial bloc to advocate for more racial things for themselves, all while begging for diversity, acceptance, and liberalism, while at the same time advocating for the most nationalistic, you know, like fucking the most nationalistic, conservative, racist policies for their own country. They don't even believe this. They're just using your values against you so they can take your money. That's it. How are these people even voting? And they'll call you racist if you notice it? Well, that's why I'm saying this. Is that I think the more people that say what I'm saying and the more people that call it out for exactly what it is, there is a critical mass where the tide will turn, things will shift, and everybody will accept that this is just simply not what we were going to be okay with. That's why I say it. That's why I say it. And I know that I'll get hate for it and people get mad at me for it or anything like that, but that doesn't matter because there is a greater goal at play here. Them saying that they believe in diversity is the biggest inside joke? Yeah, it is. Yeah, of course, right? And it's the we're trying to talk. We're building that. Yeah, and I'm just one guy, right? I'm one guy, but I hope that, you know, by me talking about it and other people in my community talking about it, we have to create an ecosystem. The thing is, we have to create an ecosystem where anybody who supports this kind of stuff is afraid to do it. We have to create an ecosystem for anybody who is an American who is talking about how this isn't a problem, is afraid to do this. And not for like a, oh my God, somebody's going to beat me up, but because people will come out in mass and call them out for their bullshit, call them out for being a traitor, call them out for siding with foreign invader parasites over actual American citizens. And that's what needs to happen. And so it's about creating that ecosystem and making sure that nobody can get any clout. There is no, because this is a big thing for me, right? Is that I believe in changing the public consensus. The moment that you can shift the public consensus is the moment that you win, you instantly win. The reason why a lot of these stupid liberal values are allowed and they're so popular is because they are just simply social compliance. The moment that you make the social compliance of this type of value to be a negative thing in your social community, then everybody will abandon it and they'll stop doing it. Because the majority of people that support this don't support this out of an ideological perspective. They support it because they think that they have to support it. So what you do is you create a system where if you support this, the opposite thing happens. Instead of gaining something, you lose something. That's why they want to control media. That's why they want to control politics. That's why they want to control education. That's why they get involved in HR. That's why they get involved in journalism. Because they want to tell this story and control the narrative and create the consensus. They're manufacturing a consensus for this in order to make people believe that it's a normal thing to do to let this happen. And so only retards will support Democrats? It's more than that. There's a lot of retards out there, number one. And number two, you have to be even more aggressive about it. And I as I said, I don't advocate for any harassment or violence, but the people that are going out and saying this stuff, you have to publicly disagree with them. You have to call them out. And when these people realize what a fringe, freak minority they are, all of the normal, you know, quote, good-natured people will step away. Because they don't actually have a good nature. They're just sheep. And once the sheep sees the flock is bigger on the other side, they'll leave. That's it. That's why it's so important to change the public consensus. That's what you have to do. No, it makes so much sense. That's the reason. You're saying the quiet part out loud? I do. I plainly state it the same as anybody else would plainly state it. Or should plainly state it. And that's it.
Where
you explain it in WoW terms? I'd have to think about it, right? I don't know. But take back the institutions. Yeah, you have to, and that's the way you do it, is you establish institutional control, and then you exercise and weaponize that institutional control to get rid of the people that you disagree with. You do it with no reservations. You do it with no restrictions. You do it with no, you know, like never limit yourself. Never limit yourself. Always go the extra mile. No hesitation, no mercy, nothing. And if you do that, then you're doing the same thing they do. And that means you might win. You have to do it. And if you don't do it, no quarter. Yeah, give them no quarter. And whenever people like this are advocating for peace and they're advocating for, let's just move on, never let them move on. Never let them live past it. And after we win this battle, which I think this will happen, and I think that there will be battles in the future that we will lose, but ultimately, I think that whenever people like this overcome it, it's very important to never give them sympathy. Never give them sympathy. Never give them mercy. Never give them any degree of comfort at all. Because that's what they did to you. And if you do that, they will recover, regenerate, and then create again and do the same thing back to you. That's it. Never do it. And it might not feel good. Well, for me, it feels great. I love doing that. But like for some people, they don't like doing that. But you have to do it. You got to do it. They'll use it against you. Yes, they never let people weaponize your empathy against you. These are people who don't have empathy for you. They just want you to have empathy for them. They won't let you have echo chambers. Tear theirs down too. Absolutely. No mercy. There is no level that is too far. Give them an inch, they take a mile. Absolutely. It's completely insane how everyone in this song's fanbase is willing to die on the hill defending these people. Good. I mean, that's good. Like, the thing is that the more that you position an opponent to defend something, this is one of the reasons why, for example, I was so angry about Trump for Epstein, is because I realized that Epstein was an indefensible hill to die on. It's totally indefensible how he handled Epstein. And it works counter to our goals, right? Because like whenever you have somebody who is sabotaging themselves by doing this bullshit, well then it makes it harder to advocate for things like, this, because if you do that, well then you have a bunch of other people that are, going to say, well, what about Epstein? What about all this? And the problem is that they're right. They're right about that. So when should he have dropped the files? He should have he should have been proactive about it. He should have been proactive about it. He should have done it as soon as possible. And that's what I would have done if I was him, right? Ideally. So, yeah. They're like free-run demons. Yeah, they are like free-run demons. Absolutely. So, yeah, give them an inch, they'll kill your firstborn? Sure, of course they would. And, or they'll at least push to have it be aborted, right? Or push to put you in better yet, they push to put you in a financial situation where you can't have a firstborn, and instead of that, these people have 7. That's the problem. And this is this is very recent. Listen to this.
So, this is what happens when your own federal government wages war against you. This is what happens.
Oh, maybe he should find out what happens when your federal government wages actual war against you. This is not. This is nothing. What do you mean?
They target communities for their own benefit. This is what happens when they scapegoat. And this is what's happens when they no longer hide the idea.
I hate Tim so much. I do too.
The Vice President of the United States talk about.
I originally was like relatively positive about Tim Walz. I thought it was okay. But the more I've learned about him and the more stuff he said, the more that it's been readily apparent that this guy is a worthless piece of shit.
The idea of white supremacy, when you hear the Vice President of the United States talk about now white people won't have to apologize for being white. That's never happened once in my whole damn life.
That's exactly right. And actually, it's constant. The amount of hate for white people is... the reason why people don't notice it is because it's become so common that it's not even worth noticing. But it's all over the place. It's constant. Why would I? Yeah, and this is also, you have to remember, is that these people, what they do is they weaponize, and this is why they control educational institutions too, is they control educational institutions. They selectively teach history that highlights and focuses on, every evil, bad thing that white people or Europeans or Western culture has ever done. Meanwhile, ignoring, like, why is it that you spend all this time learning about how bad Nazis are, but you never hear about how bad Mao Zedong was? Why is that? And it's like, yeah, we fought in World War II, so like, yeah, maybe you should hear a little bit more about that. But the proportion of it is just absolutely ridiculous. It's the same with Stalin, right? Like, why are we not learning about why communism is bad, right? Well, the reason why, who? Yeah, exactly, right? There you go. And so it's because they selectively teach history so they can program people to have this guilt so they can take advantage of it. That's the reason why.
And I think everybody in this room knows what they're doing. So we're here today to say enough of this. We're here today to stand that Minnesota will protect their neighbors. So this is what happens.
No mention of this on the BBC website? No, I mean, it's an American issue, but if this was happening, if this was like a Trump thing, I think that they would be talking about it. And also, BBC is totally compromised. Like, if I was in the UK, I would totally defund them. I would. Do you think Keir Starmer will be talked about in history? If he is, it won't be good. So, yeah, he should hope that's not the case. Ilhan Omar's husband runs one of the largest VC firms and went from 0 to 60 billion in assets in about a year. Wow, they just started scrubbing the site. Very interesting. This is something the FBI should go into. I don't know, my white-ass school taught us so much about Stalin and about Rasputin. Honestly, they didn't teach us shit about it. They didn't. I bet they're probably, you know what, you're probably right, that this is not a uniform thing. There are probably a lot of people who have had the experience that I think they should have, and other people that didn't. Yeah, it probably depends on who's the school, and there's different school books, right? But I think that this is a general trend. Is it a tweet, a statement back? I don't know, probably. But let me go back. Oh, here we go. Remember this?
We in Minnesota passed a paid family medical leave. You have a child, and I had to go back to work 5 days after my kids were born. This allows you to stay home a certain amount of time. What we know is
that amount of time is 30 years. It's 30 years.
That gets the child off to a better start. The family works better. They stay in their employers. We get more consistency in that. So Kamala Harris has made it a priority. We implemented it in Minnesota, and we see growth. That's how you become a pro-business state. And so a paid family medical leave program, and I will tell you, go to the families or go to the businesses.
Should illegal Somalis be deported too, or only illegals? If they're involved in fraud or any other form of law-breaking behavior, we should denaturalize them and deport them. Every single one of them.
And ask them. As far as childcare on this, you have to take it at both the supply and the demand side. You can't expect the most important people in our lives to take either our children or our parents to get paid the least amount of money. And we have to make it easier for folks to be able to get into that business and then to make sure that folks are able to pay for that. We were able to do it in Minnesota, and I'm still telling you this. We were listed as the best state. We're still in crisis on this.
Yeah, because you're making shit up.
Federal program of paid family and medical leave and help with this will enhance our workforce, enhance our families, and make it easier to have the children that you want.
Man. And anyway, if they're actually a U.S. citizen, try them for treason and punish them. Don't let them escape. Oh, wow. Wow. Don't let them escape. Oh, shit. Honestly, like, I there's a part of me that, like, I mean, my base instincts tells me to agree with you, but my logistical mindset says that just get them the fuck out of here, right? So I don't know which one would be better, but that's the way I say it. Like, okay, maybe it's better to say, all right, guys, just get the fuck out of here. I don't want to deal with this. Go away, right? Luring intensifies. Make them pay reparations? Oh no, if any of them were convicted of fraud, I would seize and take every single asset that they had when they left the country. I'd debank them, I'd seize every account, every asset, their house, their car. You get to go back with a couple of suitcases and everything else is staying here in America. That's it. Yeah, get them out of here. That's what matters, right? That's all that matters. Ilhan Omar's husband has closed all his private businesses and was removing all websites. Man. This Minnesota judge, so this is, guys, is this the judge that did it?
I think this might be the judge. Hassan's tweet about it is so embarrassing. I know, I'm glad to see how transparently biased these people are, because it really, I think that it's a mask off moment for everybody to understand. Because, and you can contrast this with the way that a lot of right-wing people looked at the Epstein stuff, right? Like, whenever I saw the Epstein stuff, I was right there with him and everybody else calling it out. But the reason why people like him are unable to call out the fraud is because they're completely ideologically captured by their audience and by their communities. So Hassan said, I don't know what kind of fraud Somalis and daycares are doing, but I think it's a separate crime to try to storm in with a camera into a daycare with kids in it. The age of intentionally misunderstanding, deliberately misrepresenting, and then blatantly lying is over. It's over. And Hassan had a great run with this. He did. He had a really great run. And you had like 4 or 5 years where you were totally unchallenged on this bullshit. You would say stuff like this and he would make this stuff up all the time. But at the end of the day, people want to know the truth. And so, you would say something like this. Yeah, and he did make a respond again. Bleak feature of all media, vigilante content that can be weaponized for radicalized white nativist agitprop. Everyone's going to behave like the fake pedo hunters. Vigilante content, didn't you go out and stand in the middle of the highway in LA? You did. So what are you talking about? You're complaining about other people making vigilante content. You were doing this yourself. Like, what are you talking about? This is crazy. Like, do you remember this? I mean, I remember this. I watched it. And this is the reason, by the way, Hassan always wonders why there's YouTube videos made about him, and there's an entire community that's built around hating him. And I'll explain it. It's exactly because of this comment. It's exactly because of things like this. Because what you do is you lie to people's faces, and then you try to just, you make an appeal to, I don't know what kind of, this vague appeal to triviality, and then now you're trying to accuse him of a crime to storm into the daycare. This is an emotional escalation. Like, it's very obvious what you're doing, right? Everybody knows what you're doing. And the whole problem here, again, there weren't any kids in it. That's the whole issue. That's the entire problem. And this is, again, you have to understand that people like Hassan, they lie for a goal. So whenever they're explaining something or they're telling you something, you have to understand that they use the truth as a weapon. They use lies as a weapon. The reason why Hassan said that he wanted to collaborate with other people isn't because he wanted to be friends with them. It's so he could boost his public footprint and escalate his agenda. He said this himself. It's not like this is some like, oh, well, this is my assumption on what he believes. No, he said this. He said this, and then you get surprised. You get surprised that nobody wants to collab with you. Well, no shit. Nobody wants to collab with you whenever you go on your stream and you say, I want to collab with people so I can co-opt their audience for my political agenda. It's the most opportunistic shit ever. Like, really, think about that. It's crazy. So anyway, no one wants to get shocked. I guess so. And so anyway, this is what's been going on for a long time. And I'm glad to finally see people, completely not putting up with this anymore. He's feeding into being extremist. Well, Hassan has written himself into a corner by allowing himself to be audience captured by the most radical, delusional, and dishonest people on the internet. He is a massive virtue signaler. He is a total woke scolder, and he does it all the time. This is the reason why he's interchangeably using the R word and retard. Do you think he's doing that because he cares? No, he's doing that to put on an act. It's so obvious. So, yes. And change my mind, I'm with you. Yeah, I think so, too. He posted a comment before watching the video. Oh, I mean, sure, what a surprise. What a surprise. And also, after he watches the video, I guarantee you that he's just going to come up with 17 different excuses of why it's okay or normal for something like this to happen. And there's never going to be a point where he's going to admit, like, yeah, maybe there's a widespread problem with this. I can almost guarantee you that's not what's going to happen. And we'll see what happens. Do you think Hassan knows he's wrong, but he's doing this because he hates the U.S.? I don't know why he's doing it. I can't read minds. All I know is that this is what's happening. So anyway, yeah, thanks for calling it out, man. It's been so annoying. Why is he so ignorant? He's not ignorant.
He's lying. See, this is a big issue that a lot of people, this is a huge issue that I think that a lot of Americans and Western people don't understand. They don't understand bad faith. I think that people have lived in such a high trust society for so long that they don't, they're not even aware of the idea that somebody will just blatantly lie and misrepresent things intentionally in order to push an agenda. They don't even imagine this. They can't even conceptualize that this is what's going to happen. And so whenever they get on the internet and they see people like this, this is not, it's not in any way, shape, or form an honest, you're not honestly engaging with the subject matter. You're pushing an agenda and you're lying about it. That's it. So, yeah, well, why does he tell the truth? People don't, the reason why people can't tell the truth is because the truth makes them wrong. That's the reason why. Is because there are certain things that, like, not every issue has two sides to it, for example. There are a lot of issues that just simply have one side. Like, I'll give you, I don't know, let me think of some examples. Blowing up, you know, like a random kid in the Middle East is just, like, objectively evil and bad. It is, especially if you're targeting them. You should never be doing this. Illegal immigration, this is a universally bad thing. There is no actual moral or ethical defense for illegal immigration. And that's it. And so who did that? I'm just saying, like, just in general. I don't want to get into a big Middle East argument, but I'm saying that in general this is bad. And so I'm glad that people are finally calling this out and just laughing at it. It's so ridiculous. Guess didn't watch the videos, no kids. Yeah, how dare you ask the questions politely? Yep, there we go. Is this guy serious? We don't want to traumatize all the imaginary children. What I'm saying is that things have gotten so much worse recently, and I think that people just simply don't give a shit. Nobody gives a shit. Nobody's actually doing anything about it. And you do have, and this is what I think is kind of funny about this, is that, oh, here we go again.
This is Hennepin County Attorney Mary Moriarty. There are reports that the Trump administration is planning to send ICE agents here to the Twin Cities to target our neighbors of Somali descent.
The only thing that I am upset about with that is the fact that they're not going to take her and send her back to Somalia with them. That's the only thing that bothers me.
This is part of a recent pattern to single out our Somali community members.
Yes.
This is rooted in the idea that if they spew hatred,
Yes.
it will divide us. But we won't let that happen. There are no roving gangs
Yes.
of Somali people in this community harassing, threatening, doing anything to any of our community members. Let me repeat that again, because I've heard this often. There are no roving...
And you can see how this retarded swamp hag that looks like Bill Clinton in drag is sitting here lying directly to your face. You can just go and look on YouTube and you can find tons of videos of this happening. And as if there's no roving gangs that, oh, wow, wait a second, this is somehow, you know, now it's okay because there's no roving gangs. What about the fraud? What about everything else?
Gangs of Somalis targeting or harassing or doing anything inappropriate to any community members. Those are...
Should you explain where the money is?
It is not true. Our office at the Hennepin County Attorney's Office here will not assist in any way, shape, or form in any of these ICE raids.
Yeah. See, this is the reason why you need to charge these people for treason. This is the exact reason. Is that not only are they not, like, they're co-opting government official offices, and then they're weaponizing them in a way to prevent us from being able to go after fraud. That's exactly what the problem is right there. Read or sign. If you see something that's not right, not fair, you have a moral obligation to do something about it. Well, I agree. And so these are the same people that ruined the UK. I know. And this is the reason why you have to be brutal with this. You do. And I know you don't want to do it. People don't want to do it. It's what has to happen. It does. It's what has to happen. And if it doesn't happen, it's just going to get worse and worse and worse. That's it.
From our small business owners to our healthcare workers,
It's the only
to our
option?
Lyft
Yeah.
and Uber drivers, to children growing up in Cedar Riverside and families shopping at the Carmel Mall. Our Somali community members are what makes Minneapolis one of the finest places in the world to live.
Why would she defend this shit? So the reason why they defend it is a combination of a retarded worldview, and on top of having a retarded worldview, they also, I think, have a perspective that basically, you know, they want to get these votes from this group of people, so they're acting this way in order to secure the votes. And they might also be making money off of it. That's it. And so there's a lot of reasons. It's going to get ugly and messy, definitely not perfect. Oh yeah, for sure. Probably money too. Absolutely. She's paid off, a white savior, and pressured to stay in the group. Yep, absolutely. And you have to make sure that people like this suffer consequences. And if you don't, see, here's the big problem of, I think this is another big issue with Republicans, is that they're not willing to actually ruin these people's lives. Like, for example, I really respected the Democrats for trying to actually put Trump in jail. That's impressive. Okay, you're gonna charge this guy for 34 counts of a felony, and of the same felony, and it's just basically an accounting problem, right? Like, that's impressive. So we need to have that same energy. That's what we need to do.
We will not let
It's pretty ballsy. It was.
divide us. We will stand side by side with our Somali community members.
Well, they failed, but at least they reached for the stars. Exactly. And so, did you watch the daycare YouTube videos? Well, there's more of it too beyond that. What's to stop the scammer from running one of their own into office to solidify the scam? Nothing. And that's why you have to stop it before it happens. Because they will do that if they can. They will. And so that's the reason why you have to stop this and get rid of these people before they do that. Absolutely. They did that in Brazil and succeeded. Yeah, of course they would. And I'm so tired and nothing ever happens. That's right. And this is the thing, is that nobody should ever vote for these people if they can't deliver an outcome. That's it. And so apparently the center yesterday, the Quality Learning Center, this is the one that we saw yesterday, everybody remembers this, has been investigated 13 different times since May 2022. 50 plus different violations. All right, can I open this up? What the hell is this? Okay, there it is. All right, we're good. 50 different violations reported to the Department of Human Services in Minnesota. This means state officials physically saw the condition and status center and then proceeded to allow the fraud to continue.
Turns out that the Quality Learning Center, supposed to be the Quality Learning Center, has received 13 violations and has been investigated multiple times just in the last 4 years by the Department of Human Services in Minnesota. And all of this is public record information. Anybody can find it by just typing the address 1411 Nicollet Avenue. And immediately I found this public information from the Department of Human
You just look it up. Summary of reviews and investigation. Oh my God, look at this. You guys might not be able to see this because it's really small. All right, what's this? Revert. Okay, yeah, what the fuck was that? All right, that reminded me, I need to uninstall that McAfee program. Look at all these. Summary of reviews and investigations, licensing review, conditional license review. So look at all these license reviews. This is crazy. Oh my God.
Services in Minnesota. This checks out to be the spot. It's a child care center, total capacity 99. And as you guys can see, these are all the list of various violations and investigations of this place. Since May 9th, 2022, they've been investigated and received violations over 13 different times. For things like children did not have daily access to interest areas, areas that are used by children are not in good repair, rib mattresses, and or sheets did not meet the safety requirements. They even got a violation because the program did not report a death, serious injury, fire, or emergency properly.
Oh my God. Wow. It says or. It probably wasn't a death. I mean, realistically, it probably was something that was more minor, okay? Like, let's be realistic.
Obviously, the state has been looking into this place for a while, so it makes you question why didn't they notice the amount of fraud there. All it took was Nick Shirley pulling up to the place and seeing that there's no children there to determine that obviously something is wrong here.
Well, it's also that, like, there was another guy that said that he didn't see anyone, and then there was also the other random guy that they found, and you could say, oh, that's a plant, they paid him to be there. Sure, guys, sure. Everybody that disagrees with you is being paid to disagree with you. Yeah, for sure. And so, yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're just ignoring the fact that all of these people said that.
You have people coming from the state 13 different times in the last 4 years, and they didn't notice this. Obviously, this is something that needs to be looked into to see just how much did state and city officials play a role in all of this fraud.
More than that, they need to be held accountable. And here's what's crazy. I'm glad that it's happening in Minnesota, and I think the focus should stay on Minnesota. That way, it doesn't get so abstracted that it's impossible to pay attention to. But I bet this is happening all over the country. And for those of you guys that aren't in the United States, but you're in like Australia, you're in Canada, you're in a European country that's not Poland, I bet it's happening where you're at too. Y'all need to pay attention. All of us need to pay. I bet it's happening everywhere. Scotland, yep, for sure. Iceland, I don't know about Iceland. It's a pretty small place, but yeah. Norway, yep, no doubt. So for all of this, like for everybody to think like, oh my God, it's like this is because of the Somalians. No, that's just literally that it's the flavor of the ice cream, but the problem is the fact that it's fucking ice cream. It's a scam. It doesn't matter if it's Somalians doing it, if it's you know, I don't know, people from Haiti doing it, people from Russia doing it. It doesn't make a difference. It's a scam. So it's that simple. Turk's been doing it for 50 years. I don't know about that. I have no idea. But my understanding is I thought Turkey was a pretty nice country, but you know, who knows? And in Germany, it's happening in a different way. That's what I'm saying, right? And so this is happening all over the world, and especially in Western businesses in Western countries. And so this is the place they were trying to investigate, and apparently that's it. And let me see if I can pull these. Looking at American salaries will make you realize how poorly paid and overtaxed we are. They're complaining about 120 USD take home for a nurse with 2 years of experience. They are, because they don't have enough money. Nobody will go to jail for the Epstein stuff. Nobody will go to jail for the Somalian daycares. But if you're a middle-class family who parks in a double yellow or pays a tax bill 0.1 days late, the entire legal system will activate to crush you. Man, respectfully, why did you not hold a major press conference on this issue like you did with the NBA gambling scandal? Why not bring in Nick Shirley and recognize his work in exposing fraud for Minnesota? I'm not an insider, but I encourage you to be more aggressive and public about it. Man, why did they still receive funding and keep their license after so many violations and Zoolander-level obvious fraud? What do you mean? You can't fit 99 kids in here? No, really, I mean, he's right, yes. It's gotta be at least 3 times bigger than this. Yeah, why male models? Sweden has the same problem with Somali scammers. I'm sure they do. If the Trump administration doesn't deport 500,000 Somalis from Minnesota in 2026, they're just playing games. Stop talking and do something about it. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. I'm very glad to see this happen. And more people talking about, why aren't we seeing January 6th style raids against Somalians in Minnesota? 4 a.m. raids, flashbang grenades, automatic rifles drawn, indefinite detention without trial, wanted posters, etc. If that happens, it will be like a dream come true. I would wake up in the morning and I would just say, yes, bro. I would be smiling before I opened my eyes. I would be like, yeah, not happening. I know, it's not going to happen, but that's what they should do. And yeah, why isn't there a large legal protest happening? The reason why, so here's the reason why there isn't a large legal protest happening. It's because the government doesn't do enough to remove the power that these people have. And because they don't do enough to remove the power that these people have, they then wield that power as a weapon to hurt the people that would protest against it. So what happens is they create a power apparatus where they try